Chapter 196. The church bells rang. The wedding was successfully held with the blessings of all the guests. But at night, the groom disappeared. Polo Bar. Lin Ye looked at Takasugi Toshihiko, who was sitting at the bar, and smiled. Great, you're here at last. Shouldn't Mr. Takasugi be with the bride on the wedding night? Lin Ye asked calmly. Conan, who was sitting in the corner, also stared at Takasugi Toshihiko with a strange look on his face. Sayuri said she had been to this store, so I wanted to come and take a look. Takasugi gave a perfunctory answer. Why did he knock over those 2 cans of lemon tea? Did he find out that I had poisoned them? No, he was not in the dressing room when I poisoned him. Could he have really knocked him over accidentally? Does this man know something? Gao Shan thought about these questions in his mind. Lin Yi glanced at him and said, Mr. Gao Shan, you've come at the right time. I'd like to buy you a drink. Buy me a drink? Lin Yi smiled and said, when Miss Matsumoto came to the store before, I offered her a glass of wine to congratulate her on her wedding. Mr. Takasugi is the groom, so I would like to invite you to have a drink as a wedding gift. Takasugi Toshihiko nodded with a complicated expression. Okay, thank you very much. Lin Yi turned around and took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. A bottle of green plum wine, the brand is Daisher. Seeing the name of the wine on the bottle, Takasugi Toshihiko asked, Chia plum wine? Lin Yi smiled and said, Mr. Gao Shan also knows this company. Takasugi Toshihiko nodded and said, Chia Umeshu Co., Ltd., headquartered in Habikino City, Osaka Prefecture, is a company engaged in the manufacture and sale of fruit wines, mainly plum wine. Lin Yi asked as if he was just chatting, Mr. Gao Shan, do you know the origin of the name Choya? Takasugi shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Lin Yi then explained. There are many Japanese tiger swallowtail butterflies living in the mountains of Habikino City. There is also a historical legend that stones and wood were quarried from the mountains to make arrows, so the name, butterfly arrows, was derived. The company was founded in 1914. But initially it focused on growing grapes and other fruits. It was not until 1924 that it built a winery to make wine and brandy from its own grapes and other plants. It was not until 1959 that plum wine became its main product. Have you ever drunk plum wine, Mr. Takasugi? Takasugi Toshihiko nodded. I drank it with Sayuri. It seems that Miss Matsumoto also tried to hint to him, but unfortunately she was unsuccessful. Well, let me help you remember it today, Mr. Takasugi. Thinking of those memories you have forgotten. Chia plum wine is made entirely from Japanese green plums and does not contain any additives. This kind of plum wine made only from plums, wine and sugar, without additives such as coloring and flavoring, can be called Honkaku plum wine. Honka plum wine. It was the first time that Takasugi Toshihiko heard this term and it felt a little fresh. In the mystery novel world, there is a school of orthodox reasoning, which prioritizes logic and focuses on realism. The Honkaku in Honkaku plum wine probably refers to the classical and traditional brewing method. It is natural that Takasugi Toshihiko has never heard of it, because the term Hung plum wine was not officially proposed until 2015. Because breweries have different brewing recipes, in order to make it easier for the public to distinguish the various types of plum wine on the market, the Japan Western Liquor Brewing Association announced the Honka Umeshu standard on January 2015. 1. The standard is that no additives are added, and only plums, wine and sugar are used for production. Lin Yi was just using this name in advance. Mr. Takasugi, do you know where the place with the largest plum production is? Lin Yi asked again. Takasugi Toshihiko knew this and replied without hesitation, it is Wakayama Prefecture. Yes, Wakayama Prefecture was part of Ki Province in the 7th century, so it was also called Kishu. The most important variety used to make plum wine is Nanko, which originated in the southern part of Wakayama Prefecture, so it is also called Kishu Nanko plum. Lin Yi introduced. The name Nanko comes from the name of Wakayama Prefectural Nanbo High School and the name of the original Takata plum. The school participated in the selection of plums and finally selected the Takata plum, the predecessor of the improved Nanko plum. Therefore, this name can be said to be a combination of man and plum. While Lin Yi was talking, his hands were not idle. He brewed a cup of hot black tea, a cup of hot green tea, and a cup of hot oolong tea, then mixed the 3 teas together and mixed them with plum wine, with the ratio of wine to mixed hot tea being 1:1. After finishing, he placed the steaming wine glass in front of Takasugi Toshihiko. Mr. Takasugi, please. Takasugi Toshihiko picked up the wine glass, and a warm breath hit his face, along with the aroma of tea, wine, and green plum. At this moment, something seemed to be loosened deep in his memory. When he drank the hot drink in the cup, as the warm liquid flowed into his throat, a warm current spread throughout his body and surged to his brain. Forgotten memories quietly resurrect. In the park, a group of children were bullying a little girl. Let the girl go. Hearing the sound coming from behind, the children who were bullying the girl turned around and saw a boy holding a wooden stick with clear and determined eyes. The boy waved a stick and tried hard to drive the bad boy away, but he himself was covered with bruises. But he still walked up to the girl with a smile, like a victorious swordsman, showing a hearty smile. Are you okay? There were still tears in the girl's eyes, but she shook her head. My name is Takasuji Toshihiko, what's yours? Matsumoto, Sayuri. The girl replied quietly. The scene changes. Boy and girl sitting on the grass in the park. This is the lemon tea I secretly brought from home, please have some. The girl took the can of warm lemon tea from the boy, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and joy. My family runs a bakery, what about you? My dad catches bad guys and is often not at home. Is that so? Then I will play with you from now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I will help you beat them away. The girl saw the boy's sincere smile and nodded vigorously. The screen turns again. On the street, the boy was holding his mother's hand, and they had just returned from the market buying vegetables. The picture is warm and peaceful. Two cars chasing after them broke this warmth. After a violent collision and the harsh sound of tire friction, the woman fell in a pool of blood. The boy was pushed away by his mother and escaped. A ferocious-looking man rushed out of the civilian car that hit the electric pole. After cursing, he covered his forehead and rushed into the alley on the street. Immediately afterwards, an even more ferocious man rushed out of the police car that braked suddenly at the back and was about to chase into the alley. Uncle, my mother. Get out of the way, little brat. Get out of the way. The man with a scar through his left eye responded rudely and rushed into the alley without looking back. The boy was frightened and stared at the man's back. That fierce and cold face has been deeply engraved in his memory ever since. Chapter 197. That ruthless and cold face lingers in my mind. Why did this happen to me? Why could he run away so coldly when it was that person who caused all this? If my mother had been sent to the hospital for treatment in time, she might have been saved. It's all that man's fault. The seeds of hatred were buried in the boy's young heart. The boy had only his mother as a relative and he was helpless, so perhaps God compensated him. He was adopted by the wealthy Takasuji family and became the heir to the Takasuji group. But the boy who lost everything did not feel lucky at all, and since then he has lived a life like a walking corpse. Junior high school, college, confusion eroded his brain, and his childhood memories became more and more distant and vague. The only thing he remembered clearly was the memory of that day and that cold and ruthless face. He found out that the man's name was Matsumoto Kayanaga, and that he was a policeman who was chasing a serial killer that day. Even so, can he just watch her die without helping? He still couldn't forgive the other person. Until that day, he met a woman in college. The woman was a good friend of his then-girlfriend Kazumi Takanaka. Through Kazumi's introduction, he learned that the other party was the daughter of Matsumoto Kayanaga. Moreover, the cold-blooded and ruthless Matsumoto Kayanaga has now been promoted to superintendent of police. The flame of revenge burned in his heart, and he decided to let that cold-blooded guy also taste the pain of losing a loved one. So he abandoned his original girlfriend and started pursuing his enemy's daughter. With his unremitting efforts, the other party finally agreed to his proposal. He wanted to make Matsumoto Kayanaga taste the pain at the most gorgeous wedding. When Takasuji Toshihiko opened his eyes, tears were already streaming down his face. He murmured, I remember now, it turns out that I have known Sayuri for a long time, she is that girl. I actually wanted to kill her. Why did she have to be that man's daughter? Lin Ye saw everything that Takasuji Toshihiko recalled and finally understood his motives. Alas, what a tragedy. A tragedy caused by an accident. In the corner of the bar. Conan stared in amazement at Takasuji Toshihiko who was in tears, and Lin Ye who was sighing. From his perspective, Takasuji Toshihiko just took a sip of the drink that Lin Ye made by mixing hot tea and plum wine, then closed his eyes and burst into tears. What's going on? Why is he crying? What did this man put in his drink? It's a thoughtful thing, my great detective. Lin Ye silently answered Conan's question in his heart. However, with the detective's rational thinking, even if I explain it to him, he will probably find it difficult to understand. Toshihiko Takasuji continued drinking in the store until late at night, until he became the last customer in the store. Continued cup. The drunk Takasuji Toshihiko shouted. The wine that Lin Ye provided him was weaker and weaker, and if he diluted it further, it would be almost like water. Even so, Takasuji Toshihiko still got drunk. Lin Ye was about to say something, when... Jingle! The door of the bar was suddenly pushed open, and a tall figure appeared at the door. Matsumoto-senpai. Amuro Toru was startled when he saw the person who entered the store. But he quickly recovered. Matsumoto Kayanaga came in and saw his son-in-law who was drunk in front of the bar. His brows knitted together, and his already fierce face looked even more terrifying. "You stinky boy, you went to the bar to drink on the first day of your marriage, what do you think of my daughter?" Matsumoto Kiyoshi strode to the bar, grabbed Takasuji Toshihiko by the collar and lifted him up. Hey, it's you, you cold-blooded bastard, the murderer who killed my mother." Takasuji Toshihiko's face flushed and he roared. The sound mixed with the strong smell of alcohol and saliva hit Matsumoto Kayanaga's face, deafening him. "What did you say?" Matsumoto Kayanaga was stunned. "Hick. You won't forget it, right?" "That's right, to you, it was just an accident." Matsumoto Kayanaga's expression changed, as if he remembered something, and stared blankly at Takasuji Toshihiko in front of him. What could this guy be? The face of the son-in-law in front of him slowly overlapped with the face of a helpless boy in his memory. His hands loosened and Takasuji Toshihiko immediately fell back into the chair. Takasuji Toshihiko leaned against the bar, sneering. "Let me remind you that 20 years ago, you killed an innocent mother while chasing a serial killer." Matsumoto Kayanaga was shocked, and the memories of that day suddenly came flooding back. At that time, his attention was completely attracted by the fugitive. He did not notice that there was a woman lying under the fugitive's car, so he went straight to chase the criminal. He only found out about this incident afterwards, but when he went to the deceased's home, the other party had already moved away. He learned from his neighbors that the family consisted of only a mother and a son. After the mother died, the son was taken away and disappeared. My mother was actually still alive at the time. If she had been sent to the hospital in time, she might have been saved. But you ran away as if nothing had happened. Yes, you are a policeman, you are chasing a fugitive, so you can just watch an innocent mother die. Ahem. Takasuji Toshihiko asked harshly, choking on his saliva and starting to cough violently. Lin Ye poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the bar. "Mr. Takasuji, have a drink of water." Takasuji Toshihiko picked up the water cup and took a big gulp viciously, his eyes still fixed on Matsumoto Kayanaga. "Since that day, I have never forgotten your cold and ruthless face." Matsumoto Kayanaga remained silent and did not explain. "That matter was indeed my negligence." But suddenly, his eyes became sharp and he looked coldly at Takasuji Toshihiko, whose eyes were full of hatred. "You approached my daughter, are you trying to get revenge on me?" He could understand the anger in Takasuji's heart, but as a father, he absolutely could not forgive him for using his daughter for revenge. "Yes, that's right," Takasuji Toshihiko sneered. "You know, I was going to let you taste the pain of losing a loved one. Today, I put poison in Sayuri's drink." "What?" Matsumoto Kayanaga was furious and picked up Takasuji Toshihiko again. "You little brat, come at me if you have anything to say. Sayuri loves you so much that she is willing to have a big fight with me, her father, just to be with you, and you actually want to kill her." Matsumoto Kayanaga has been a policeman for his entire life and has seen countless people. As early as the first time his daughter brought this man to him, he felt that this guy did not seem like a good person. After learning that he was the son of a wealthy family, he became more certain of his judgment. This is definitely a man who looks good on the outside, is good at disguise and sweet-talking. Sayuri should not marry such a man. Now that I think about it, my feeling was right. This kid had evil intentions from the beginning. But no matter how much he, as a father, objected, Sayuri was determined to be with this man. Sayuri's mother died early, and he was busy with official duties when he was young, and he owed his daughter a lot. Therefore, he could not persuade his stubborn daughter and had to agree to the marriage. I didn't expect that my momentary weakness would almost cost my daughter's life. The more Matsumoto Kayanaga thought about it, the more frightened he became, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, until he finally raised his fist as big as a sandbag. "You beast!" Chapter 198. Just as Matsumoto Kayanaga was about to throw his fist, a scream suddenly came from the door of the bar. The person who appeared at the door was Sayuri Matsumoto. On the wedding night, her husband disappeared and her father went out in anger to look for him. She was worried, so she went out as well. She remembered that Lin Ye had given her husband a business card during the day, and she intuitively thought that her husband might come here, so she came to check. As she arrived outside the bar, she saw her father's car parked on the side of the road, then she went to the door and heard an argument coming from inside the store. It was not until Matsumoto Kayanaga was about to hit someone that she pushed open the door and stopped him. Sayuri. Why are you here? You asked me to beat this beast to death. Matsumoto Kayanaga grabbed Takasugi Toshihiko's collar with one hand and raised his other hand with a fist that was shaking constantly, showing his anger. No. Sayuri Matsumoto ran to her father and grabbed his raised right arm with both hands. Do you know? This bastard is going to kill you. Sayuri Matsumoto nodded with tears in her eyes. I know everything. What? Matsumoto Kayanaga's shoulders shook, as if he had thought of something. Sayuri clearly knew the man's purpose in approaching her, but she still agreed to marry him. Is she planning to sacrifice herself to atone for my sins? Thinking of this, he seemed to suddenly lose all his strength, sighed heavily, and let go of his hand. Toshihiko Takasugi fell back into the chair and almost fell down, but was supported by Sayuri Matsumoto. Junyan, you've had too much to drink, shall we go home? Takasugi Toshihiko seemed to have suddenly sobered up and said without any sign of drunkenness, Sayuri, now that you know everything, just stop bothering me. I approached you in the beginning just to use you to take revenge on your father. Sayuri Matsumoto hugged his neck tightly and said nothing. But Takasugi Toshihiko felt warm liquid dripping on his face. His heart trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, I poisoned your drink today. If Mr. Lin hadn't knocked over the drink, you would have been poisoned to death. Even so, do you still plan to live with me? I might poison your drink again one day. I know, I saw it, Sayuri Matsumoto murmured. Takasugi Toshihiko was stunned. What? Then why did you? He suddenly remembered the kiss in the dressing room during the day, the bold and passionate kiss given to him by Sayuri just after he poisoned the drink. It turned out that she had discovered it a long time ago. He suddenly understood the meaning of that kiss. That was her last tenderness, her last kiss. She was ready to die at that time, and wanted to use her sacrifice to make him forgive his father. Sayuri, are you? Takasugi Toshihiko opened his eyes wide. Sayuri Matsumoto kissed him again, kissing him madly, with hot tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. He also shed tears, and their tears mixed together in each other's mouths, warm and bitter, like a cup of hot lemon tea. The two of them had the same thoughts at this moment. Takasugi Toshihiko's anger and helplessness, pain and regret, and Matsumoto Sayuri's love and tenderness all converged together. Just like hot tea melting the black ice, Lin Ye seemed to see wisps of black mist rising above Takasugi Toshihiko's head. The ice of resentment that had accumulated in his heart for 20 years finally began to melt. Matsumoto Kayanaga stood aside, staring blankly at the two people kissing passionately. After a long sigh, he slumped down on the nearest chair. Lin Ye took in the reactions of the three people, and suddenly a different scene appeared before his eyes. On the sunny grass, Sayuri Matsumoto is holding a baby in her arms with a happy smile on her face. Next to her was Takasugi Toshihiko, who was wearing formal attire, and his eyes were full of tenderness as he looked at his wife and children. Behind the two of them was Matsumoto Kayanaga, who had a dark face. Although his eyes were not friendly when he looked at his son-in-law, his eyes became gentle in an instant when he looked at the baby in his daughter's arms. The beautiful scene was frozen into a photo and fell into the photo frame. Atu, what do you think? When only Lin Ye and Amuro Toru were left in the store, Lin Ye asked. What does the store manager mean? If you were a policeman, Lin Ye said. Toru Amuro looked calm, but he was shocked in his heart. When you are chasing a criminal and you meet someone who needs help, what will you do? Lin Ye continued. Just as Amuro Toru was about to answer, Lin Ye added. If I choose to save the people, the vicious criminal will escape and he may kill more people. If I choose to continue chasing the criminal, the injured people will die. What should I choose? Amuro Toru thought about it again and replied, I would still choose to save people first. An escaped prisoner can be hunted down again, but a person only has one life. If it were them, they would make the same choice. They. Lin Ye glanced at Amuro Toru and saw several men's faces in his mind. It seems that Achuo also has an unspeakable past. Atu, would you like a drink? May I? Anyway, no more customers will come. Lin Ye looked at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay then, thank you, manager. What to drink? Scotch. The next day, Lin Ye went out for a run as usual. Just as he was immersed in the wonderful state of running, a voice came from behind him. Boy, wait a minute. He stopped, looked back, and saw a bald old man in a white robe running towards him, panting. It's Dr. Agasa. Before he knew it, he had come to Baikacho no. 2 Street again. The last time he passed by here, he rescued Dr. Agasa who had an accident in his experiment. Old man, what's the matter? He asked as if they were meeting for the first time. Dr. Agasa stopped in front of him, held his knees and took a few breaths. Thinking that this young man ran really fast, he saw him appear on the street from upstairs, and in the time it took him to go downstairs and out the door, he was almost at the end of the street. But luckily I made it in time. You are the young man who saved me last time, right? Thank you so much for that. On the day when the experiment went wrong, Dr. Agasa saw Lin Ye walking towards him before he fainted. Combined with the description of the medical staff, he knew who saved him. It's just that Lin Ye made the call from a public telephone booth that day and did not leave his name and address. So Dr. Agasa could only look out the window from upstairs every day, hoping that the young man who helped him would appear again so that he could express his gratitude in person. Today he finally got what he was waiting for. Lin Ye smiled and said, "You're welcome, it's just a small favor. Young man, please come to my house and have a seat, let me at least buy you a cup of coffee to show my gratitude," Dr. Agasa invited warmly. Lin Ye had almost finished running and had been planning to stop at a coffee shop on the next street to have a drink and rest, so he accepted Dr. Agasa's invitation and went to the home of this eccentric inventor. Chapter 199. Looking at the old man in front of him who bowed solemnly to thank him, Lin Ye felt helpless. After entering Dr. Agasa's house, even though he had told him more than once not to worry about it, the old inventor kept thanking him. "By the way, I'll use that to repay you." Dr. Agasa seemed to suddenly remember something and looked up in surprise. "Dr. Agasa, there's really no need. Don't be so polite, at least listen to what I have to say first." Dr. Agasa was still in high spirits. Lin Ye had no choice but to listen quietly. "Computer network communications are very popular recently," a scientist friend of mine. As soon as Dr. Agasa opened his mouth, Lin Ye, who was originally a little helpless, was immediately interested. Missing the well-developed internet in his previous life, he is planning to buy a computer so that he can easily look up information about wine. It is too inconvenient to go to the library all the time. Although computer networks are still in the development stage at this time, it is still much more convenient to find information than going to the library. Is this old man planning to give me a computer that he invented? If that was the case, he would be happy to accept it. As a result, Dr. Agasa talked a lot about computers, but in the end he gave away a ticket for a vacation to Aizu. It turns out that this was the vacation spot that Dr. Agasa won when he participated in an online lottery. There aren't so many scams in online lotteries this day and age. If you win a prize, it's real. You won't be asked to pay any handling fees, registration fees, etc. in advance. The name of the event is Mysterious Journey to Aizu. In terms of value, the travel and accommodation expenses of this trip cost more than a computer. But Lin Ye was not interested in this. Although Aizu City is not far from Tokyo and can be reached in 3 hours by car, he does not want to waste time. He refused again and again before turning down Dr. Agasa's kindness and quickly said goodbye and left. He does good things without asking for anything in return, he is such an outstanding young man. Standing at the window on the second floor, Dr. Agasa exclaimed in admiration as he watched Lin Ye's figure walking away on the street. "In that case, let's give this opportunity to Shinichi, let him go with the Maori father and daughter, that will be a perfect 3 of us." This afternoon. Polo Bar, before opening. After returning from school, Conan walked into the Polo Bar naturally as if he had returned home and occupied a seat in the corner of the bar. There was an elementary school student's homework in front of him, but his mind was not on it at all. "Doctor, why did you meddle in my business and force me to participate in such a boring activity?" Conan supported his head with one hand and twirled a pen with the other, thinking helplessly. He just wanted to stay in Poirot's bar to keep watch and wait for Jin, and didn't want to go to Aizu. What kind of mysterious journey is this? It's just a trick put up by the organizer. It's not challenging at all. He didn't want to go, but Xiaolan and Uncle Maori were very enthusiastic when they heard about the free travel opportunity, so his opinion as a boarding child was naturally ignored. Lin Ye was quietly wiping the wine glasses at the bar, listening to Conan's inner complaints, with a smile on his face. "Just relax, little detective. Stop thinking about Jin all day, he's a dangerous man, and look at the beautiful women in swimsuits at the Aizu beach. Conan, why do you look unhappy? Did you get into trouble at school?" "No, Conan forced a smile. "Does anyone bully you at school?" Seeing Conan's forced smile, Lin Ye couldn't help but want to tease him. "No. Even if I become a child, I won't be bullied by elementary school students. I heard from Mr. Maori that you are going to travel to Aizu in a few days." "That's great." "Yeah, I don't want to go." Just as Conan gave an inconsistent answer, a beautiful picture suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ye's eyes. In the setting sun, Conan lay on the beautiful balcony railing, gazing into the distance, seemingly thinking about something. The scene was beautiful, but the next second, a man in black wearing a mask with a strange smile appeared behind Conan and pushed him off the balcony. Conan fell down in a daze. The scene ends abruptly. Lin Ye didn't see how Conan landed, but it was enough to shock him. Who wants to attack Conan? Uncle, what's wrong with you? Conan noticed the change in Lin Ye's expression and asked curiously. No, nothing, Lin Ye calmed down. Conan. What? This time when you go to Aizu, you must be careful and stay safe. Ah, yes, thank you, Conan was a little confused, but still nodded in response. Shaolin, I have something to ask of you. In front of the bar, Kagoro Maori stared at Lin Ye seriously, as if there was something very important. Lin Ye had a strange premonition, nodded and smiled, please go ahead. It's like this, I have an opportunity to travel to Aizu. I originally planned to take Xiaolan and that brat Conan there myself. But I happened to receive a commission today, and I can't spare the time in those 2 days. It would be a pity to give up. So I thought of you. Muri Kagoro stared at Lin Ye, his eyes full of requests. Bringing my daughter and a little kid with me, the chances of picking up someone are absolutely zero, so I don't even need to go to Aizu. I might as well send them away and stay in Tokyo alone to have fun. Hey, I haven't been to that nightclub with bunny girls for a long time. Lin Ye immediately understood. You want me to take them both out to play? Yes, if it's you, I'll feel relieved. Mari Kagoro looked at Lin Ye with eyes full of trust. Firstly, he believed in Lin Ye's character, and secondly, he believed in his daughter's karate skills, so he dared to let his daughter go on a 3-day and 2-night trip with an adult man. What's more, even if Lin Ye had any thoughts about Xiaolan, he had no objection at all. A bartender's son-in-law, how wonderful it sounds. But Lin Ye smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Mowley, it's not that I don't want to, but I also have to go to work. Aren't you the store manager now? Can't you go to work whenever you want? If you are worried about being blamed by your boss, I can make a phone call for you. He is a good friend of the boss behind the Polo Bar. If Lin Ye cares about this little thing, he can solve it by just making a phone call. Lin Ye said, it's not for this reason, even if you are a store manager, you can't be too lazy. Kagoro Mori thought about it, chuckled, and changed his words. Shaolin, did you know that the accommodation for this trip is at the Aizu Princess Hotel? There is a bar on the 2nd floor of the hotel called the Emerald Bar, I heard it's very famous. You can treat this trip as an exchange and learning trip, it's also for work. Chapter 200. In the hotel parking lot, Xiaolan got out of the car, shielded the sun with her hands, and looked up at the hotel in front of her. Conan, carrying a school bag, jumped out of the car and looked at Lin Ye who was sitting in the driver's seat with vigilance. Why would this guy come with us? Lin Ye got out of the car with a smile on his face and glanced at Conan. He finally agreed to Kagoro Mori's request, on the one hand because he wanted to see the Emerald Bar of this hotel, and on the other hand because he saw Conan being pushed down the stairs and wanted to prevent that from happening. Conan, you must follow me closely and don't run around alone, okay? Lin Ye warned with a smile. Okay, got it, Conan responded honestly. Humph, I would do the same thing even without you telling me. I will follow you closely and won't give you any chance to mess around. Recklessly. Lin Ye glanced at Conan's little eyes and Xiaolan who exuded a youthful aura beside him, and smiled in his heart. You little brat, who do you think your Uncle Lin is? You can rest assured that I won't do anything to your sister Xiaolan, haha. The three of them picked up their luggage and were about to leave when a car whizzed into the parking lot and skillfully parked in the parking space opposite. Seeing the girl getting off the car, Lin Ye showed a helpless expression. Xiaolan. Mr. Lin. Are you guys coming to Aizu to play too? What a coincidence, ha ha ha. Miss Sonoko greeted the three people with exaggerated acting skills and enthusiastic laughter. Xiaolan responded with the same poor acting skills, surprised. Isn't this Sonoko? What a coincidence. Huh, the acting of these two women is terrible, it's obvious that they colluded in advance. Conan complained mercilessly. But it's okay this way. I feel more at ease if Sonoko is around this old man. Lin Ye could only cooperate with the two girls' performance, pretending that he noticed nothing, and greeted Yuanzi with a smile. Then the four of them went to the hotel front desk to check in together. The hotel lobby was clean and bright. When a few people entered, a man and a woman were processing procedures at the front desk. Hey, that person seems to be. When Xiaolan saw the man handling procedures at the front desk, she let out a light exclamation, as if she knew the man. Lin Ye looked over and saw a tall and straight man with short spiky hair. Xiaolan, is this someone you know? Xiaolan took another careful look and finally confirmed the other person's identity. She said in surprise, it's Mr. Maeda Satoshi. Maeda Satoshi? He is the champion of the All Japan Karate Championship 6 years ago. I started practicing karate because of him. I am so lucky, I didn't expect to meet him here, Xiaolan said with sparkling eyes. Lin Ye looked at the man in the casual shirt again, and indeed saw some of the temperament of a master in him. Xiaolan is already so strong. As Xiaolan's idol, this man's fighting ability should not be underestimated. So he's your idol, Xiaolan. It's a pity that he seems to already have a woman by his side, otherwise this would be a good opportunity for you, Xiaolan. Sonoko looked at the short-haired woman next to Mayada Satoshi with some regret. She was a very beautiful woman with short hair and an intellectual temperament. What an idol, what a good opportunity, he is just an uncle who is good at using violence. Conan looked at Mayada Satoshi unhappily and complained in his heart. Since you are my idol, why not go up and say hello? Lin Ye said with a smile. Encouraged by Lin Ye, Xiaolan plucked up her courage and walked forward. Hello, are you Mr. Mayada Satoshi? The hedgehog-headed man turned his head with a puzzled look. You are. My name is Mao Lilan, I am the winner of the last Tokyo Karate tournament, and I am also your fan. Seeing Xiaolan's respectful eyes, Mayada Satoshi smiled. I see, hello. He stretched out his hand and was about to shake hands with the girl when a hand slapped over and slapped his hand away. No need for a handshake. He immediately withdrew his hand with an embarrassed expression. Who is this? Xiaolan looked curiously at the short-haired woman standing next to her idol. The short-haired woman had a cold expression and raised her chin slightly. This is my fiancée, Akiko Sayama. Mayada Satoshi quickly took the initiative to introduce her. Wow, you're getting married, Ms. Sayama is so beautiful. Sayama Akiko snorted and said, you are not bad as a cute karate junior, I think So might like girls like you more. This. Xiaolan was speechless. Mayada Satoshi put his arm around his fiancé's shoulders and said with a smile, Xiaolan, don't mind it, Akiko is just jealous. Sayama Akiko glared at him but didn't break free. By the way, Xiaolan, are you also here to participate in this mysterious activity? Mayada Satoshi looked at Lin Ye and others behind Xiaolan and suddenly asked. Well, I came here with my friends. Lin Ye walked up and stood beside Xiaolan. After both parties briefly introduced themselves, Mayada Satoshi half-jokingly said, could Mr. Lin be the Dark Knight Baron? Lin Ye heard about the Dark Knight Baron from Xiaolan and Conan on the way here. This is an activity organized by the organizer of the Aizu Mysterious Tour. It is said that among the 10 people participating in this event, one is the Dark Knight Baron. As long as you find him, you will get a reward. The reward is an all-expenses-paid trip and a piece of the legendary virus program, Night Baron. By the way, Dark Knight Baron is also a fictional character in Kudo Yusaku's novel. He is a thief and murderer, characterized by a weird grinning mask and a black cloak. This made Lin Ye a little concerned, because the guy who pushed Conan down the stairs was dressed like this. Originally, he was not interested in viruses or anything like that, but this activity was not as simple as it seemed, so he secretly became more vigilant. When he heard Mayada Satoshi jokingly say that he was the Dark Knight Baron, he replied that he was not interested in computers and listened attentively. Unfortunately, he did not hear any valuable information from the other party. After completing the check-in procedures, the few people were about to leave when a drunken uncle approached them. Little sister, come and have a drink with uncle, okay? The man's target was Xiaolan, and he touched her but with a big hand without any hesitation, but Conan discovered it in time and pushed it away. Don't meddle in other people's business, kid, the man said unhappily. If it weren't for this little devil, his surprise attack would have been successful. Conan glared at the old man with a wretched face and stood beside Xiaolan like an angry puppy. Lin Ye's attention was originally attracted by this wretched old man until he heard a cold voice full of murderous intent coming from the side. Old beast. You will die tonight. Chapter 201. There was an open-air restaurant below, and his eyes fell on a bronze statue near the building. The bronze statue is a warrior on horseback, with a sword raised in his hand and pointing high to the sky. In the blink of an eye, the bronze statue became covered in blood, and a corpse with a tragic death was stuck on the sword. It was a tragic scene caused by falling from a great height and having the body pierced by a bronze sword. The person stuck on the bronze statue was none other than the wretched old man named Jiang Yuan Shernan whom he had met in the hotel lobby before. A gust of wind blew and the bronze statue returned to its original state. There were no bodies and no blood. The murderer has not yet taken action. And Lin Ye already knew who the murderer was. Mayada Satoshi's fiancée, Ms. Akiko Sayama, is the organizer behind this event. She probably planned this event just to take revenge on Ihara Tokyo. She was about to get married, but she still did something like this. What was the grudge between her and Jiang Yuan? Uncle, what are you looking at? Conan's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Lin Ye turned his head and saw Conan leaning on the railing, looking at the open-air restaurant below like him. Xiaolan and Sonoko share a room, and Conan lives in the same room with him. It's nothing, Conan, be careful not to fall. Lin Ye recalled the scene where Conan fell from the balcony. Was it Miss Sayama who pushed Conan off the balcony? Why did she attack a child? The doorbell rang. Lin Ye returned to the room, opened the door, and sure enough, it was Yuanzi and Xiaolan standing at the door. Mr. Lin, let's go to the beach, I heard there's a volleyball match going on there, it's really lively. Yuanzi invited straight to the point. There is a beach near the Princess Hotel, which is managed by the hotel and hosts some activities during seasons with many tourists. After arriving at the beach, Lin Ye changed into shorts, and then he and Conan, who was also wearing summer shorts, waited in front of the changing room for Sonoko and Xiaolan to come out. Mr. Lin, we are ready. Hearing Yuanzi's voice, Lin Ye turned around and saw two people changing into swimsuits. Yuanzi wore a very bold style, showing off her youthful figure to the fullest. Xiaolan's swimsuit is a conservative dress-style swimsuit, and her long legs are also eye-catching. As soon as the two came out, Conan's eyes were attracted by Xiaolan's long legs and his face turned red. Lin Ye glanced at the two of them politely and praised them lightly, it suits you very well, and their faces turned red. Seeing this scene, Conan suddenly had the urge to find a sack to cover this guy. Then several people went to the beach for activities. Sonoko and Lin Ye walked together, while Xiaolan held Conan's hand from behind, deliberately keeping a distance from them. Lin Ye and Yuanzi were walking in front, their shoulders rubbing against each other from time to time. Yuanzi blushed and her heart beat fast, and she enjoyed the ambiguous feeling very much. Ouch! Yuanzi suddenly stumbled, but fortunately he grabbed Lin Ye's arm in time and did not fall. She wasn't pretending, but she really didn't notice the sand pit under her feet. It was probably dug by a child. Thank you, Yuanzi raised her head and her eyes met Lin Ye's. Her heart beat faster. She looks passionate and bold on the surface, but actually, when it comes to the critical moment, she is a very innocent girl. Did you sprain your ankle? Lin Ye asked while supporting Yuanzi. Sonoko shook her head happily. At this moment, Lin Ye suddenly felt a beast-like gaze. He looked in the direction where the sight came from, and a dark-skinned, tall young man came into his sight. He was looking at him with a concerned look on his face as he held Miss Sonoko's hand. Realizing that he had discovered him, the young man quickly looked away and looked out to sea as if nothing had happened. Sonoko, do you know that guy over there? Yuanzi looked at the young man in the direction Lin Ye pointed, then shook his head to indicate that he had never seen him. Don't worry about that weird guy, let's go to the volleyball game. Sonoko pointed to the other side of the beach, where a large crowd of people gathered and a beach volleyball game was being held. Was dragged to the beach volleyball competition by Yuanzi. Hot. Fierce fight. Stronger than gold beach battle. The competition specification is 2 people in a group, and the only requirement for participation is male and female pairing. The competition is divided into 3 days. Today is the first day of the audition stage, you can participate by signing up. It is said that the tourist who wins the competition will receive a mysterious prize from the Princess Hotel. Mysterious grand prize. Of course it's the ultra-luxurious 10-day trip for 2 people to Hawaii sponsored by the Suzuki Group. Ha ha ha. I asked my sister to use her family connections to contact the person in charge of the Princess Hotel, and this competition was specially organized to create beautiful memories for me and Mr. Lin. When she heard the staff at the registration office introducing the rules of the event, Sonoko laughed proudly inwardly. When Lin Ye heard her thoughts, his heart was shocked. It is admirable that they have achieved such a level. At this moment he felt that strong gaze again. He turned his head and saw that the dark-skinned boy appeared in the crowd again. Are they going to participate in that competition? If so, I will participate as well. I must defeat both of them. I want them to be defeated miserably and regret participating in this competition. Lin Ye felt the strong fighting spirit from the opponent. What the hell is going on with this guy? Mr. Lin, shall we sign up as well? Yuanzi pulled Lin Ye's arm and invited him enthusiastically. The gaze from the dark-skinned boy suddenly became more intense. Lin Ye smiled and said, okay, let's try it out. He wanted to see what tricks the young man had. Wow, that's great, we will definitely be able to overcome all obstacles and win the championship in one fell swoop. Yuanzi was full of enthusiasm and hugged Lin Ye's arm excitedly. Humph, I won't let you succeed. The dark-skinned boy in the crowd clenched his fists, and his forearms made crisp sounds. When Xiaolan saw the excited Yuanzi, she couldn't help but look envious. It would be nice if Shinichi was here, we could join together. Hey, Sister Xiaolan, how about the two of us join in as well? Hey, Conan. Hearing Conan's proposal, Xiaolan turned her head in surprise, only to see Conan smiling somewhat embarrassedly. Xiaolan smiled and touched Conan's head, but Conan, you are too young. This is not parent-child volleyball. It is too weird to partner with a child. Besides, Conan is not even as high as the net when he jumps. Although Xiaolan is confident that she can fight two people at the same time, it is still too weird to bring a child to the court. Naturally, she will not agree. That's right, Conan scratched his head awkwardly. It would be nice if Shinichi-san was here, then Ran-san could join him. Now that you mention it, I just remembered this guy. Xiaolan looked like she had just remembered this guy. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind her. Ms. Mao Lilan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 202. You are. Xiaolan turned around and saw a tall man who looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. After careful identification, a well-known name popped into her mind, making her eyes widen. Are you? Xiaolan took a deep breath and solemnly uttered the name. Kyo. Kiku. Shin. Kayagaku Makoto, captain of the karate club of Beihu High School, winner of the All Japan Karate Championship, with 400 consecutive wins without a loss, is the youngest and most dazzling talent in Japan's contemporary karate world. Xiaolan suddenly remembered that Kayagaku was born in Aizu. Kayagaku Makoto smiled and said, I watched your match in Tokyo some time ago, you played well. It's really you. Xiaolan stared at Kayagaku Makoto in surprise. This trip to Aizu was really a good choice. Not only did I meet Senior Maeda Satoshi, but now I also meet the youngest legend in the karate world, Kayagaku Makoto. Seeing Xiaolan's excited expression, Conan's face fell again. Ah, another violent person. Ms. Xiaolan, please fight alongside me, Kayagaku Makoto expressed his intention. Fight side by side. Xiaolan tilted her head in confusion. Kayagaku Makoto pointed to the sign at the beach volleyball registration office and said, join me in this volleyball game and win. Eh? Why me? Kayagaku Makoto seemed a little embarrassed and said, to be honest, I actually like playing beach volleyball, but this game requires one man and one woman to participate. And I don't have a female friend who can participate with me. Just when I was worried, I saw Miss Xiaolan in the crowd, but please don't misunderstand, Miss Xiaolan. I just simply want to participate in this game, and I don't have any other intentions. If you don't want to, then forget it. Xiaolan thought about it for a moment and nodded, okay, then let's join together, I also want to exercise. But, Sister Xiaolan. What's wrong, Conan? You have to cheer me up. Conan seemed to want to say something, but Xiaolan smiled and touched his head. Thank you very much, Miss Xiaolan. Kayagaku Makoto said in surprise, and then solemnly thanked Xiaolan. This way, we can kill those two men. We must crush them with overwhelming strength and not let them create any beautiful memories. It's best to meet in the first game. Feeling this strong thought, Lin Ye turned around and was shocked to find that Mr. Kayagaku Makoto had formed a temporary alliance with Xiaolan. When these two people stand together, I always feel that they exude an amazing sense of oppression. At this time, Unz also noticed that Xiaolan was being approached, so she walked over to her, poked her with her elbow, and said with a smile, Xiaolan, not bad. He glanced at Kayagaku Makoto with a grin in front of him and said, I think this guy is quite strong, much better than that pretty boy Kudo, you might as well go out with him in the future. Who is the gigolo? Conan glared at Sonoko. Before Xiaolan could speak, Kayagaku Makoto explained in a panic, Miss, please don't misunderstand me, Xiaolan and I are just friends who participate in this competition together, we are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Lin Ye looked at his dark red face and his evasive eyes when facing Unz, and immediately understood his motives. It turns out that he is interested in the garden. But Sonoko didn't seem to know him. Was it love at first sight? I didn't expect you to be so big, you're surprisingly shy. No, it's really not. Sonoko's verbal teasing made Kayagaku Makoto a little incoherent. Whether it is or not, it doesn't matter. Unz suddenly returned to Lin Ye and hugged his arm. Kayagaku Makoto widened his eyes and watched this scene. The important thing is, since you and Xiaolan are also participating in the competition, you will be the opponents of me and Mr. Lin. Unz hugged Lin Ye's arm tightly, with infinite passion in his eyes. Let's compete on the beach. When Kayagaku Makoto witnessed this scene, his heart began to beat violently like a war drum and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He lowered his head slightly and grinned, okay, I'll do my best. As if frightened by the aura he suddenly exuded, Unz moved closer to Lin Ye. She leaned close to Lin Ye's ear, covered her mouth with her hand, and whispered, "Mr. Lin, this guy seems to have bad intentions, we must do our best." Lin Ye held back his laughter and nodded. To be honest, he found the reaction of the dark-skinned boy in front of him very cute. Even though we haven't spoken yet, he cares so much about his crush. Although he is so tall and strong, he is so innocent. Seeing his jealous look, he couldn't help laughing. At this time, he had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Seeing Lin Ye and Sonoko getting closer, the aura emanating from Kayagaku Makoto became even stronger. The other side of the beach. Maeda Satoshi was walking on the beach with his fiancée. Akiko Sayama held his arm, looked down at the sand under her feet, and thought about something absent-mindedly. The two of them walked quietly on the soft sand. Suddenly, Maeda Satoshi seemed to have some kind of sense and looked in a certain direction. There was a large crowd of people gathered there and it looked very lively. Hearing that a beach volleyball competition was being held here, he wanted to go and take a look, but Mingzi said she wanted some quiet time and didn't want to go to crowded places, so he brought her to this sparsely populated area. But now, he felt a strong pull. It's the breath of the strong. His body began to stir. "Mingzi, let's go over there and take a look." He couldn't help but suggest. He thought Mingzi would refuse, but unexpectedly she nodded slightly. "Well, it's up to you." When he came to the registration office for couple beach volleyball holding Akiko's hand, he instantly spotted Kayagaku Makoto in the crowd. The dark-skinned boy standing there was as dazzling as a firefly in the night, and attracted him deeply. Of course, he had a considerable understanding of this young genius in the karate world. He had also watched his matches. He was fierce yet sophisticated, sharp yet elegant, and decisive. He was the type of player he admired. It's just that there has never been a chance to fight. Akiko didn't like him using violence. His current identity is a researcher at the Institute of Electronic Engineering of Songnin University. But as a former national champion, the desire for competition still flows in his body. His fighting spirit has not been extinguished. When he saw Kayagaku Makoto for the first time, his dormant fighting spirit awakened. Kayagaku Makoto seemed to notice his gaze and turned to look at him. The former national champion and the current national champion's eyes met in the air. Collision. It's him. Kayagaku Makoto immediately recognized this former genius. Like Xiaolan, he also watched Maeda Satoshi's games when he was young, and was deeply shocked and benefited a lot. But later, Maeda Satoshi disappeared from the karate world and became a researcher at the Institute of Electronic Engineering, which made countless karate predecessors sigh with regret. I didn't expect to see him here. Is that his wife? Are they planning to participate in this competition as well? The front desk clerk Satoshi also saw Xiaolan beside Kayagaku Makoto and seemed to understand something. He turned to his wife and said, "Mingzi, this competition seems very interesting, shall we join in and have some fun?" Chapter 203. Come on, Sonoko. Come on, Mr. Lin. At the edge of the court, Xiaolan raised her arms to cheer for the duo who had just entered the court. Yuan Zi, who was wearing a sexy swimsuit, gave her a confident smile, and then said to Lin Ye beside her, "Mr. Lin, let's defeat the other side." Lin Ye nodded and looked at the couple on the other side of the net. The boy opposite had dyed blonde hair and a muscular body. The girlfriend next to him was wearing a swimsuit that was more revealing than Sonoko's. They looked like a very fashionable young couple. After a not-so-intense confrontation, Lin Ye and Yuan Zi won an overwhelming victory with a 10-point lead. The two people on the opposite side are obviously just novices. Yuan Zi was obviously very familiar with this game and was full of momentum. With the cooperation of Lin Ye, he made one passionate smash after another and defeated the two opponents. The other party seemed to be just focusing on participating and was not disappointed by it. Instead, he was a little frightened by Sonoko's enthusiasm. That girl is too excited. The two couldn't help but think so. After the game, Sonoko puffed out her chest and rubbed her nose proudly. The easy victory in the first game gave her great confidence. Then it was Kayagaku Makoto and Xiaolan's turn to appear on stage. This time it was Sonoko's turn to cheer for Xiaolan. "Come on, Xiaolan, let them see how powerful you are." Yuan Zi cheered loudly, attracting surprised looks from nearby tourists, but she didn't care. Her cheering made Kayagaku Makoto blush, but his skin color concealed it well. He first noticed Sonoko when Xiaolan participated in the Tokyo Karate tournament and she was cheering for her friend without paying attention to the people around her. Now he has become the object of encouragement, even though he is just an incidental one, he still feels full of strength. His and Xiaolan's opponents are a pair of mature-looking men and women. "Xiao Jiang, are you confident?" The woman opposite asked her boyfriend. The man with a short haircut smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ellie, I was the captain of the volleyball club when I was in college. It's easy for a high school team to win, I can handle it by myself, just stand by and cheer for me." The volleyball thrown high into the air was hit by a powerful arm. The freely falling ball was instantly endowed with powerful kinetic energy, spinning at high speed, making a piercing whistle, and shooting towards the opposite area of the court. The short-haired guy was still in a daze when the ball had already landed, stirring up a lot of sand like a cannonball. He stared blankly at the dark-skinned male high school student opposite him, and a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. If that ball had hit my hand, my arm would have been broken, right? The final result of the game was a shutout. The man had no courage and no chance to catch the ball. Maeda Satoshi looked at Kayagaku Makoto on the field and a smile appeared on his face. "Very good, you did not disappoint me. You're so strong, Kayagaku-senpai Makoto." Xiaolan had no room to play at all and won the game without even touching the ball. Kayagaku Makoto nodded, "After all sports are for better control of your body, karate is one, beach volleyball is one, Xiaolan, treat this game as karate training, let's win the championship together." "Yes, Kayagaku Makoto-senpai." Kayagaku Makoto turned his head and looked at Lin Ye with fiery eyes. "I really hope to meet them sooner." Through the previous match, Lin Ye has already seen the explosive power hidden in Kayagaku Makoto. At this moment, I was locked in his fighting gaze and instantly felt invisible pressure. Sonoko also realized that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, and she became a little nervous. She began to think about whether she should ask the staff to decide on a special consolation prize. Afterwards, Lin Ye watched the match between Maeda Satoshi and his fiancée Sayama Akiko. The two cooperated well and won the victory easily. Kayagaku Makoto, who was also a spectator, kept staring at Maeda Satoshi. He could see that this senior was not serious at all. However, he believed that as long as the opponent faced him, he would definitely show his true strength. The three parties did not meet on the first day of competition. After nightfall, the open-air restaurant on the third floor of the Princess Hotel. The 10 people who participated in the mysterious journey of Aizu gathered together, guessing and testing each other, trying to find out the hidden identity of the organizer of the event, Dark Knight Baron. Lin Ye had long known that the Dark Knight Baron's real identity was Maeda Satoshi's fiancée, so he was not very motivated, which aroused suspicion from other members. The meeting did not last long and ended in an unfriendly atmosphere. It is worth mentioning that in order to implement her plan, Akiko Sayama had a big fight with Satoshi Maeda on the pretext of jealousy. Lin Ye laughed in his heart when he saw this. When I returned to the room, I saw Maeda Satoshi being kicked out of the room by his fiancée. Maeda Satoshi, who looked a little sad, asked Xiaolan to go to the observation deck on the top floor to watch the stars together. Conan, who was very concerned, naturally followed them. Lin Ye temporarily got rid of the enthusiastic Yuenzi on the pretext of going back to his room to take a shower. Then he came to the door of Akiko Sayama's room and knocked gently. After waiting for a while, the door was opened. Miss Akiko Sayama, wearing a sexy off-shoulder dress, appeared behind the door. When she saw Lin Ye, she was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" Lin Ye glanced into the room behind her. "Lao Wang is in the room." An unhappy voice came. "How dare you, you little brat, interrupt my good deeds." It was the creepy uncle Ihara Tokino who tried to touch Xiaolan's but in the lobby before. He was seduced into this room by a married woman, unaware that the scythe of death was already at his neck. Akiko Sayama blocked Lin Ye's sight with her body, frowned, and asked again, "Mr. Lin, is there anything wrong?" Lin Ye smiled and said, "Ms. Mingzi, you are actually the Baron of Dark Knight, right?" "Varied?" A trace of panic flashed across Akiko Sayama's face, but she quickly calmed down. "What are you talking about?" Lin Ye glanced behind her and continued, "Miss Mingzi, if it's convenient, can we go to the bar on the second floor to chat? I don't have time for your nonsense." Lin Ye sighed and said those words very reluctantly. "Ms. Akiko, you don't want Mr. Maeda to know that you have invited other men to the room, right?" Sayama Akiko was stunned. Lin Ye didn't say anything more and turned to leave. He wanted to go to the Emerald Bar on the second floor. As for Akiko Sayama, she will come. After Lin Ye left, Akiko Sayama stood at the door in a daze. A hand suddenly rested on her smooth shoulder. "Ms. Mingzi, didn't you say you were going to show me something good? You can't run away with that man." Snapped. Akiko Sayama turned around and slapped Jiang Yuan hard in the face, staring at him with hatred and murderous eyes. Jiang Yuan covered his face, his lustful heart was blown away, and he showed a horrified expression. This woman's gaze is so scary, it feels like she wants to kill someone. Alas, why are women so fickle? He is seducing you 1 second and looks like he wants to kill you the next. Very scary. Chapter 204. Walking into the narrow door, there were not many customers in the store and relaxing music was playing. The lighting is bright but not glaring, and the decor feels very stylish and upscale. This is the Emerald Bar, located on the second floor of the Princess Hotel. Lin Ye sat down at the bar. The slightly plump, round-faced bartender immediately asked, "What would you like to drink?" Lin Ye did not immediately say what he wanted to drink, but asked, "Why is this place called Emerald?" The fat bartender smiled and said, "It comes from the name of a drink, the Emerald Manhattan." Lin Ye nodded, 2 cups. "Okay, please wait a moment." The fat bartender began to prepare the wine and utensils. Lin Ye observed his movements as if he was enjoying some kind of performance. Before the bartender served the drinks, someone sat down next to him. He knew who it was without looking back, so he kept his eyes on the bartender's movements. This colleague's movements were very skillful and confident, and he seemed to be very experienced. Being able to work in the bar of such a high-end hotel, the technical level must be good. "How did you find out?" A woman's cold voice came from the seat next to her. Lin Ye still didn't turn around, and asked calmly, "Miss Mingzi and Mr. Jiang Yuan have a grudge?" "What? How did he know? Did he secretly investigate me?" Lin Ye was still staring at the bartender's hands, but he could imagine Sayama Akiko's surprised expression at this moment. Akiko Sayama did not answer his question. In the silence, the fat bartender pushed 2 finished glasses of wine in front of the 2 of them. "Emerald Manhattan, please." Lin Ye picked up the wine glass and took a sip. It is based on Irish whiskey, with mint liqueur and bitters added to give it a unique taste. Akiko Sayama still sat uneasily in her chair, without touching her wine glass. "Ms. Mingzi, don't you want to drink?" Lin Ye asked in a relaxed tone, as if chatting with an old friend. Akiko Sayama looked at him, took a deep breath, picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and put it down. "Have you investigated me?" Lin Ye raised his glass and stared at the wine in it. "Ms. Akiko, you are going to marry Mr. Maeda soon, right?" Yes, the jumping topic made Akiko Sayama a little confused. "Do you love Mr. Maeda?" "If I didn't love him, I wouldn't be engaged to him." "Then why did you ask another man into the room?" "I want to kill him to avenge my brother." It turned out to be revenge for his brother. After some indirect attempts and with the help of Sayama Akiko's thoughts, Lin Ye finally figured out the whole story. It turns out that Jiang Yuan was a computer hacker. 3 years ago, he cracked the software developed by Sayama's brother's company, causing Sayama's brother to jump off the building and commit suicide. This time, Akiko Sayama used the legendary computer virus as bait to lure Jiang Yuan here in order to kill him and avenge her brother. If he had not interfered, Jiang Yuan would have been stabbed into the bronze statue in the open-air restaurant on the 3rd floor. Although what Mr. Jiang Yuan did was indeed unethical, the crime he committed was only an economic crime. It cannot be said that the death of Brother Sayama had nothing to do with him, but in the end it was Brother Sayama himself who decided to give up his own life. What Sayama Akiko did was real murder. The relationship between the siblings must be very good as they are willing to avenge their brother even at the risk of their own lives and happiness. Lin Ye could understand Sayama Akiko's motives, but he could not agree with them. "Miss Mingzi," Lin Ye suddenly called. "What?" "I should be considered the winner of this mysterious journey. You guessed my identity, according to the rules of the event, you are the winner." Lin Ye smiled and said, "Then I'll take care of the remaining half of the accommodation fee." According to the rules of the event, the accommodation fees for the 10 people participating in the event were only half paid in advance, and only those who found out the true identity of the Dark Knight Baron could stay there completely for free. "Yes, I will pay for it. Also, I hope you can think more about your future life with Mr. Maeda, and not dwell on the hatred of the past. I miss your brother, and I hope you can live a good life." Akiko Sayama was silent for a while, then stood up and left quietly. Lin Ye knew that his words would not make her let go of her hatred easily, but she probably would not do anything stupid again. Let her husband let her let go of her hatred. Soon, her husband sat in the seat next to her. Lin Ye noticed it when Maeda Satoshi entered the store. Akiko Sayama was in a state of anxiety and did not notice Satoshi Maeda sitting in the corner when she left. "What did Mr. Lin and Akiko talk about?" Maeda Satoshi asked in a deep voice. Lin Ye turned his head to look at him, only to see that Maeda Satoshi had a serious face with suspicion and hostility flashing in his eyes. It's no wonder. Anyone who sees his fiancée drinking with a man he just met in a bar would not look very happy. Lin Ye smiled and asked, "Didn't Mr. Maeda and Xiaolan go to the rooftop observatory to watch the stars?" Maeda Satoshi's expression was a little embarrassed for a moment. Ahem, in my eyes, Xiaolan is just a little sister, and Conan is here. When he thought of Conan's expression when he looked at him, Mayada Satoshi couldn't help but feel that children nowadays are becoming more and more precocious. Ms. Sayama and I were just chatting casually. Mayada Satoshi didn't sit there for long before he left with a concerned look on his face. He had a lot of questions to ask his fiancée. Lin Ye did not feel lonely for too long. Soon another strong man came to accompany him, and he was younger than Mayada Satoshi. I want a glass of orange juice. Kyogaku Makoto sat up straight in the seat to Lin Ye's left and ordered a glass of juice. This guy has a girl as outstanding as Miss Sonoko by his side, why would he date someone else's fiancée? Ah Zhen's voice didn't sound very friendly. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. This guy is so cute. Just as he observed Kyogaku Makoto out of the corner of his eye, this scene suddenly appeared in his mind. A couple in strange clothes put a baby into a circular aircraft. The aircraft took off and rushed into the universe under the reluctant eyes of the couple. Hey, what is this? Then the screen changed. The spacecraft landed on the blue planet and the baby was picked up by a young couple. The baby grew up and became Kyogaku Makoto. Kyogaku Makoto, wearing a white martial arts uniform, was kicking a marble pillar that was so big that two people could hug it, barefoot. The innocent marble column could not bear the humiliation and broke on the spot. Lin Ye almost spit out the wine in his mouth. The picture changes again. Not the present Kyogaku Makoto, but the future Kyogaku Makoto, who looks more mature, probably 10 years older than he is now. The adult Kyogaku Makoto, still wearing a white martial arts uniform but looking more like a master, is confronting an unknown white creature. The creature was about 1.5 meters tall, had a long tail, and a small face that looked very evil. You are pretty good, come and be my subordinate, hee hee. Cough, cough, cough. This time Lin Ye was really choked and started coughing. Hey, what is this unfolding? The world of science cannot reach the timeline 10 years later, so this scene is impossible to appear. Chapter 205. Hot Sun and Beach. On both sides of the more than 2-meter-high net, there stands a strong, dark body. Mayada Satoshi was wearing a pair of white shorts, with his muscular upper body exposed. Broad shoulders, smooth muscle lines, and dark skin that reflects a metallic luster in the sun. Kyogaku Makoto was wearing a pair of black shorts. His skin color was darker than Mayada Satoshi's, and his sturdy body was just as strong. The two men were of similar build and skin color, but had subtly different temperaments. Mayada Satoshi's 30-year-old body is full of the flavor of being tempered by thousands of times, like a well-honed ancient sword, introverted, deep, and unfathomable. Kyogaku Makoto's body, which had just turned 18, was full of youthful vigor. Like a red sword embryo just taken out of a furnace, full of amazing heat and containing infinite possibilities. He can continue to grow. One was the national champion 6 years ago. Although he has faded out of the karate world, judging from his physical condition, his practice has never stopped and he may have entered a new realm. The other is the current national champion, a talented junior with a 400-game winning streak and an undefeated record, whose body and skills are still growing. The two people's eyes passed through the net and met in the air, and the wind on the beach seemed to stop. The tourists gathered near the stadium all felt an invisible pressure and there was silence. As for Xiaolan and Sayama Akiko, who were standing behind the two men, they were completely ignored in the confrontation between the two. Mr. Lin, who do you think will win? Outside the court, Yuan Zi, wearing a sexy swimsuit, approached Lin Ye nervously and asked in a low voice. She originally wanted to cheer for Xiaolan and Kyogaku Makoto, but the atmosphere at the scene made her nervous and she couldn't shout. Lin Ye looked at the two people who were confronting each other and shook his head. Hard to say. Yuan Zi was a little depressed. It was just a match arranged temporarily, why did it attract two such terrifying guys? A sharp whistle sounded. The first to serve was Mayada Satoshi. He took the ball, walked to the corner behind the baseline and stood there, then threw the ball high in his hand, jumped up and raised his right arm. The moment the base of his palm hit the volleyball, there was a dull bang, like a cannonball leaving a gun. The hit volleyball spun at high speed, constantly changing its shape in the air, and rushed towards the blind spot in the opposite area with a tricky route and a momentum of death. But a dark figure appeared there incredibly quickly. Bang! The volleyball, moving at high speed, changed its course and flew high into the sky. Then, as it fell, it was hit by Kyogaku Makoto's palm and bounced back in a straight line. Mayada Satoshi hit the ball back again, and the two of them went back and forth. For a while, there was a constant sound on the court, and the two agile figures left a trail of afterimages on the court. But the amazing thing is that both players' balls avoided the other player on the other court. Xiaolan and Sayama Akiko both stood at the edge of the venue and became spectators. Before going on stage, Maeda Satoshi told his fiancée to stand in the corner once the match started. Although Kayagaku Makoto did not give any specific instructions to Xiaolan, Xiaolan's skills were enough to protect herself in this game. Xiaolan also noticed that the two were competing, so she chose to watch. This beach volleyball game has completely become an arena between two men. Speed, strength, reaction, endurance, flexibility. This is not just a beach volleyball game, but a peak confrontation of skills and strength between two karate masters using volleyball as a carrier. The tourists who were watching the game were all stunned. For a moment, the only sounds on the beach were the two men's powerful shouts and the sound of the volleyball being hit by their palms. In the blink of an eye, the volleyball had collided dozens of times between the two people's palms, but there was still no sign of it falling to the ground. The two men's defense was impenetrable, like two walls, and the poor volleyball kept flying back and forth between them. Bang! There was a deafening explosion. Kayagaku Makoto frowned, kept his right hand in the pawn knife position, and looked down at the remains of the volleyball that fell on the ground. This volleyball has exploded from the inside and can no longer be used. Well, you are too fragile. It's not that it's fragile, but that you don't have enough control over your strength. Maeda Satoshi's voice came from the other side. Kayagaku Makoto looked at his palm, quickly recalled the last blow in his mind, and seemed to have realized something. Indeed, the way I applied force in the last move was wrong, let's try again. Kayagaku Makoto bent down, picked up the volleyball debris on the ground and threw it out of the court. The staff outside the stadium threw a new ball in as if in a dream, and then immediately hid far away. The crowd also reacted and retreated several meters, as if they were pushed away by an invisible force, and the court suddenly became wider. The staff member in charge of scoring was sweating as he flipped the scoreboard on Maeda Satoshi's side. The ball exploded on Kayagaku Makoto's side and then landed on the ground, so Maeda Satoshi scored the first point. Kayagaku Makoto walked to the baseline and hit a high-speed straight ball. Maeda Satoshi's counterattack injected a changing trajectory into the ball. The violent collision sounded again. Uenzi, who was sitting off the field, swallowed his saliva and looked at the afterimages flying around on the field, feeling his eyes go dark. If I were hit by a ball like that, it would definitely kill me. I can't win, no matter which one I play. Damn it, Mr. Lin and I's trip to Hawaii for two is ruined. She turned to look at Lin Ye and found that he was watching the game on the field with slightly excited eyes. Hey, isn't Mr. Lin afraid? The corners of Lin Ye's mouth rose slightly. Seeing the passionate confrontation between the two, all he felt was excitement. What a strong body, what a fierce confrontation. Come on. Let me see your limits. The confrontation between the two on the field continues. The second ball still ended with the ball exploding at the expense of the opponent. But this time, the remains of the sphere fell on Maeda Satoshi's side. The ball exploded when it flew over the net, and the debris fell to Maeda Satoshi's side due to inertia. Maeda Satoshi did not touch the ball. Maeda Satoshi's eyes lit up as he looked at the broken ball that fell under the net. Outsiders may not be able to see it, but he clearly remembers that the first ball exploded in the 61st inning. The second ball also exploded at the 61st strike, but a little later than the previous one. The previous ball exploded at the moment Kayagaku Makoto hit the ball, but this ball exploded after he hit the ball and the volleyball flew over the net. In other words, the timing of the ball exploding was within the opponent's calculation. He learned from the previous goal and controlled the strength. He raised his head and looked at Kayagaku Makoto with increasingly scorching eyes. Good boy, you are indeed a genius. Your growth rate is amazing. Let me see how far you can grow. Kayagaku Makoto looked back at him with the same fiery eyes, a hint of excited smile on his lips. Finally, my dream opponent has appeared. Let me see your limit, senior. Chapter 206. This time it exploded right next to Kayagaku Makoto. The current score is 10-9, and Maeda Satoshi is temporarily leading by 1 point. So far, the two have shot 19 volleyballs. Both of them were completely into the state, their bodies like cast iron were covered with sweat of passion. Kayagaku Makoto felt the blood roaring in his body. Come again. However, this time, no ball was thrown into the field. Sorry, there are no more balls. A weak voice came from the edge of the field. What? Kayagaku Makoto turned around suddenly. He had already entered the state and forgot to restrain his momentum. The staff at the edge of the venue were startled suddenly, as if pushed by a strong force, and sat down on the sand. Kayagaku Makoto turned around, took a deep breath, and restrained his momentum. Maeda-senpai, you win. Maeda Satoshi shook his head, if we continue like this, the outcome is still unknown. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat, there is no excuse, I don't have enough control over my power, I need to continue practicing. The two men stared into each other's eyes, walked to the net at the same time, and clasped their right hands together. Through their tightly clasped hands, both of them felt each other's strong heartbeats at the same time. Given time, you will surely reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Mayata-senpai. Ajin. Senior. Come on. Okay. In the sunshine, two dark faces were filled with warm and hearty smiles. A passionate beach volleyball game ended with these hearty smiles. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ye finished taking a shower and lay on the bed watching TV. Conan is taking a bath. Then the doorbell rang. Lin Ye walked over to open the door, and was stunned when he saw the person who appeared at the door. Standing at the door was Sonoko, who had changed her hairstyle. She took off her headband, and her short hair fell naturally to her snow-white shoulders, which made Lin Ye feel stunned. And looking at this face, he suddenly remembered Mayano Akemi's sister, the girl codenamed Shirley. Like, so similar. Wow, Xiaolan's suggestion is right. Mr. Lin likes this hairstyle. He is staring at me. A passionate voice came, instantly breaking the illusion in front of Lin Ye. The garden is still beautiful, but its quiet and elegant temperament is gone in an instant. Ahem, Sonoko, it's so late, what's the matter? Yuanzi lowered her head slightly and said with a blushing face, Mr. Lin, I want to go for a walk on the beach, but it's too dark at night, so, this and that. Lin Ye thought about it. Well, it's time to confront her. So he nodded and smiled, okay, I want to go to the beach too. Then let's go now. Yuanzi grabbed Lin Ye's arm. At night, at the seaside, on the beach, holding hands, and then making love in the sound of the waves, so romantic, I must win Mr. Lin tonight. At this time, Conan came out of the bathroom after taking a shower and was stunned when he saw the two people at the door. Hey, who is this beautiful big sister? You little boy, you can be quite sweet-mouthed sometimes, Yuanzi approached Lin Ye and smiled kindly. Ah, you are Sonoko, sister. Conan recognized Sonoko and asked in surprise. It was the first time he saw Sonoko without her headband. Is this really a garden? Seeing Conan's surprised expression, Sonoko was even more proud. This kid is completely fascinated by me. It seems that this hairstyle suits me better. I'll keep it like this from now on. Conan, Mr. Lin and I are going out for a walk, you should go to bed early and don't run around. Conan was even more surprised when he heard Sonoko's gentle advice. Is this something Sonoko would say? She actually has such a gentle side. She must be pretending. Ignoring the stunned Conan, Sonoko took Lin Ye's arm and left. On the beach at night, the cool sea breeze brings the sound of waves. Yuanzi's mood was as turbulent as the waves. There are many people walking out at night, mostly couples. Before they knew it, they had wandered to a deserted place. Yuanzi finally prepared herself mentally and stopped. Mr. Lin. Lin Ye stared at the girl in front of him with a calm look. He knew what she was going to say, and he was ready with the words. Yuanzi raised his head, looked straight into Lin Ye's eyes, and took a deep breath. Just then, there was a crackling sound nearby, accompanied by a man's short and powerful shout. Huh? Is there someone there? Go and have a look. Ah. The two men followed the sound, which became clearer and more intense. Finally, they saw it. Under the bright moonlight, two figures intersected and collided on the coast. It's those two guys, Sonoko whispered. The ones fighting on the beach are Mayada Satoshi and Kayagaku Makoto. The two finally couldn't hold back their desire to fight, and agreed to compete on the beach at night. At this time, the beach where the two men fought had become a mess, as if it had been trampled by 100 mad cows. Wow, that's too violent, Sonoko couldn't help but be amazed when she saw the two fighting. Turning around, he found that Lin Ye was watching with great interest, so he gave up the idea of pulling him away and watched the fight between the two with him. Half an hour later. The swift and devastating battle came to a halt, but the sound of waves on the sea remained. Two strong bodies fell on the beach one after another, breathing heavily. Kayagaku Makoto looked at the brilliant starry sky and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Senior, this was a really exciting battle. Mayada Satoshi also laughed and said, I haven't felt so happy in a long time. Why did you quit karate, senior? After a brief silence, Mayada Satoshi's voice rang out. Karate was once my lover, but later, I met someone I loved more. Is it Ms. Sayama Akiko? Mayada Satoshi stared at the night sky, the path of a warrior is lonely. To pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, one must make choices. A warrior who pursues the limit will inevitably neglect his family. If he has to take care of his family, he cannot devote himself to the pursuit of the limit of martial arts. Seniors chose family. Yes, I want to give Mingzi a home, for her, I can give up karate. It's a pity. This is my choice, Zhen, one day, you will face the same choice. There was a brief silence. Senior, what do you want me to choose? Mayada Satoshi said, Zhen, your talent is better than mine, if you pursue martial arts with all your heart, you will definitely become the best in the world. But in the end, it's still you who makes the decision, just listen to your own heart and figure out what's most important. Kyogaku Makoto closed his eyes and Sanoko's face flashed through his mind. Woman? Love? Or is it martial arts? Chapter 207. Kyogaku Makoto suddenly opened his eyes, and the sky full of stars was reflected in his eyes. A surge of strength suddenly surged in his exhausted body, causing him to leap up from the ground. Mayada Satoshi felt his momentum and smiled, it seems that you have made your choice. Kyogaku Makoto clenched his fists and looked up at the starry sky. I want to be number one in the world. Mayada Satoshi looked at the figure of this talented junior and smiled with satisfaction. Zhen, when you become the world's number one, come and fight me again, let me see the pinnacle of martial arts. Okay. Under the starry sky, the two made a promise to fight again in 10 years. Lin Ye and Yuenzi, who were not far away, left quietly. Two battle maniacs, I really don't understand what they are thinking, Sonoko said in confusion. If my boyfriend is a violent person who only knows how to fight all day, or a mystery geek who can't walk when he sees a case, I definitely can't stand it. She glanced at Lin Ye beside her. An elegant man like Mr. Lin is more suitable for me. But let's wait a little longer before confessing. After being interrupted, the courage she had finally gathered was blown away by the wind. So she decided to fight another day. Lin Ye could only pretend that nothing had happened. He and Yuenzi strolled along the beach for a while and then returned to the hotel together. When he returned to the room, Conan was lying on the bed watching TV. Seeing him come in, Conan showed a mysterious smile and the detective's brain started working. A man and a woman are alone, walking on the beach at night. Did anything happen between them? He looked at Lin Ye with a scrutinizing gaze, trying to find clues from him, paying special attention to his lips and neck. The lips are of normal color, it seems they didn't kiss. There is no hickey on the neck, and the shirt is buttoned up, just like when he left. His eyes continued to move downward. Well, there is nothing wrong with the waistband, the crotch is dry and there is no wet mark, and the belt is tied the same way as when I left. It seems that I have never taken off my pants. Lin Ye's mouth froze. What impure things is this lecherous detective thinking about? He walked over and knocked Conan on the big head. Hey, what are you doing? Conan didn't expect him to suddenly hit his head and said dissatisfiedly. Lin Ye bent down and rubbed his head with a smile, it's so late and you're still not asleep, be careful not to grow taller. I need your help. As long as I find the antidote, I will be able to grow taller immediately for you to see. Conan complained in his heart unhappily, but of course he could only utter, and then fell asleep. Looking at Conan lying on the bed, Lin Ye suddenly had this scene in front of his eyes. Conan was lying on a bed, his brows furrowed, looking very painful. Then with a loud cry of, Conan's young body suddenly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye he evolved from an elementary school student into a high school student. This is too unscientific. But it seems that he has successfully changed back. Has the antidote been found? Uncle, why are you staring at me? Conan sat up from the bed again, staring at Lin Ye speechlessly with a pair of salty fish eyes. Could this uncle have any strange habits? Does he want to sleep with me? Conan suddenly became afraid. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed very strange. There is no shortage of beautiful women around this man. Whether it is the two busty waitresses in Poirot's bar or the sexy female customers who show obvious affection for him, he is unmoved. And tonight, Sonoko dressed so beautifully, was so enthusiastic and proactive towards him, and asked him to go to the beach together, but he actually came back intact. This is so weird. Could it be that he doesn't like women at all? What is this kid thinking about again? My orientation is normal. But, scare him. Lin Ye curled his lips, stared at Conan and said, Conan, do you want to sleep in the same bed with your uncle? There's something wrong with this guy. Conan's pupils shrank, and he laughed awkwardly, we don't need it. Lin Ye smiled kindly and said, Uncle can help you scratch your back, it's very comfortable. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and grasped the air twice. Really? Uncle, I want to sleep. Conan fell on the bed and covered himself with the quilt. If he dares to pull back the blanket, I'll shoot him with the anesthetic needle. Conan's alert voice came from under the quilt. Lin Ye grinned. He didn't want to take the anesthetic injection. So he stopped teasing Conan and lay down on his bed. On the other side, in Sonoko and Xiaolan's room. How is it, Sonoko, did you succeed? Xiaolan asked as soon as Sonoko entered the house. Sonoko shook his head. Failed. Sonoko still shook his head. Success. Yuanzi still shook his head. What on earth do you mean? Tell me quickly. Yuanzi avoided her gaze and whispered, actually, I didn't say it. Huh? Xiaolan asked in surprise. Weren't you so full of energy before you set out? Why are you backing down at the last minute? I'm just shy. Sonoko said blushing. Shy? Xiaolan looked at Sonoko with wide eyes, as if she was meeting her for the first time. That's not like you at all, Sonoko. Yuanzi muttered, because Mr. Lin is different from others, if I am rejected by him, I will be sad for a long time, so I'd better be cautious, cultivate the relationship and wait until the time is right, then strike a decisive blow. Xiaolan blinked and looked at Sonoko, who had a serious expression on her face. At this moment, she finally realized that her good friend, with whom she grew up, was serious about it. Actually, I was about to say it, but at that time. Sonoko talked about the time she saw Kayagaku Makoto and Mayada Satoshi competing on the beach. Ah! Xiaolan yelled. The competition between Mayada-senpai and Kayagaku Makoto-senpai. If I had known, I would have followed you. Oh my god, I actually missed the competition between the two champion seniors. Xiaolan's face was filled with pity, and she grabbed Sonoko's shoulders. Tell me quickly, who won in the end? Yuanzi scratched his head. Well, it was too dark, and those two people were dark-skinned. To be honest, I couldn't see clearly who was who. Ah, why is this? Xiaolan fell weakly on the bed. But you can ask Mr. Lin, he should see it more clearly than me. Xiaolan jumped up from the bed again and ran to the door. I'll ask now. Hey, it's already so late, why don't you ask tomorrow? No, if I don't figure it out, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Xiaolan rushed out of the room without looking back. The next day, the unfinished beach volleyball game continued. The Princess Hotel has prepared plenty of volleyballs. But after seeing yesterday's match, no one dared to compete with Mayada Satoshi and his wife. As a result, Mayada Satoshi and his wife won the championship directly and qualified for a two-person trip to Hawaii. Then came that evening. All members who participated in the Aizu Mysterious Tour received an email. In the email, Akiko Sayama confessed that she was the organizer of the event, and said that the legendary virus, Dark Knight Baron, did not exist, and apologized to everyone. Except for Lin Ye and his group, the rest were guys who were very interested in computers and programs, and they were naturally angry about this. Especially Jiang Yuan Shernan, who came for the virus, cursed in public. But what he didn't know was that he had already brushed shoulders with death. Chapter 208. For the rights of the islanders, please support Shimizu Masato. The horn of a propaganda vehicle sounded outside the window. Really? It started so early in the morning. Ase Narimi, who was eating breakfast, shook his head. The island is currently electing the next village chief, and the propaganda vehicles have been making a lot of noise since morning. But if Mr. Shimizu is elected as the village chief, it will be much better than that scumbag. After finishing breakfast and clearing away the dishes, Ase Narumi prepared to go out to work at the only clinic on the island. Hey, this is it. After opening the door, Ase Narumi found a file bag on the steps outside the door. She bent down and picked up the briefcase, which contained a thick stack of documents and felt heavy. The following words were written on the surface of the document bag: when I sent someone to investigate the island, I found something interesting, which I would like to share with you. Seeing this line of words, Cheng Shi was slightly stunned. The mysterious man who promised to help her with revenge used the code name P when he contacted her via email. When it comes to P, the first thing that comes to her mind is piano. Does this person also like piano? What would be something interesting? With doubts in his mind, Ase Narumi opened the file bag. Inside was a stack of sheet music. The sheet music looked very old, as if it had been stored for many years. When he saw what was written on the music score, his eyes widened instantly, and a melody with a hidden code rang in his mind. Chengshi, my son. When you see this message, Dad is gone. Dad made the wrong friends, one wrong thought led him down a path of no return, leading to the bitter consequences of today. Chengshi. You are alone, so you must live well. Don't seek revenge, there is no happiness in a life filled with hatred. Dad hopes you have a happy life. My beloved father, KG Aso. Ma Qingshi stood at the door blankly, holding the sheet music. The cold wind blew through the streets, tears fell silently, wetting the old music scores. Boom boom boom. The scandal inside the popular band Rex is revealed. Guitarist Mieko Shibasaki allegedly confessed her love to lead singer Tatsuya Kimura but was rejected. Kimura Tatsuya is having an affair with his beautiful manager. It was revealed that her manager Mari Terahara had plastic surgery, she actually looks like this. Rex's new song, I Want to Convey This to You Without Makeup, is a big hit. The agent denied the rumor that the band had disbanded, saying that Rex would continue to be active. Suzuki Group acquires Rex Band's management company. Suzuki? Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly and he stared at the word Suzuki on the newspaper for a while. Suzuki is the second largest surname in Japan. It comes from an ancient sacrificial ritual tool and means sacred wood. Lin Ye shook his head and turned to the next page of the newspaper. This page is social news. Cyber hackers cannot escape the law, justice may be delayed but it will come. Computer programmer Jiang Yuan XX pseudonym is ostensibly an employee of a computer company. But in private he is actually a computer hacker. He is suspected of economic crimes and is currently facing charges from multiple companies. He has been taken into custody by the police. Are you happy traveling to the beach with high school girls, uncle? Lin Ye put down the newspaper and looked up. The two female college students who appeared in front of the bar were Kusaka Omi and Aragaki Keiho, who were working part-time in the store. Judging from their appearance, they were two very cute female college students. Cute looks and great figure. It's just that in terms of personality it's a little unique. This lecherous uncle actually left us and went on a trip to the beach with a cute high school girl. I poke, I poke, I poke, I poke, I poke, I poke. Kusaka Omi was smiling, but in her mind she was sentencing Lin Ye to death. Aragaki Keiho stood nearby, looking somewhat unhappy. I don't care at all, I don't care at all, I don't care, ugh, damn it. Lin Ye could only pretend he didn't hear it and laughed, you guys are here. Kusaka Omi blinked mischievously, with a smile on her face, Uncle, you haven't answered my question yet, did you enjoy your trip to the beach with the high school girls? Do you guys want to go too? Let's go to the beach for team building when we have time. Hey, Uncle, do you want to see us in swimsuits? Kusaka Omi slightly puffed out her chest, as if she was deliberately seducing. Lin Ye looked straight ahead and smiled like a Buddha. If he's an uncle, then fine, I'll let you watch as much as you want, Xia-fan, you think so too, right? Aragaki Keiho blushed and said stubbornly, who wants to go to the beach with such a lecherous uncle? Me. Where is the lustful look? Lin Ye looked at Xia-fan with pure and sincere eyes. But didn't you buy a very sexy swimsuit? If an uncle saw it, he would definitely be dazzled. Why show it to him? Aragaki Keiho glared at Lin Ye with a red face, then ran into the lounge to change clothes. Kusaka Omi smiled and winked at Lin Ye, it's really sexy. Lin Ye smiled and nodded, feeling calm inside. Kusaka looked at his face and sighed in disappointment. Uncle, you should be more excited. After saying that, he walked towards the lounge. The next time the full moon comes, a dark shadow will cover Moon Shadow Island, and the darkness will devour the shadows on the island. What does this mean, really? In front of the bar, the half-drunk Kagoro Mori complained and gulped down another big gulp of beer. Lin Ye's heart moved. Moon Shadow Island? Could it be that Miss Qingshi is about to start her revenge plan? So he smiled and said, Mr. Maori, you seem to have encountered some trouble. Yes, I received a strange letter this afternoon. The content of the letter was made up of words cut from newspapers and pasted together. It was the sentence I just said. It was totally incomprehensible. Kagoro Mori burped and complained. Clients nowadays are getting more and more weird. If you have a commission, just tell them directly, why make it so mysterious? Really, Maori took another sip of wine, as if to quench his dissatisfaction. Conan sat next to Maori with a serious expression, thinking. The full moon night will come in 2 days. What will happen on the island that night? The dark shadow, swallowing the shadow, is this a warning of a crime? But why did you specifically ask your uncle to investigate on the island? Because Miss Qingshi hopes someone will stop her from killing people. Lin Ye sighed in his heart. By the way, Uncle Lin, I remember there was a customer in the store who was a doctor on Moon Shadow Island, right? Conan suddenly asked. Yeah, Lin Ye nodded lightly. I remember that sister's name seemed to be Ase Chingmi. Since she is a doctor, she must be very familiar with the situation on the island. Conan, what do you want to do? Lin Ye glanced at Conan. He didn't want Conan to stop Miss Chingshire's revenge. I want to ask her for information about the island, maybe I can get some clues. Chapter 209. Conan was hit on the head and cried out with his hands covering his head. Maori Kagoro clenched his fist. I'm asking you for your help, I won't accept such a ridiculous commission. But. Okay. Kagoro Mori raised his fist again. Conan had no choice but to shut up. A detective must know how to be patient. Lin Ye watched this scene with a smile on his face. Very good, just don't go. Ding, ding ding. A customer pushed the door and entered the store. Mr. Lin, long time no see, I'm here again, Asechimi said with a playful smile as he entered the store. Today is Saturday night and she returns to Tokyo as usual. Even though he already knew her background, Lin Ye still felt amazed every time he saw the smile on Miss Chingshire's face. Only men know what kind of women men like most. Miss Chingshire demonstrated this profoundly with her gorgeous cross-dressing. Lin Ye responded with a smile, Miss Chingshire, what would you like to drink today? Ase Narumi sat down next to Conan, tilting his head as if thinking, looking very cute. Kagoro Mori couldn't help but glance over here. I want wine related to the moon, Chingshire said with a smile. A wine related to the moon. I see. Soon, Lin Ye finished a glass of clear and transparent wine and gently pushed it in front of Asechimi. Miss Chingshire, moon dance, please. Moon dance. What a beautiful name. Ase Narumi picked up the cold wine glass and looked at the wine in it curiously. The drink is named after the 1970 album of the same name, Moondance, by the Northern Irish singer Van Morrison. Oh, I remember now, it was a very popular album, said Ase Narumi. Yes, after the release of this album, it achieved double success in both critical and commercial circles, helping Van Morrison establish his position in the pop music scene, Lin Ye introduced. And in 2013, the album was released in a remastered deluxe edition. As one of the most popular albums of all time, Moondance regularly tops the album charts and is a huge hit on FM radio. The bartender who created the Moondance cocktail may have been inspired by the album when he was listening to it. That Van Morrison, he seems to be still active in the music scene, Kagoro Mori joined the topic. Yes, Mr. Van is a very prolific music creator. Since the release of his first album in 1967, he has released new albums almost every 1 or 2 years. In fact, before Lin Ye came to this world, Van Morrison in his world was still releasing a new album. That was already the 21s. Mr. Van has been composing and singing all his life. Such a long and strong creative career is truly admirable. Conan held his chin, sitting nearby with a melancholy look on his face, listening to the three people chatting. We actually started talking about music. He wanted to get information about Tsukikage Island from Ase Narumi, but he was completely unable to join the conversation at this time. If I try to change the subject forcibly, Uncle Maori will surely punch me again. He had no choice but to sit by and listen, waiting for his opportunity. Ase Narumi drank Moon Dance and gradually fell silent. Father, I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't forgive those guys. Whenever I think of my mother and sister's faces, my heart feels like it's being torn apart. I won't avenge you, I will avenge my mother and sister. As long as those guys are still alive, I will never be happy. Only after I finish this can I start pursuing my own life. Feeling the sadness and determination in Ase Narumi's heart, Lin Ye sighed slightly. Go, Miss Chingshire, and execute your justice. But please come back alive. At this time, Conan asked, Sister Chingshire, you are a doctor on Moon Shadow Island, right? Yeah, what's wrong, Conan? Ase Narumi came back to his senses and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then sister, you must be very familiar with the situation on the island, I would like to ask a few questions. Hey, Conan, don't cause trouble for others, Kagoro Mori interrupted Conan, staring at the top of his head with a bad look, ready to throw his fist. Ase Narumi smiled and said, It's okay, Mr. Mori. In the face of Ase Narumi's lovely smile, Mori Kagoro's anger instantly disappeared. Ms. Chingshire is so gentle. I'll deal with this little brat later. Ase Chingmi turned around and said, Conan, what do you want to ask? Sister Chingshire, do you know that there is a person named Keiji Aso on the island? Aso Keiji? Ase Narumi opened his eyes wide and looked a little scared. Good acting. Lin Ye secretly praised in his heart. Conan, how do you know this name? Ase Narumi asked nervously. Ase Narumi's reaction made Conan even more puzzled. What's wrong with this person? Ase Narumi lowered his voice and said, This person has been dead for a long time. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the news that Keiji Aso was dead, Kagoro Mori, who was drinking, was choked and started coughing violently. Died? Yes, Ase Narimi nodded. He died 12 years ago, Mr. Maori. How did you know this name? Actually, I received a strange letter today. The sender was Keiji Aso. What? How is this possible? Ase Narimi exclaimed. Whose bastard is this prank? Let me find him out and I will not let him off. I'm sorry, Mr. Maori. Lin Ye looked at Ase Chinmi and caught a glimpse of guilt in her eyes. Conan, who was standing next to him, had an amused smile on his face. It seems that someone, for some purpose, asked Uncle Maori to investigate on the island under the name of Keiji Aso. Haha, things are getting more and more interesting. I must ask Uncle to go to the island to investigate. Uncle, maybe the guy who played a trick on you is on the island, let's go and find him. Conan encouraged. Kagoro Mori was a little hesitant. To be honest, although he was a little angry, he would probably forget about it tomorrow. It's a waste of time to go to such a deserted island for things like this. It's better to stay in the office and watch Miss Yoko's show. Uncle, aren't you a great detective? If you just ignore someone teasing you like this, you'll be looked down upon, right, Sister Chingsha? Ah, well, that prankster was really over the top. Conan added another flattery, Uncle Maori is so powerful, he will definitely catch the criminal in no time. Maori Kagoro looked at Conan, then at Ase Narimi. He had already drunk quite a bit of wine, and he immediately got drunk. He slapped the bar and said proudly, okay, I'll do it myself. Moon Shadow Island, I, Maori Kagoro, am here. Chapter 210. Thinking of the future scene he had seen, where Ase Chinmi played the piano in the flames, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel worried. Could it be that the guy named Conan was the one who forced Miss Chingsha into a corner? Do you want to take 2 more days off and go to Moon Shadow Island? But I seem to have too many holidays recently. Besides, what's the reason to go to the island? If I went to Tsukikage Island, whether I met Conan and Maori, or Ase Narimi, my appearance there for no reason would arouse their suspicion. How about wearing a mask? Lin Ye remembered the dark mask he bought on the street last time. No, that would seem more suspicious and would attract the attention of all the islanders. Just as he was thinking about this, the bell at the corner of the door began to jingle. It was almost 12 o'clock and there were no other customers in the store. It was very quiet, so the sound of the bell was particularly clear. A figure so tall that it seemed to fill the entire door came through the narrow door. Black clothes, black hat, black beard, black tie, black pants, black leather shoes. Cold eyes, firm facial lines, and a chin that is as sexy as a butt. This dressing style and temperament instantly reminded Lin Ye of gin and vodka. Could it be him too? Hey, it's Tequila, he's here too. Toru Amuro's thoughts confirmed Lin Ye's idea. Sure enough, this is also a member of that organization, codenamed Tequila. Tequila agave spirits is produced in Mexico and is made from agave, a plant called agave. There are many types of tequila, and tequila is the most famous and representative type. Therefore, when mentioning tequila, unless otherwise specified, it refers to tequila. The other types are not as well known and widely circulated as tequila, and are more familiar to local Mexicans. Under the shadow of the hat brim, a strong gaze shot out and slowly swept across the store. This is the store that vodka mentioned. Oh, Bourbon, the pretty boy, is here as expected. Lin Ye looked at Atu's healthy wheat-colored skin and couldn't help but complain in his heart, Atu is a pretty boy. He is not white at all. But his temperament is quite similar. Tequila's eyes met Amuro Toru's. He grinned, this outfit suits you very well. Amuro Toru narrowed his eyes and smiled, thank you for the compliment, yes please find a place to sit. Tequila chuckled, knowing that Toru Amuro wanted to hide his identity, he didn't say much to him and went straight to the bar, with his big, firm butt pressed on a small high chair. The high chair couldn't bear the weight and groaned in pain with a squeak. What would you like to drink? Lin Ye asked with a smile. A fierce gaze shot out from under the brim of the hat and locked onto Lin Ye. Is this the boy? The man who conquered the mouths of gin and vodka. He looks like an ordinary pretty boy, nothing special. Let me test your quality. Tequila's mouth curled up slightly, and he said in a low voice, I want a tequila sunrise, if you can't do it well, hee. A thick Kansai accent, with a threatening tone. Lin Ye remained calm and smiled confidently, okay, please wait. Tequila sunrise. The method is simple, just 1 part tequila, 2 parts orange juice, an appropriate amount of pomegranate syrup for flavoring and coloring. If you can drink a lot, use less orange juice and more wine. If you can't drink much, increase the proportion of orange juice. Lin Ye took a highball glass, added ice cubes, and then poured in tequila. Lin Ye uses the youngest white tequila, which is Uniged tequila. It has a fresh and bright taste, and paired with vibrant orange juice, it has the vigorous feeling of sunrise. Then add freshly squeezed orange juice. Pure colorless tequila and bright yellow orange juice, after slight stirring, blend into a brilliant golden color. Finally pour in a shot of grenadine syrup. There is no need to stir at this step, let the syrup sink to the bottom naturally. The thick red syrup spreads in a cup, sinks, falls to the bottom of the cup, and then slowly rises, like the gradual change of morning light. Finally, the rim of the cup is decorated with cherries and orange slices. Tequila sunrise, done. Lin Ye pushed the wine glass away from the bar and made a gesture of invitation. Looks pretty good. Tequila picked up the glass, glanced at the beautiful gradient color on the wall of the glass, and praised it. Drink a sip. Under the brim of the hat, a pair of tiger eyes suddenly opened wide. Woo! What's this? My body was so light that I seemed to be flying, crossing the Pacific Ocean and arriving on the other side. The desolate Mexican plains are dotted with sparse cacti. A bright red sun is rising on the distant horizon, and the golden cactus flowers are shining in the sunlight. Run freely in the wasteland in the early morning. The soles of my feet felt rough with pebbles and gravel, and the wind from the wilderness blew through every pore of my body. What? Tequila raised his head, squinted his eyes, and made a contented sound. A blush appeared on his resolute face, similar to the color of the bottom of the cup. It was the first time that Toru Amuro saw Tequila show such an expression. He couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, showing a hint of surprise. In his impression, Tequila has always been a serious tough guy, and the most common thing on his face is a cruel and ferocious smile. However, at this moment, a look of intoxication and enjoyment appeared on that fierce face. So disgusting. Lin Ye saw more than him. But he only took a glance and then turned his eyes away from Tequila's face. It's too harsh on the eyes. The picture of a strong man in all clothes running towards the rising sun in the wilderness is so beautiful. What do you think, guests? Lin Ye's voice pulled Tequila back from the wilderness of Mexico. Tequila was stunned for a moment. Ahem, great. No wonder gin and vodka like to go here. Binga also praises this place, it is really amazing. Wait, did I make a sound just now? Tequila glanced at Amuro Toru and found that this guy was looking at him with a smile, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. At this time Lin Ye asked. From the customer's accent, is he from Kansai? Yes, I'm in Tokyo on a business trip. Tequila's attitude and aura changed significantly. When he first entered the store, he looked like a brutal wrestler. But now he is like a shy boy who is not good at speaking. That damned she-male Binga recruited his own followers, but he asked me to help him kill people. Moon Shadow Island, humph, I hope those guys on the island can make more money and not let me make this trip in vain. Binga? Moonshade Island? Lin Ye was shocked and looked at Tequila who was drinking. Could he be the helper that Binga hired to help Miss Qingshi take revenge? With the help of such professionals, Miss Qingshi's revenge plan will be successful. Mr. Tequila in front of me doesn't look simple at first glance. To be able to have the official code name of Tequila in that organization, his criminal skills must be very advanced. In this way, there is no need for me to go to Moon Shadow Island to join in the fun. Believe in the power of organization. Chapter 211. Recently, a horrific murder occurred on Yueing Island. The village chief Kuroiwa Tatsuji and 2 innocent villagers died tragically, and the whereabouts of the murderer is unknown. Cursed piano. 12 years ago, on a full moon night, the famous pianist Keiji Aso locked his entire family in the house. Lit a fire, killed his wife and daughter with his own hands, and then repeatedly played the same piece of music in the blazing fire, Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. 2 years ago, on another full moon night, the former village chief of Yueing Island, Gue Shan-yong, died in the community activity center. According to the testimony of the first person to discover the scene, he was passing by the community activity center when he suddenly heard bursts of piano music coming from the empty activity center. That's right, it was Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Again. When the witnesses walked into the activity center, they found that the village chief Kamayama was lying on the piano, already dead. That piano was the one that Keiji Aso used in his last performance 12 years ago. Later, according to forensic identification, it was determined that the village chief of Guishan died of a sudden heart attack. Perhaps he saw something before his death and was frightened, which led to the heart attack. Since then, rumors of a cursed piano have spread on Tsukikage Island. The islanders believe that the ghost of Keiji Aso is attached to the piano and anyone who touches it will suffer misfortune. This serial murder case is also related to that piano. The first victim died next to the piano, accompanied by the first movement of Moonlight Sonata, and there was a music score written in blood at the scene. The second victim died in the radio room, where the second chapter of Moonlight Sonata was playing, and there was also bloody music score at the scene. The third victim was suspected to have committed suicide by hanging himself out of fear of punishment. A confession written in the form of musical score was left at the scene, which mentioned the third chapter of Moonlight Sonata, which is also the final chapter. The villagers speculated that it was Keiji Aso's ghost that was causing trouble. Currently, the piano left by Keiji Aso has been taken control by the police. The truth behind the Moon Shadow Island incident. It involves the trade of contraband items. The police discovered a secret compartment inside the rumored, cursed piano, which contained heroin. The police used this as a clue and conducted a full investigation, and finally identified the suspect, the village chief's secretary Hirata X pseudonym. According to Hirata X pseudonym, heroin smuggling had been going on the island, and the three deceased were all suspected of smuggling contraband. Hirata X pseudonym confessed to his involvement in the criminal activity of smuggling contraband, but denied that he had committed murder. The police said that they will do their best to find out the truth. Please do not believe in rumors or spread them. Trust the police, trust science, cherish life, and stay away from drugs. Lin Ye put down the newspaper and breathed a sigh of relief. He had been following the developments on Moon Shadow Island these past few days and had not seen any reports about the fire. It was just after 7 p.m. The three members of the Maori detective agency come to the bar. Seeing the three people entering the store, Lin Ye smiled and said, "Mr. Maoli, you are back." Kagoro Mori looked a bit listless. He nodded sullenly, sat down at the bar, ordered a beer, and after taking a few big sips, he suddenly slapped the bar. "I am so angry, the murderer deliberately lured me to the island and then committed crimes in front of me, it was simply humiliating me. No, Mr. Maori, she hopes you can stop her. But now it seems that Miss Chingshire has won." Conan was sitting next to them, and his face also didn't look too good. "How dare you kill 3 people in front of me? Damn it." Conan, no, it should be said Kudo Shinichi, has solved every case since his debut, but this time, he failed to find the murderer. Moreover, the murderer killed 3 people in front of him and did not take him seriously at all. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for him. The anger in his heart was no less than that of Kagoro Mori, and was even stronger. This was the second setback he encountered in his detective career. The last time was when he was hit on the head by Jin and then turned into Conan. That time, he thought he was just careless for a moment, and if he had been more careful, maybe he could have avoided the blow. However, this time, he was disguised as a child and was in the dark, but he still failed to stop the murderer from committing the crime. The murderer was well prepared and had obviously planned it in advance. Even the aftermath work was done perfectly. He lost this duel. It would be great if we could find the last sheet music left by Keiji Aso. There may be important clues above. Unfortunately, the murderer took the music score away in advance. Conan was very unwilling. While investigating on the island, he learned the truth about the incident 12 years ago. That incident was not at all as described in the rumors. It was not the crazy Keiji Aso who killed Aso's family, but his 4 good friends. The 4 men took advantage of Keiji Aso's performance abroad to hide the contraband in his piano and transport it back to the country. Later, Keiji Aso wanted to withdraw from this dirty deal, but the 4 men were worried that he would leak the news, so they brutally killed his family. The 3 people who died in this incident were 3 of the 4, and the other one died 2 years ago. He also found out that Keiji Aso had a younger son who escaped the disaster because he was hospitalized in Tokyo due to illness. After learning this, he immediately confirmed that this was a revenge for the incident that year. The murderer is most likely Keiji Aso's missing youngest son. The police went to the hospital to investigate, but found that the person's file had been lost. I'm afraid this case will become an unsolved case. Damn it, I always feel like there is an invisible black hand behind this incident controlling everything. It feels so bad. Lin Ye smiled slightly. Of course, Conan, you have more than one opponent. Xiaolan sat between Conan and Maori Kagoro, looked at their faces, and comforted them. Okay, Conan, Dad, the 2 of you should stop being angry, even if you are angry, the murderer will not jump out on his own initiative. Ding, ding dong. At this time, the bell at the door of the bar rang. A tall figure walked into the store. It was Ase Narimi. Lin Ye looked at Miss Chingshire who entered the store, then looked at Xiaolan, as well as Maori and Conan who looked depressed, his expression a little subtle. Hey, Xiaolan is really good at talking. The murderer is here. Lin Ye felt relieved when he saw Ase Narimi appear in the store. In Lin Ye's eyes, Miss Chingshire is not a murderer but an avenger. Her behavior is completely reasonable. Mr. Maori, you are here too. Ase Narumi came to the bar and greeted the three people with a smile. Oh, it's dear Chingshire, you're back to Tokyo too, Xiaolan responded with a smile. Ase Narumi sat down next to Conan, and seeing the listless Maori Kagoro and Conan, he said silently in his heart. I'm sorry, Mr. Maori, and the little detective. Chapter 212. Mr. Lin, I want a glass of Blue Moon. Okay, just a second. After his great revenge was achieved, the sadness between Ase Narumi's brows finally disappeared. But there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. The organization Mr. P belongs to seems to be a huge criminal organization. From now on, I will work for that organization. Mr. P helped her a lot in this revenge plan. In exchange, she will work for Mr. P in the future. Although she could kill the three men without hesitation, she did not want to become a professional criminal and was therefore somewhat confused about her future. But no matter what, since you have promised something to others, you must do it. I can't turn back anymore. Lin Ye listened to Ase Narumi's inner voice, quickly made a cup of Blue Moon and placed it on the bar. Miss Chingshire, your Blue Moon. Ase Narumi picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I succeeded, Dad, Mom, Sister, I avenged you, did you see it? Lin Ye saw it, and Miss Chingshire's mind flashed with the deaths of those three people. Miss Chingmi, don't you usually go back to Tokyo on weekends? Why did you come back so early this time? He stayed in the store every day and knew that Ase Narumi only came to Polo Bar on weekends, usually on Fridays or Saturdays, but today was Tuesday. Because I have already resigned, Ase Narumi replied with a smile. Resign? Isn't Sister Chingshire no longer a doctor on the island? Ase Narumi shook his head. It's really inconvenient to go back and forth every week, I'm tired, and, to be honest, I'm a little scared when something like that happens on the island again. Ase Narumi shrank his neck and pretended to be scared. Of course she couldn't tell Conan the real reason why she left. This little boy gave her a very special feeling. Although he is a first-grade elementary school student, he behaves unusually calmly. When he was on the island and saw the bodies of the three people, he was not afraid. Instead, he ran around the scene, investigating clues. He also always finds details at the scene that the police cannot discover, and then gives clues in a child's tone. The secret music code she left at the scene was also deciphered by this little guy. The wisdom and initiative he displayed were totally unlike those of a 6-year-old child. She even had a hunch that if it weren't for the help sent by Mr. P, she might have been caught by this little detective. Sister Chingshire, do you also think that the incidents on the island were caused by ghosts? Conan asked again. Ase said, even if it's not a ghost, it would be very worrying if there is a murderer lurking on the island. But I think the criminal should have escaped, Conan observed Ase Narumi's face and said meaningfully. This girl is also a suspect. Although there is no evidence, she did have time to commit the crime. Ase Narumi looked at Conan's serious face and suddenly burst out laughing. Conan was puzzled, Sister Chingshire, what's wrong? Ase smiled and said, Conan, when you are serious, you are just like a little adult, your performance on the island also impressed your sister, you are just like a real detective. This little guy is really not simple. He still doubts me. After hearing what Ase Narumi said, Mari Kagoro also recalled that when he was on the island, Conan was always running around the scene and often interrupted him when he was reasoning. He was already in a bad mood, and his eyes suddenly turned unfriendly when he looked at Conan. Xiaolan also looked at Conan, recalling his performance on the island, and felt confused. Dr. Chingshire is right. Conan's behavior is not like that of an ordinary child. His mobility and keen observation skills are not like those of an ordinary child. Kudo Shinichi's face suddenly appeared in her mind. Just like Shinichi, even his lack of musical knowledge is the same when on the island. Conan wrote down the live music score information in his notebook, but he didn't know the sharp and flat symbols, so she reminded him. Even if they are distant relatives, this is too much of a coincidence, right? Noticing Xiaolan's puzzled look and Mari Kagoro's gaze, Conan immediately stopped trying to test Ase Narumi and scratched his head to explain. I was just imitating Uncle Maori, because Uncle Maori is a very good detective. Humph, this kid is quite talkative sometimes. Kagoro Maori nodded with satisfaction, withdrew his gaze and continued drinking. Ase Narumi looked at Conan and Mari Kagoro. She thinks that the little detective Conan is more reliable than the great detective Kagoro Mori. Ms. Chingshire, have you found a new job? Lin Ye asked at this time. Yes, Ase Narumi nodded. I found a job at a pharmaceutical research institute through the help of a friend from college. That's great, keep up the good work. Thank you, Ase Narumi smiled. The research institute is in Beika City, I don't have to wait until the weekend, I can come here to drink on weekdays. Beika Town, the research institute of that organization. Lin Ye's heart moved. Could it be that Ase Narumi works at the research institute where Miss Shirley works? Lin Ye smiled and said, "You're welcome anytime." "Conan, it's getting late, you should go back to take a shower and go to bed." Xiaolan urged Conan to go home, take a bath and go to bed. Conan checked the time and saw it was only 8:30. "Sister Xiaolan, please sit for a while." "No." Conan begged, but Xiaolan refused and reached out to pick up Conan like a chicken. Hateful. Conan was unable to resist and could only show a helpless expression and complain unwillingly in his heart. "Also, Dad, you should drink less, you still have to work tomorrow," Xiaolan said to Kagoro Mori who was drinking. Mari Kagoro said unhappily, "Xiaolan, you are so nagging, you really are just like your mother." Xiaolan raised her chin and said, "Humph, because I'm her daughter, if you have any complaints, I'll go live with my mother for a while." If he were at home, Kagoro Mori would have surrendered on the spot. But this was in a bar, and there was no way he would bow to his daughter. So he said, "Okay, it's better to take this kid with you, so that I can live a happy single life." Conan on the side grinned. "Hey, you two are arguing, please don't bring me along, okay? Let me live with that scary aunt. Please spare me." "Huh?" Lin Ye looked at Conan curiously. "It seems that Mr. Maori's wife is not simple, as she makes our famous detective so afraid. When I took Xiaolan out to play when I was a kid, we often got dirty and were scolded by that auntie. I don't want to be scolded by her again. Go live with her. Stop kidding, I'd rather eat instant noodles with my uncle every day. Besides, she might still remember what I looked like when I was a child. That woman is very smart and not as easy to fool as Uncle and Xiaolan." Chapter 213. Late at night. Nearly. Lin Ye was the only one left in Polo Bar. He sat at the bar, reading quietly. In the second half of the night, even if there were a few customers coming into the store, Lin Ye was able to handle it alone, so he let Toru Amuro leave work early. Before leaving, Toru Amuro took the initiative to clean the hall thoroughly, wiped the table, swept the floor, and mopped it before leaving get off work. Lin Ye was very satisfied. What a sensible young man. After Toru Amuro left, he began to enjoy his time reading alone. It feels great to read in an empty bar before closing time. The book he was reading was a mystery novel by Conan's father, Yusaku Kudo. His evaluation of the novel is very talented. The writing is elegant, the logic is rigorous, and the plot is tortuous and vivid. Whether you are a light reader or a hardcore mystery novel fan, you can enjoy reading it. The methods used by the criminals in the novel to commit crimes are full of wild imagination, which often surprises readers, but they can stand up to scrutiny. As expected of a famous mystery novelist, he is indeed talented. Lin Ye was completely immersed in the world of words created by this famous mystery novelist until he heard the sound of a bell at the door. As soon as the bell rang, he put down the book in his hand and stood up. He was dressed all in black, looked to be over 2 meters tall, and had a cold face. "It's agave. Vodka martini." Tequila strode over to the bar, sat in the same chair, and ordered a drink. Vodka martini, simply replace the gin in the classic martini with vodka. Compared with the gin version of martini, the vodka version does not have such complex and profound aroma and flavor, but it is purer, more direct, spicy and stimulating, suitable for macho men. Pure vodka meets complex and varied vermouth. The combination of the two allows the aroma of vermouth to be fully released. "Stir or shake?" Lin Ye asked. Stirring, that is, mixing the two wines with a bar spoon, can better preserve the original color of the wine. Shaking, that is, shaking in a shaker, can make the two wines blend more thoroughly and cool more thoroughly. The melted ice water and the air mixed in during high-speed shaking will also make the taste softer and reduce the direct stimulation of alcohol. Stir gently and taste vigorously. Shake with vigorous technique and soft taste. Stir. Tequila responded. It seems that he prefers a stimulating taste, which is in line with his rough and powerful appearance. Please wait. Soon, Lin Ye made a glass of vodka martini and placed it in front of the tequila. The colorless and transparent wine looks like a glass of ice water. But if you really drink it in one gulp as if it were water, most people would definitely be choked by the spicy alcohol. Tequila picked up the glass. His hands are big and hairy. Not only are the backs of his hands hairy, but there is also obvious sweat on his knuckles. This is a wild big hand. The delicate martini glass looks small and fragile in such a hand, which made people worry that the stem of the glass would break if his fingers exerted a little force. Ah! Taking a sip of his drink, Tequila sighed in pleasure. Oh, vodka, great. Just as Tequila was falling into a state of joy, Lin Ye suddenly saw this scene. In the narrow toilet, Tequila sat on the toilet lid with a locked box across his knees. Using the key to open the box lock, Tequila showed a smile on his face, and seemed to be looking forward to seeing what was in the box. Then he opened the box. A blinding light burst out from the box, illuminating Tequila's stunned face. This is... Boom! The picture was shattered in a violent explosion. Lin Ye opened his mouth slightly and looked at Tequila sitting at the bar in astonishment. Tequila looked like he was enjoying it. Lin Ye blinked. Was that his death scene just now? There's no doubt about it. No normal human could survive an explosion of that magnitude. Seeing him open the bomb box without any precautions, he must have been ambushed, right? It's not easy for them to do this job. No matter how emotional he felt, Lin Ye would never interfere. After all, this is a real terrorist. Judging from Tequila's appearance in the picture, he is not much different from now, which means that his death is not far away. Mr. Tequila, please enjoy the last moments of your life. Be a good person in your next life. Looking at Tequila, who looked very happy, Lin Ye silently gave him his final blessing. The next day, Lin Ye went out to work half an hour earlier than usual. He had finished reading that novel and was going to the bookstore to buy 2 new ones. This bookstore is located on his route to work. It is not large and usually there is only one clerk in charge of the store. The shop assistant was a gentle and lovely young woman named Azusa Inomoto. Welcome. As soon as Lin Ye entered the bookstore, he heard a gentle voice. Miss Azusa Inomoto, who was in charge of the store, was standing behind the counter, smiling at him warmly, like a girl next door. This smile, as warm as the spring breeze, is really suitable for working in the service industry. Seeing Inomoto Azusa's smiling face, Lin Ye couldn't help but have this thought. Mr. Lin, what book do you want to buy this time? Business in the store was average, so when customers came in, Azusa Inomoto was always very enthusiastic. However, there are also some guests who are more shy. Thanks to her previous work experience, she has developed a strong ability to judge people, so when she meets this kind of customer, she can tell at a glance. Shy guests are like snowmen. If you treat them too warmly, they will melt. So when dealing with such customers, Azusa Inomoto would only say, welcome, when they enter the store, and thank you for your patronage and welcome to come again next time, when they check out and leave. While in the store, she wouldn't strike up a conversation with them, let alone try to sell them books, unless they asked for help. She can remember every customer who has come to the store once. Then when the customer comes again, she will adopt the appropriate service attitude. The last time Lin Ye came to the store, she enthusiastically guided his shopping and recommended books, so Lin Ye had a very good impression of her. I have finished reading the novel I bought last time, and I want to buy 2 more this time, Lin Ye responded with a smile. Is it still Yusaku Kudo's mystery series of novels? Inomoto Azusa still remembered what book Lin Ye bought last time. Ah. It seems that you have become a fan of Kudo Yusaku's books, Azusa Inomoto said with a smile. Do you remember which shelf Kudo Yusaku's novels are on? Do you want me to take you there? Thank you, but no thanks, I still remember it. After chatting with Azusa Inomoto for a while, Lin Ye came to the mystery novel area. There was already a customer standing in front of the bookshelf displaying the works of Yusaku Kudo. He was a man with thick eyebrows and a mustache, as if he had 4 eyebrows. He was staring at the books on the bookshelf, feeling depressed. Alas, if only I could write such an excellent work. Chapter 214. My friend, do you also like Kudo Yusaku's novels? Hearing the sudden male voice beside him, Taichi Tomizawa came back to his senses from his lost mood. Turning around, a handsome young man was smiling at him. Oh, yeah, Taichi Tozawa nodded awkwardly. He is not very good at talking to strangers. The man seemed to sense his nervousness, turned around and looked at the books on the bookshelf, and said as if talking to himself, I just started reading mystery novels recently and they are very interesting. Taichi Tomizawa also turned around and looked at the bookshelf. On the cover of the book, the Dark Knight Baron wearing a white mask with a strange smile was staring at him, as if laughing at his nervousness. He took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and said, Mr. Kudo is my idol, it was because of his novels that I became a mystery novelist. Hey, so you're a mystery novelist? The other person gave him a curious look. Well, even though my writing is terrible, I can at least be considered as working in this field. Taichi Tozawa's voice didn't sound very confident. Please, don't ask me what novels I wrote, and don't ask me my pen name. Compared to Mr. Kudo Yusaku's works, what I wrote is simply garbage. If he were to read it, he would definitely laugh at me. Damn it, why did I tell him what I do? I should have just kept silent from the beginning. I'm such an idiot. Taichi Tozawa's mind was in chaos. However, what reassured him was that the other party did not ask him what novel he had written or his pen name, but instead asked him which work of Yusaku Kudo he liked best. Taichi Tomizawa breathed a sigh of relief and said the name of his favorite work. The man searched the bookshelf and pulled out a book, which was his favorite. Thanks for the recommendation, I'll buy this one this time, the man smiled brightly, then took out a business card and handed it over. Taichi Tomizawa hesitated for a moment, reached out to take it, and took a look. Polo Bar, Bartender, Lin Ye. This is where I work, if you are free, you may come and sit with me. The man winked and smiled. Throughout the ages, wine has been the spiritual companion of many writers and artists, and a panacea for inspiring inspiration. Come to our store and have a drink, and you may find some creative inspiration. Thank you. Taichi Tomizawa looked down at the business card in his hand. Polo Bar, a bar named after the famous detective character written by Agatha, the queen of mystery novels. Maybe you can really find inspiration there. After I meet my father tonight, I'll go check it out. Even if I can't find any inspiration, I can just have a drink and relax. My life has been really rough lately. All the novels I wrote have been rejected by publishers, and my living expenses are almost gone. I hope my dad can support me and help me get through this difficult time. Alas, if I can't support myself by writing novels, I will have to go back and inherit the family fortune. I don't want that kind of thing. I want to write novels for the rest of my life. Well, it turns out he's a rich second generation who's pursuing his dream of becoming a novelist. Lin Ye watched Taichi Tomizawa's back as he left, and always felt that he had done something unnecessary. He thought he had met a down-and-out novelist and wanted to encourage him, but it turned out that he was a rich second generation and there was no need for him to worry at all. But never mind, guys like these are usually quite generous, so just think of it as generating revenue for the store. Lin Ye took the books he had chosen and returned to the counter to pay. Mr. Lin, you are very selective. This novel is popular enough to be in the top 3 among all the works of Kudo Yusaku. Seeing the book he chose, Azusa Inomoto praised it. It was recommended by someone else, Lin Ye said honestly. Ah, it's the guest who just left. Do you know him? Azusa Inomoto shook her head. That guest is here for the first time, but I think he seems to have something on his mind. Careful and gentle, Ms. Azusa Inomoto is really suitable for working in the service industry. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's gaze couldn't help but linger on Inomoto Azusa's face for 2 more seconds. Azusa Inomoto noticed his gaze and touched her face with her hand. Is there something on my face? Lin Ye smiled and shook his head. I just think that Miss C is attentive and gentle, and is very suitable for the service industry. Hearing Lin Ye's straightforward praise, Inomoto Azusa's face slightly blushed, scratched his head and smiled. I feel a little embarrassed by such direct compliments. Sorry, I just said it subconsciously, but I mean it. Azusa Inomoto's face turned red again, and she tried to hide her shyness with a smile. Mr. Lin is really good at talking. Actually, I used to work in a nearby cafe, but some time ago, that cafe was changed into a bar, so I came here. The cafe turned into a bar. Could she be talking about the Café Poirot? Miss C, why don't you continue to work there? Lin Ye couldn't help but ask. Although the boss there said that I can continue to work there, but Azusa Inomoto scratched his cheek with his fingers. I'm really not interested in places like bars, and I don't drink. I like coffee and reading, so after leaving there, I came to work in this bookstore. Although there are not many customers, as long as I stand in this space full of books and smell the fragrance of books, I feel very satisfied. Azusa Inomoto glanced across the bookshelves in the store and smiled happily. What a good girl. Seeing the smile on Inomoto Azusa's face, Lin Ye sighed again. But she didn't seem to have a good impression of the bar. Inomoto Azusa put the books that Lin Ye bought into a bag, and then handed them over the counter along with the change, with a bright smile on her face. Here, your book and your change. Lin Ye took the school bag and change and said with a smile, Miss C, since you work in a coffee shop, you should have seen a lot of customers. Why don't you guess what I do? Azusa Inomoto opened his eyes wide and observed him, tilted his head and thought for a while, then guessed. Psychologist? Lin Ye was stunned, then felt a little funny. How come he was regarded as a psychologist again? Why do you think so? Azusa Inomoto recalled, I used to know a psychiatrist, and you have a very similar temperament to him, am I right? Lin Ye shook his head. Although I am not a psychologist, my work is related to the human mind. What is it? Lin Ye smiled and replied, bartender. Azusa Inomoto widened her eyes slightly. Bartender, that's not in the bar, She suddenly remembered that she seemed to have said that she was not very fond of the bar. Well, please don't take what I just said to heart. It's okay, but if you have time, why not come to the store where I work? It might improve your impression of the bar. Well, Inomoto Azusa was a little hesitant. The place where I work is called Polo's Bar. Poirot. Chapter 215. Tomisawa Building. This is a symbol of the Tomisawa Group's financial power in Tokyo. It is located in a bustling commercial district and has a total of 66 floors. As long as he is willing to bow to his father and give up his dream, he can become the owner of this building. But he doesn't. He is not interested in business, and he doesn't want to engage in intrigue with others in the business world. He just wanted to write his favorite mystery novel. His dream is to become a world-class mystery novelist like Yusaku Kudo. However, he is already 28 and still cannot support himself with his novels. His manuscripts have been rejected by publishing houses recently. If he doesn't find a solution, he will end up on the streets. So he had to come to Tokyo and ask his father for help. With the financial resources my father had, even if it was just a hair on his leg, it would be enough for me to create with peace of mind for several years. He believed that as long as he could get through this most difficult period, there would be light at the end of the tunnel. As long as you don't give up, one day you will be able to write works that are recognized by others, your works will sell well, you will become famous, and you will reach the peak of your life. Many novelists have experienced downfall, haven't they? So, today I must get my father's approval and get funding for my creation. As Taichi Tomizawa walked into the lobby on the first floor of the building, he was immediately spotted by the new security guard. The clothes he was wearing were very shabby and did not fit in with the magnificent hall. "Who are you looking for?" The security guard eyed him suspiciously, as if ready to kick him out. "I'm looking for President Tozawa." "Do you have an appointment?" "No." The suspicion in the security guard's eyes grew stronger. A shabby poor boy came to see President Tomizawa without an appointment. It might be that this boy is the enemy of the rich. In that case, I'm sorry, I can't let you in, please go out. Tomizawa Taichi sighed, "Actually, I am." "Hey, isn't this the young master?" At this time, a woman's voice sounded. Taichi Tozawa turned around and saw his father's secretary, Miss Ishida. She was wearing a gray suit and black stockings. She was in her 30s, but she was well maintained, with smooth skin, a graceful figure, and full of the charm of a mature woman. With the help of Ms. Ishida, Taichi Tozawa successfully entered the elevator that required a card swipe. Recalling the security guard's panic after learning his identity and the way he bowed to apologize, Taichi Tomizawa felt a deep sense of disgust. That's why he doesn't like it here. The elevator was very steady and rose silently. I could hardly notice it moving. I could only see the floor numbers increasing. With a ding, the elevator stopped on the 30th floor. "Master, please." Miss Ishida bent down, gestured for invitation, and smiled gracefully. Ishida nodded awkwardly, walked out of the elevator, and stepped on the soft and clean carpet in the corridor. "Master, do you remember where the president's office is?" Miss Ishida came out of the elevator and asked with a smile. Taichi Tomizawa shook his head. "Then I'll take you there." Miss Ishida walked in front, her long legs swinging, and her swaying back was full of temptation. Taichi Tomizawa, who has been staying at home for a long time, doesn't know where to look and his eyes wander. By the time he arrived outside the president's office, a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Miss Ishida turned around and smiled at him. Her big, expressive eyes seemed to say, "Please wait a moment," then she gently knocked on the office door. "Boss, the young master is here." A middle-aged man's voice soon came from the door, "Come in." Miss Ishida opened the door, stood at the door, and gestured to Taichi Tomizawa to come in. Taichi Tomizawa took a deep breath and walked into the office with trepidation. The gray-haired Tetsuji Toizawa, the helmsman of the Toizawa group, sits behind a luxurious desk. Although he is already 60 years old, he is still full of dignity. He has a square face and two thick black eyebrows, which look like they were copied and pasted from Taichi Tozawa's. Under two thick eyebrows, a pair of tiger eyes examined his son. Under such a gaze, Taichi Tomizawa recalled the fear of being dominated by his father in his childhood, and his body involuntarily tensed up. Perhaps it is because my father is too strong and has too much control that I rebel against my will and want to become a novelist. Miss Ishida knew that the father and son had something to say, so she left tactfully and closed the door gently. "Why did you suddenly think of coming to see me? Have you finally figured it out and want to come to the company to help me?" "I'm sorry, father, I'm here to borrow money." Taichi Tomizawa said this as if he had used up all his strength. Tetsuji Tozawa's face immediately turned pale. "Humph, I knew it. Why, can't you continue writing the novel?" When you left home, didn't you say you wanted to support yourself by writing novels? Fu Zhe Taichi turned pale and gritted his teeth and said, Dad, please help me again. 1 year, give me another year, and I will definitely write something great. Old Fu Zhe stared at his son's stubborn face and said calmly, You said the same thing the last time you came to me to borrow money, right? Taichi Tomizawa was speechless. Old Tomizawa continued, Tai, you are already 28 years old, you have been writing novels for 10 years, right? If you were really that talented, you would have become famous long ago, how come you can't even earn enough to live on now? It's time for you to face reality now. You should get back on track as soon as possible, give up your boring dreams, and come back to inherit my business. Taichi Tozawa said, Didn't Tatsuji come into the company to help you? Tatsuji Tozawa, his younger brother. Old Fuzawa snorted and said, That good for nothing, I get angry whenever I mention him. He ignored my objections and got involved with a woman of unknown origin. He often sneaked out of the company during working hours to fool around with that woman, and now he wants to marry her. Marrying a woman like that will not end well, that woman is just after our family's money, if we let her in, I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause. If the heir insists on doing what he wants, I will have no choice but to kick him out of the house, when he gets down and out, he will see the true face of that woman. Taichi Tomizawa smiled bitterly in his heart. My father's desire for control is still so strong, and he will fly into a rage if things don't go his way. And Xiong-san, doesn't he listen to you the most? Let him inherit your business. Xiong-san, his third brother. The three of them are triplets who look very similar, but have completely different personalities. Old Tomizawa said unhappily, That Brad is just like you, not doing his job properly, he is addicted to painting all day, but he has become a bit famous in the painting world, at least he can support himself by painting. Taichi Tomizawa was slightly stunned. Really? Third brother has already found his own way. So, as the eldest brother, you should come back and take on the responsibility of the Tozawa family, I will arrange a suitable position for you. Chapter 216. I'm sorry, father, I want to hold on a little longer. Although what his father said made sense, Taichi Tomizawa still couldn't give up his dream. You rebellious son. You really piss me off. Tetsuji Tozawa was so angry that he slammed the table and pointed his trembling finger at Taichi Tozawa. I tell you honestly, even if you write for another 10 years, there will be no results. Taichi Tozawa had a bitter expression on his face. Dad, even if you don't support me, you don't have to hit me like this, right? However, his father's next words shocked him. Do you know why your novel was rejected by the publishing house? Because I asked someone to put pressure on the publishing house to reject your submission, so no matter how well you write, they will not accept your submission. What? Dad, how could you do this? Humph, if I don't do this, how can you give up? If you understand the situation, you should give up your boring dream as soon as possible, do you understand? Tomizawa was furious. He had never been so angry before. He felt like he had turned into a ball of fire. Why did he do this? Why did he force me? Tomizawa Taichi shouted, even if I starve to death or die outside, I will never give up. Then you can just starve to death. I'll just pretend I don't have a son like you, get out of here. Old Tomizawa also had a hot temper. He tried to persuade the boy in every way, but the boy just wouldn't listen, so he got angry. Taichi Tomizawa turned around and left, opening the door. Miss Ishida was standing outside with an embarrassed look on her face. He left without saying anything and without looking back. He swore in his heart that he would never come to this shabby place again. Miss Ishida walked into the office and saw old Tomizawa sitting in a chair, breathing heavily, looking very angry. This rebellious son really makes me angry to death. President, don't get so angry that you get yourself in trouble, the young master just took the wrong path for a while, one day he will understand your painstaking efforts. Old Fu Zhe took a deep breath and said, Humph, I want to see how long he can be stubborn without money. Taichi Tomizawa walked aimlessly on the street, his mind lost in the neon lights and traffic of Tokyo. What should I do in the future? With the financial resources and connections my father has, it would be too easy for me to make a living. Do I really have to go back to inherit the family property? Oh, so annoying. Anyway, let's find a place to have a drink first. At this moment, he urgently needed the anesthesia of alcohol. He thought of the man he met in the bookstore in the afternoon and took out the business card with the address of the bar from his pocket. Let's go here and have a good drink tonight. Hearing the bell at the corner of the door, Lin Ye looked towards the door and saw Taichi Tozawa entering the store. He looked very lost, it seemed something must have happened after that. Lin Ye showed a friendly smile and said to Fu Zhe who walked to the bar, we meet again. Taichi Tomizawa sat down on the chair. A glass of beer. With the money he has now, he can only afford to drink beer. Why is my father so stubborn? Why can't he understand my dream? After a few beers, Taichi Tozawa began to complain about his father. Lin Ye comforted him. The ideas of the older generation are always different from those of a younger generation, but as long as you can achieve results, they will understand you sooner or later. Tomizawa Taichi said bitterly, I also want to make achievements to show him, but that old man, not only did he not support me, he also sent people to put pressure on the publishing house, making it impossible for my novel to be published. So that's why. No wonder he looked so lost. It seemed he had a big fight with his father. Alas, the lease of my house is about to expire, but the money I have left is not enough to pay the subsequent rent. What should I do? Fuzei Tai said in distress. Lin Ye suggested. How about finding a job first? Looking for a job? Tomizawa was stunned. Lin Ye glanced at him. Why does this guy look so surprised? Has he never considered finding a job to support himself first? He is really a young master. But he has seen many guys like this. He keeps talking about dreams and stuff, but never looks at the road ahead. He said patiently, well, first find some work other than writing novels to make a living, then consider writing novels. But if you are busy making a living, how can you have the time and energy to create? Little fool, if you don't have enough food to eat and a place to live, how can you talk about creation? Wake up, bro. However, telling the truth like this would offend the guests. So Lin Ye said tactfully, you don't have to rush into creation, maybe you can write better works if you take some time to calm down. You can try to regard your work as a process of accumulating experience and writing materials. Fuzei Tai thought for a moment and said, but, apart from writing novels, I can't do anything else. Being a cashier at a convenience store, a waiter in a restaurant, or washing dishes, these simple jobs are always available as long as you are willing to do them. Tomizawa Taichi looked embarrassed. These jobs, I don't think they are suitable for me. Alas, he is indeed a naive young master. He can't even eat, but he's still being picky. Lin Ye said no more. For people like this, life will naturally teach them a lesson, and it will be useless no matter how much you talk. When he is left with no other options, he will make a choice. Taichi Tomizawa continued drinking, thinking about what Lin Ye had just said. Finally he concluded. No, if I do that kind of work, my energy will be exhausted and my creativity will be stifled. I can't do that. Then he started thinking of other ways in his little head. A bold idea emerged from the bottom of his mind. If my father died, I will be able to inherit a large fortune. I don't care what happens to the Toizawa group, as long as I can get the inheritance. With this money, I can live a life without worries about food and clothing and create with peace of mind. Taichi Tomizawa's eyes lit up and his mind began to open up. Lin Ye was shocked by his inner thoughts. Young man, your idea is very dangerous. He pretended nothing had happened and continued wiping the wine glass. But the old man is still in good health. If he lives to be 80 or 90, won't I have to wait for decades? I can't wait until then. I can't even pay the rent for next month. Okay, go on, I'm listening. Lin Ye glanced at Fuzei, who was holding a wine glass with a gloomy face. If the old man dies unexpectedly, and I send the second or third son to jail, I will get more of the inheritance. With my wisdom, it is not difficult to do this. After all, I am a mystery novelist. Old man, since you look down on the mystery novels I wrote, then I will use the method I designed myself to send you to hell. Along with Tozawa Taichi's angry and determined voice, Lin Ye saw the following scene. The thick-browed man wearing a mask and a round hat raised the stone with both hands and smashed it hard on the head of the old man under him. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 217. I have seen a lot of villains, perverts, scoundrels and other people. But this is the first time I have seen such a top-notch person as Mr. Tomizawa. He killed his father, framed his brother, and called it doing it for his dream. Absolutely. Just want to do what you like, no problem. It's okay to chase your dreams. As long as you are responsible for your own decisions and bear the corresponding consequences, everything will be fine. If the consequence of pursuing a dream is not having enough food to eat, but one still chooses to persevere, Lin Ye will respect such a person even if he is down and out. It is human nature to choose to give up temporarily. It is more like most normal people would make this choice. But as for Tozawa Taichi's choice, Lin Ye just wanted to punch him. I just want to do what I like, but I am unwilling to compromise with reality and work to support myself. What to do if you have no money? Looking for dad. What if dad doesn't give it to me? Explode the old gold coins. By the way, send your brother to jail. Absolutely amazing. Drunkenness makes people confused. At this moment, Taichi Tomizawa's mind was filled with evil thoughts and he kept simulating his own criminal plan. How to kill his father without being discovered, and how to frame the crime on his own brother. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his face turned red. Perhaps it was his occupational disease that caused his reasoning soul to stir. Even he himself did not realize that the seeds of sin had already taken root in his heart. In order to write detective novels, he stored a large number of criminal cases in his mind. Whether they were real cases in reality or fictional cases and methods in novels, they were all sources of his inspiration. But as he examined the sin was also affecting him in turn and polluting his spirit. Bizarre, horrific, bloody, bizarre, all kinds of cases fermented in his mind. If he can achieve some results, the positive feedback brought by success may offset these negative effects. Unfortunately, A's creative results were not ideal. During the long, depressing and unsuccessful process of writing detective novels, all he received was negative feedback again and again. The seeds of madness have already been planted in my heart. This quarrel with his father caused the dark side of his heart to erupt completely. Taichi Tomizawa lay on the bar counter. He was drunk. But his subconscious mind is still nurturing evil thoughts. When Lin Ye focused his attention on Fu-Ze, he saw blood coming out of his head. Lin Ye decided to enter this guy's inner world to find out. The drunk man was completely defenseless, so Lin Ye got in easily. What appeared in front of Lin Ye was a crowded crowd of people. The banner had eye-catching words written on it, signing event for the new work of famous mystery novelist Taichi Tozawa. This is Taichi Tozawa's inner world. He looked toward the center of the crowd. The crowd blocking his way became illusory and transparent, leaving only Taichi Tomizawa, who was signing books for fans, sitting on a chair and retaining his entity. His eyes fell on Fu-Ze's face. He looked about 10 years older than the Tozawa he saw in the bar, and still had the iconic mustache on his lips. Her cheeks are fuller, her eyes are full of confidence, and she has a smile on her lips. She is full of the calm temperament of a successful person. Mr. Tozawa's novels are great. I like the description of the death of the deceased the most. It is real and full of details, it is really touching. Yes, it's as if he had actually practiced it himself. Did Mr. Tozawa really commit a crime? Stop joking, the protagonist created by Mr. Tozawa is so righteous, how could the person who wrote such a character be a criminal? Makes sense. Discussions among book lovers could be heard all around. I see. This is probably the future that Taichi Tozawa imagines. Successfully get your dad's gold coins, and from then on you will have no worries about food and clothing, you can create with peace of mind, write popular works, and reach the peak of your life. At this time, a middle-aged man caught Lin Ye's attention. He was a very decent-looking man who walked straight through the crowd and came in front of Taichi Tomizawa. Taichi Tomizawa, who was signing books, looked up at him and said with a smile, "My friend, please line up at the back, don't worry, I will be here signing books until every fan is satisfied." The man stared at him with sharp eyes. "You killed your father." Fu-Ze Tai's expression changed and he narrowed his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? For 10 years, I have been secretly investigating you, and recently I finally found evidence to expose your true face." The man said loudly, with a righteous look on his face. "You appear to be a popular writer, but you are actually a murderer. Not only did you kill your own father and frame your brother, you also committed more than 10 murders in the past 10 years. The bodies of the victims are gone, and I'm afraid they have all become material for your writing. You perverted murderer, today I will expose your true face." "Madman," Fu-Ze Tai sneered twice, then shouted. "Security! Get this madman out." Several security guards who were maintaining order at the scene heard the noise and surrounded the man. At this time, the man took out his police ID from his pocket and shoved it in the faces of several people. "I am a policeman." The security guards looked at each other, not daring to act rashly. Can the police defame someone's innocence out of thin air? I'm going to sue you for defamation. Defamation? These are the evidence. The man threw a stack of photos onto the signing table. The contents of the photos were shocking. Each photo bloodily records the tragic condition of the victims. There are men, women, old people, and children in the photos, all with horrific wounds all over their bodies. Looking at the scattered photos in front of him, Taichi Tomizawa's face turned pale. "Where did you find these photos? You should know best, right? Because these photos were taken by you yourself. You are a beast in human form. In order to find inspiration for your creations, you imprisoned, abused, and tortured these innocent people to death. You are a demon." Hee. Taichi Tomizawa lowered his head and suddenly laughed. The laughter grew louder and louder until it became a hysterical laugh. He looked like a madman with a terrifying look. The fans who were originally crowded around him were frightened and retreated one after another, leaving a large area empty. Only the middle-aged man stood there like a reef and took out a silver bracelet. "What else do you have to say? Come with me." Ha 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 ha. Taichi Tomizawa covered his face and laughed wildly, and his body suddenly changed strangely. His body swelled rapidly, his skin turned red, his face distorted, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into an inhuman monster. A red-faced, fang-toothed creature 5 meters tall, like an evil ghost. The monster bent down with a grim smile, took the silver bracelet from the frightened middle-aged man, and gently pinched it with his fingers, and bits of shiny silver powder sprinkled from his fingertips. The saliva from his mouth dripped onto the middle-aged man's face. "You want to catch me?" Chapter 218. The crowd screamed and fled in all directions, and the signing event was in chaos. I attended a book signing event for my favorite author, and my idol turned into a man-eating monster on the spot. Family members, who would understand? Taichi Tozawa, who has turned into a monster, is killing people and harvesting fans crazily. At this time, bursts of Buddhist chanting were heard from the sky, accompanied by golden light falling. Taichi Tomizawa looked up and saw strong figures falling in the golden light. Bald head, shirtless body, masculine muscles, bronze skin. He counted them, there were 18 in all. Everyone held a weapon in their hands, a demon-subduing pestle, a pagoda, a sword, a stick, and even a folding stool. Before he could be surprised, 18 strong men suddenly appeared out of nowhere, brandishing their weapons, leaping high and rushing towards him. Taichi Tomizawa woke up groggy and felt a splitting headache, as if he had just suffered a brutal beating. "What's wrong with me?" He held his head and asked subconsciously. "You are drunk." A gentle voice came to my ear. Taichi Tomizawa raised his head and saw Lin Ye smiling at the bar. "Have a cup of hot water." Lin Ye placed the steaming cup of water on the bar. Taichi Tomizawa picked up the water cup and felt a warm touch on his palm. He took a sip and the warmth spread throughout his body. Tomizawa let out a breath and felt a lot more at ease. As he drank the hot water, fragments of his dream emerged in his mind, and he remembered that he seemed to be beaten by 18 bald men in turn. Hee, why would I have such a dream? He shook his head slightly and smiled to himself. At the bar, Lin Ye was smiling. That was naturally the embodiment of his will, and after fighting with Taichi Tomizawa's evil thoughts, he successfully eliminated them. To verify the effect, he asked, "Mr. Tomizawa, what are you going to do next?" Tomizawa Taichi sighed and said, "Well, since my father is unwilling to help me, I have to rely on myself." "You were right before. I should find a job. There is no need to rush into writing novels, my father can't always keep an eye on the publishing house. At worst, I can save enough money and live abroad." Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. "It seems to work pretty well. Come on." At this time, Tomizawa discovered that he was the only customer left in the store. He looked at the time and was shocked. It's almost 1 in the morning. So he paid the bill and left in a hurry. When this customer entered the store, he immediately caught Lin Ye's attention. He had seen this face just last night in Taichi Tozawa's criminal fantasy. The iconic thick eyebrows and majestic square face, this is Taichi Tozawa's father, the current helmsman of the Tozawa group, Tetsuji Tozawa. However, judging from his ordinary attire at this time, no one would have thought that he was the boss of a large conglomerate. At this time, Tetsuji Tozawa looked like an ordinary uncle. Is this the bar Taichi stayed at last night? How shabby. Tetsuji Tozawa walked into the store, took a quick look, and immediately commented in his mind. The bars he went to were all high-end bars. The last time he entered a small street bar like this was decades ago. I heard that this store is quite famous, so let me check it out. He walked over to the bar and sat down, his eyes scanning the 2 young men at the bar. In terms of appearance and temperament, it is quite good and probably very popular among female customers. I just don't know if it's really possible. Lin Ye smiled. "Old man, what would you like to drink?" "Classic, with bourbon." "Okay, please wait." Old-fashioned, a combination of whiskey, bitters, sugar and orange peel, is just like its name, an old and classic way of drinking. Different bartenders present each glass of classic cocktail in their own style. If you visit a new bar, ordering this drink will quickly give you an idea of the bartender's style and abilities. Lin Ye took out a classic cup, put a sugar cube into the cup, and then dripped bitters on the sugar cube. After the bitters soaked the entire sugar cube, he crushed it, poured in bourbon whiskey, and stirred gently to dissolve the sugar completely. Then add a whole large piece of ice. The large ice will melt slowly, allowing the ice water and whiskey to slowly blend, releasing the best flavor of the whiskey, making it taste better the more you drink it. Just like a mature man, the more you taste him, the more delicious he becomes. Finally, stir gently and add the orange peel. A glass of classic, done. When Tetsuji Tozawa saw Lin Ye's skillful movements, he was already impressed by the young bartender of this small bar. When he saw the glass of wine in front of him, his eyes lit up. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The aroma of malt spreads in the mouth, blending with the flavors of bitters, orange peel and sugar. Sugar and ice soften the spiciness of bourbon whiskey. The gradually melting ice water reduces the alcohol concentration and gradually brings out the natural sweetness of bourbon. Bitters and orange peel add aroma and depth of flavor. Tozawa Tetsuji was convinced. It is incredible that a young man in his 20s can play classical music with such depth and charm. The so-called internationally famous bartenders in the high-end bars that Tetsuji Tozawa often visited could not create such a flavor. Such a talented young man is actually working as a bartender in a small bar like this? What a waste of talent. Tetsuji Tozawa exhaled a breath filled with the aroma of malt. Young man, do you want to change to a more promising place to work? Again. Alas, talented people are always remembered by others in various ways. Not only women care about it, men also care about it. The last time he said he wanted to get his man, it was Mr. Fujiwara who was in the underworld, and he even planned to use some despicable means. But for some reason, Mr. Fujiwara has been silent recently and has never come to the store again. This time it's the president of a large conglomerate again. But he is a man of principle and money cannot move him. Not even adding money. The old man is joking, I am very satisfied with my current job. Tomizawa Tetsuji smiled confidently and said, young man, don't rush to refuse, do you know who I am? In Tetsuji Tomizawa's opinion, if this young man knew his identity, he would definitely change his mind. This was a great opportunity to enter the upper-class society, and he didn't believe that the young man would not be tempted. He was even a little worried about what would happen if the young man behaved too flatteringly after learning his true identity. He hates spineless young people the most. Hearing the worry in Tetsuji Tozawa's heart, Lin Ye wanted to laugh. This old man is so confident. Of course, he has the capital to be confident. The Tomisawa group is a giant group that can be compared with the Suzuki group, and the two groups are very close and have cooperated in many fields. Even if the two families were to marry, Lin Ye wouldn't find it strange at all. Just as Lin Ye was about to answer, the shop door was pushed open again. The ones who entered the store were Sonoko and Conan. As soon as Unz entered the store, she went straight to the bar. Hey, isn't this Uncle Tozawa? Sonoko noticed Tetsuji Tozawa in front of the bar and said in surprise. Chapter 219. When Tetsuji Tozawa turned around and saw Sonoko, he was also surprised. The Tomisawa group and the Suzuki group have always had a good relationship, and he has always wanted to make the two groups closer. The Suzuki family has 2 daughters and he has 3 sons. If the two families could become relatives, he would be so happy that his mouth would be crooked. He already knew the 2 daughters of the Suzuki family. The eldest daughter, Suzuki Ayako, is 24 years old, gentle and dignified. She is the best choice in terms of both age and temperament, and is the daughter-in-law he has always dreamed of. The second daughter, Suzuki Sonoko, is 17 years old. She is outgoing. Lively and outgoing, and is rumored to be a nymphomaniac. She is not Tetsuji Tozawa's ideal daughter-in-law, but considering that she is the second daughter of the Suzuki family, it is not impossible for him to let his son down. Unfortunately, Daji is bewitched by a wild woman of unknown origin, Taichi is addicted to crappy novels, and Yuzo spends all day drawing. All 3 of them are already 28 years old. But they are still not doing their jobs, which makes him, as a father, very depressed. Lin Ye caught the psychological activities of Mr. Tozawa and couldn't help thinking, the old man must be busy managing the family business and neglected to take care of his 3rd son. Otherwise how could he raise a son who would attack his own father? The tough style he developed at work and his excessive desire for control were probably the reasons why his eldest son attacked him. Although Lin Ye has eliminated the evil thoughts in Taichi Tomizawa's heart, the evil in people's hearts will regenerate. If Tetsuji Tozawa continues to maintain this style, treating his son as a subordinate and interfering in their lives in a tough manner, I am afraid that the evil thoughts in Taichi's heart will arise again. It's possible that his other 2 sons also have resentment towards him and might attack him one day. Only by changing his thinking can the problem be solved at the source. While Lin Ye was thinking, Tozawa Tetsuji said to Sonoko in the tone of an elder niece, a bar is not a place for high school students. It seems that the rumors are true. This girl really has no self-discipline. She is still a high school student, but she has already started drinking in bars. Her sister is still the best. My classmate lives upstairs, I just came in to take a look, Unz forced a smile, feeling depressed. Hey, old man, are you meddling too much? Conan, who was following her, laughed. Seeing Sonoko being humiliated, he felt happy. At this time, Lin Ye said. Unz, would you like some juice? Unz nodded immediately, and when she saw Lin Ye's smile, her unhappy mood improved. When Tetsuji Tozawa saw the look in Sonoko's eyes when she looked at Lin Ye, he, being an experienced man, immediately understood what was going on. It seems that this girl is very interested in this young man, but this young man is too calm, isn't he? Doesn't he know this girl's family background? While pouring juice for Unz, Lin Ye replied in his heart, of course I know, but I'm not interested in being a son-in-law. Young man, please think carefully about my suggestion. I'm sorry, Mr. Tomizawa, I'm very happy with my current job. Lin Ye's answer remained unchanged. Tetsuji Tozawa also realized that the young man in front of him could not be bribed with money and was a young man of great integrity. The more Lin Ye refused, the more he liked it. If you change your mind one day, you can always come to me. Thank you, I'll remember that. Lin Ye responded politely. Sonoko's eyes swept between Tozawa Tetsuji's old face and Lin Ye's handsome face, and she couldn't help but smile in her heart. It turns out that the old guy wanted to poach my girlfriend. Unfortunately, Mr. Lin is not a man who can be impressed by money. Tetsuji Tozawa said no more and continued drinking. Ugh. As he drank, he suddenly sighed heavily. Unz held the straw in his mouth, turned his head, and looked at the old man strangely. Lin Ye asked, Old man, is there anything bothering you? Tetsuji Tozawa asked, last night, was there a young man who looked very similar to me who came here to drink? Yes, Lin Ye looked at Tetsuji Tozawa's face and seemed to suddenly understand. The gentleman last night was also named Tozawa, and like you, he had a pair of thick eyebrows. Could it be that you are him? Tomizawa Tetsuji nodded and said, that's my eldest son, Taichi. Although he's called the eldest son, he actually came out just a few minutes earlier than the second and third sons. Triplets. Yes, Tetsuji Tozawa nodded. Their mother suffered a lot when she gave birth to them. Madam must be an excellent mother. Yes, a trace of sadness and nostalgia appeared in Tozawa Tetsuji's eyes. It's a pity that she left when they were 3 years old. I seldom spend time with them because I'm taking care of the family business. I thought since there are 3 brothers, they wouldn't be bored, but I recently realized that it was my neglect that made them what they are now. Tetsuji Tozawa sighed again. If only their mother were still alive. Lin Ye listened silently. There was also a hint of sympathy in Sonoko's eyes, both for old man Tozawa and for the 3 brothers. Her childhood was characterized by a lack of her father's company, and her mother often attended various banquets. She was left to stay in her big, empty mansion, playing with her expensive toys. Fortunately, her mother was at least still alive and loved her very much. Conan sat aside, looked at the faces of old man Tozawa and Sonoko, and thought to himself, it's really not easy to be the child of a big conglomerate. Although he started living alone very early, he did not feel lonely, and he did not miss his parents. It's better to stay away from those 2 guys. He didn't want to be treated as a toy by those 2 guys or listen to them quarreling all day long. He actually feels comfortable when he is alone. He can do whatever he wants and go wherever he wants. As long as there are cases, he will never be bored. Did he drink a lot of alcohol last night? Asked Tetsuji Tozawa. Well, Mr. Taichi looks distressed and very drunk. He must have said a lot of things against me. Not only do they complain, they even come up with many criminal plans to steal your gold coins. Of course, Lin Ye couldn't tell Tetsuji Tozawa these. But his silence is already an answer. Tetsuji Tozawa smiled bitterly. Alas, I have no choice. The Tozawa group that I have worked hard to build all my life must have a successor. Among the 3 brothers, I am most optimistic about the eldest brother, but he insists on becoming a novelist. The second son is addicted to women and is a playboy, but he is often cheated by women. I am worried about handing over the family business to him. The third child is honest, calm and reserved, but he is too kind and not suitable for business. He is also obsessed with painting and has no interest in business. He will probably become a famous painter in the future. But who will inherit my business? Alas. Lin Ye thought for a moment and asked, when Mr. Fuzai was young, was there anything he liked to do? Chapter 220. Tetsuji Tozawa was stunned. Lin Ye said, to be more precise, it's something I like and want to do, but haven't done yet. Tomizawa Tetsuji was silent for a while, then said, when I was young, I loved playing baseball. If I hadn't founded the company, I would have become a baseball player. Now I also love watching baseball games. Then why did you give up? Because I know that if I choose to play baseball, it will be difficult to support my family. Although I like playing baseball, I know that I don't have much talent. No matter how hard I try, I can only be a bottom-tier professional baseball player. Lin Ye asked again, if you were given a chance to choose again, and without financial pressure, what would you choose? Tgthegood knitted his thick eyebrows together, thought for a long time, and then let out a breath. I'll choose baseball. Lin Ye smiled and said, if that happens, there will be one less big conglomerate in the world and one more ordinary professional baseball player. Don't you think it's a pity? Of course not, it doesn't matter if I can't become a top player, as long as I'm doing what I like. Ah. An expression of, I figured it out, suddenly appeared on Tgthegood's face. Tai Chi and Yuzo both have things they want to do. As long as I support them, they can do what they like for the rest of their lives. Such a life must be very happy, right? Letting them inherit the family business is just my wishful thinking. They don't care about this business that belongs to me. They have their own paths they want to take. In that case, why should I force them to follow the path I have already taken? Tgthegood laughed, took a sip of wine, and his expression became relaxed and peaceful. Thank you, young man. You're welcome. It's good that you have figured it out. If you figure it out, you won't have to get hit on the head with a stone and bleed. Lin Ye looked at Tgthegood again. The future picture appears. Tgthegood, with snow-white hair, lay quietly in a chair with a smile on his lips, and died of old age. It's quiet at night. It's already late at night. Lin Ye was the only one left in the store. The bell rang softly and Lin Ye looked up. A middle-aged office worker in a suit walked into the store. He is a fat uncle with a round face, a big nose, small eyes and thick lips. He looks very kind. Oh, working overtime is really hard. The uncle with small eyes sighed as he walked towards the bar and sat down at it. He seemed to be a middle-aged man who worked overtime until late at night. Sir, what would you like to drink? I want bamboo. When the uncle smiled, his eyes became even smaller. Bamboo is not the bamboo that pandas eat, but a cocktail that originated in Japan and is one of the representative works of Japanese cocktails. However, the uncle in front of me looks quite like a panda. Bamboo is made with sherry as the base wine, dry vermouth, and citrus bitters. Okay, just a second. While Lin Ye was mixing the cocktails, the uncle kept looking at him with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He nodded repeatedly, as if he was very satisfied with Lin Ye. Lin Ye felt a little strange, not only because of the uncle's reaction, but also because he could not hear what the uncle was thinking. He heard nothing, as if his hearing ability had failed. What's happening here? Is there something wrong with me or with this uncle? Sir, your bamboo. Lin Ye finished the bamboo and placed the wine glass in front of the uncle. The uncle picked up the wine glass, took a sniff, and his eyes immediately narrowed, with a comfortable expression on his face. After taking a sip, a sound came from my throat. I feel healed. The uncle blinked his eyes and said in a childish tone. Lin Ye couldn't help but find it funny, and at the same time he became even more curious about this uncle with strange behavior. Uncle, what do you do for a living? Me. The uncle pointed at himself, suddenly made a scissors hand gesture, and showed a cute expression. I am the Buddha. What? Lin Ye was stunned. The uncle made the scissors hand gesture again, keeping his facial expression unchanged, and said again with full energy, it's the Buddha. So that's it. Lin Ye's eyes became strange. Although his ability to listen to others' minds suddenly failed, his experience in seeing people had not disappeared. According to his judgment, the uncle in front of him was either making fun of him or had some mental problems. Don't I look like one? The uncle asked with a pout. Honestly, it's kind of disgusting to see a man in his 40s making cute faces. However, Lin Ye had an excellent professional attitude. He looked at the uncle's face and said, your face is indeed very blessed. How about this? The uncle slapped his forehead with his right hand, and when he took it away, there was a lump of something that looked like miniature poop on his forehead. What is this? Lin Ye looked puzzled. This is called white hair. It is one of the 32 characteristics of the Buddha, it is the symbol of the Buddha, that is, me. There is white hair between the eyebrows of the Tgthegood, which twists to the right like the sun at noon. When it is released, there is light, this is what I am referring to. The uncle pointed at the tiny poop between his eyebrows and explained in detail. Lin Ye stared at the tiny piece of poop between the uncle's eyebrows, speechless. No matter how you look at it, it looks like it was just glued on, right? Can you be more professional when cosplaying? Lin Ye took a deep breath, forced a smile and asked, may I ask what you can do for me, Mr. Buddha? The uncle picked up the wine glass, took a sip, then smiled brightly at Lin Ye, revealing two little fangs. I'm here to cheer you up and show you the way forward. Cheer up. Directions. You've done a good job. You've eliminated a lot of evil thoughts during this period of time. Please keep working hard in the future. Lin Ye's expression was suddenly shocked. How does he know what I did? Is he really the Buddha? Lin Ye carefully observed the uncle in front of him again. At this moment, his eyes lit up and an infinite golden light bloomed behind the uncle's head. The uncle smiled in the golden light and continued, but this is far from enough. This world is full of suffering, and this city is the source of suffering. People are full of hatred among each other, and people die in hatred every day. Lin Ye listened in amazement. So you have to keep working hard. If one day you completely purify the evil thoughts in this city, you can become a Buddha. Although this is a long and difficult road, I believe you can do it. Come on. We will meet again when you become a Buddha. Lin Ye fell into a daze. When he came to his senses, the uncle was no longer in sight. If there hadn't been an empty wine glass on the bar, he would have almost thought he was hallucinating. At this moment he suddenly realized a problem. That guy who claimed to be Buddha just now, didn't pay for his drinks. Chapter 221. This is a day 10 years later. The weather is clear, the breeze is gentle, and the warm wind is intoxicating. On the street, a young female reporter is conducting a street interview. Excuse me sir, are you happy? Of course, after all, I live in Beika town. The man looked proud. What has made you happy recently? The man thought for a moment and replied, actually, my company went bankrupt some time ago. Ah. Then you're not sad. The man smiled and said, Miss, have you ever heard of the saying, a blessing in disguise? Isn't this an old saying from a neighboring country? The man looked very satisfied, nodded, and continued. Although my company went bankrupt, I now have more time to spend with my family and friends. I used to be obsessed with my career and neglected many precious things. Now I have them back, so I feel very happy. The female reporter looked at the man strangely, and saw that he had a sincere smile on his face and did not look like he was lying. So he said, thank you for your answer, and I wish you a happy life. The people in Beika town are really weird. The beautiful female reporter with a pair of innocent big eyes thought so and found her next interview target. Excuse me ma'am, are you happy? Actually, I just got dumped by my boyfriend of 5 years. Feel sorry. It's okay. The woman looked up at the sky with a far-reaching gaze and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Have you heard that saying? We don't ask for eternity, we just ask for having been together. We have walked a path together, and that is enough. I am very grateful for the good memories he brought me. Even if our fate has ended, I hope that he can continue to be happy in his future life. Thank you for your answer. Soon, the female reporter found her next target. An elementary school student wearing glasses walked down the road. He was wearing a blue suit, a red bow tie, and sneakers. He looked very smart. The little boy walked with his head down, his expression serious, as if he was worried about something. The female reporter greeted him with a smile. Little friend, are you happy? Big sister, what nonsense are you talking about? The little boy raised his head and looked at her speechlessly. What? This is Beika town. It is the city with the lowest crime rate and the highest happiness index in the world. It is known as the capital of happiness and a model of human civilization. No matter what sadness you have, as long as you live here for a while, you will be healed and become happy. Finding an unfortunate person here is like finding a shark in the desert. It is impossible. Is my sister too bored to do such a thing? The reporter was choked by the boy and was speechless. You're obviously just a kid whose skirt isn't even as high as mine. Why are you talking so arrogantly? Hey, is that Uncle Lin? Uncle Lin. The boy suddenly waved his arms, and his speechless expression turned into an innocent smile. The female reporter turned around and was stunned for a moment. He was a young man in his 20s, wearing white sportswear, with a slender figure and elegant temperament. The sunlight shone on his head, making his whole body seem to be glowing, spotless, like an angel fallen into the mortal world. There is such a man in the world. Just seeing the smile on his face makes me feel healed. Lin Ye stopped in front of the two of them, smiled and said to the clever-looking little boy. Is that Conan? You're out of school so early. No, I skipped school, the little boy called Conan by Lin Ye said calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Huh? Why are you skipping school? School is so boring, with only nagging teachers and childish kids, so I sneaked out of school to explore, but no matter where I went, it was all peaceful and happy. It was really boring. Conan sighed and shook his head. I really miss the days when my father was young, when he could encounter exciting cases wherever he went. Lin Ye stretched out his hand, covered Conan's head, and rubbed it gently. Those were not good times. Conan hates having his head rubbed, even by his father. Except for the man in front of me. Because of work, his father stays abroad all year round, and little Conan only sees his father a few times a year. But it can be said that Uncle Lin watched him grow up. Therefore, compared to his biological father, he felt closer to Uncle Lin. By the way, Uncle Lin, please don't tell my mom that I skipped school, otherwise she will nag again. Once she starts nagging, she will never stop. I don't know how Dad can stand her, little Conan complained about his mother. Lin Ye smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you, but you have to be nice to your mother. She is nagging because she cares about you. It's not easy for her to raise you alone. Uncle Lin, I understand what you said. I also know that my mother has a hard time, but she is really too nagging. I suspect that my father couldn't stand this, so he fled abroad. No, Conan, your father is here for work. Conan adjusted his glasses with his middle finger and said with an expression that showed he saw through everything. Even if it's not the main reason, it's at least one of the reasons. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was just like his father back then. He was always so confident in his judgment. After Lin Ye left. Big sister, the person has left. Conan said to the reporter who was still in a daze. The latter blinked, as if waking up from some wonderful illusion. Little brother, you are very familiar with that Mr. Tian, just now, right? Yes, he lives next door to me. Little brother, can you tell me what the gentleman's name is? Where does he live? Conan raised his right hand and extended a finger. When the female reporter was wondering what this meant, she heard the kid with glasses in front of her say 10,000 yuan, give me 10,000 yuan for the information and I will tell you. The female reporter's eyebrows twitched twice. This little brat actually took advantage of the situation to rob. Give. Conan took a 10,000 yuan bill from the female reporter, nodded with satisfaction, calmly put it in his pocket, and said. Give it up, big sister, he is already married and has 2 daughters. The female reporter was stunned and heard the sound of her own heart breaking. Such a perfect Mr. Angel is actually a father. Seeing the woman's look, Conan shook his head, turned away, and silently said in his heart. Not only that, Uncle Lin is surrounded by many beautiful aunts who are eyeing him covetously. You have no chance, no chance. After Conan walked away, the female reporter suddenly seemed to remember something. Damn you little kid with glasses, that's obviously not what I was asking about. But at this time, the little boy was nowhere to be found on the street. Chapter 222. Lin Ye, who was jogging on the street, felt emotional. Over the past 10 years, he has cured countless potential criminals and nipped the evil in the bud. Without him, the prison in Mihua City would have to be expanded at least 10 times to accommodate all these criminals. But only he himself knows all this. Looking back now, it was truly a long 10 years. Theoretically, 10 years had passed, but he always felt that it was more than 3,600 days, and in fact it was much longer than that. There was faint sound of music coming from the front, as well as the energetic singing of a girl. Hearing the song, Lin Ye smiled slightly. It's them. When I ran out of the intersection, I saw an extended stage car parked on the side of the road, surrounded by a large number of enthusiastic fans. On the car stage, 3 energetic figures were singing and dancing, wearing pink, yellow and blue skirts respectively. Their snow-white thighs and dancing arms sparkled in the sun. HIATUS Girls, a super popular idol group that debuted from Beika City, emerged 7 years ago and shot to fame with the song HIATUS Girls Have No Tears, and they remained popular ever since. Beika City is the starting point of their idol journey, so they often come back to perform. Sometimes it is a formal performance in a stadium or cultural center. And sometimes it is a street performance like the one in front of you, where no tickets are charged, giving surprises to the citizens of Beika. Lin Ye stopped and looked over the crowd at the girl in the pink skirt standing in the center of the stage. Tachibana, the captain of the Yakuza girls. 10 years ago, his name was Murakuchi Takuya, and his dream since childhood was to become an idol. However, the shackles of worldly life made him forget his dream and he became a gangster in a daze. Lin Ye used a cup of golden dream to help him regain his dream. He finally broke the shackles on his mind. With the help of Fujiwara Jiro, the former boss of the Yakuza club and now the strongest idol producer, he successfully debuted as an idol after 3 years of hard physical and mental training. The other 2, Chio and Mika, are also his brothers in the group. But unlike him, those 2 were not willing to become idols at the beginning. It was because he made a mistake in the organization and chose to become an idol in order to survive. But now it seems that they have fallen in love with the feeling of being idols. The reason why Lin Ye knew this was because these 2 people were also customers of Polo Bar. That was a week before their official debut. At that time, they were still full of depression. However, under Lin Ye's guidance, they finally accepted their new identities, appeared on the stage in a shining manner, and their debut performance was a great success. Over the past 7 years, their beautiful singing voices and graceful figures have healed countless people. Every time Lin Ye saw them on TV, he couldn't help but sigh that their efficiency in healing the soul was much higher than his own. However, when it comes to the depth of healing, Lin Ye is still quite confident. Their songs may spread wider and faster and affect more people. However, people may be moved by a song and gain strength and hope in life from their idols. But for those who are truly in despair, idol singing has very limited effect. They may even hate these glamorous stage stars and maliciously speculate about their private lives. They are just a bunch of promiscuous bitches, and I don't know how much fun they have behind the scenes. The way they pretend on stage is really disgusting. Are they mocking my existence with that arrogant look? I probably think so. Lin Ye's cocktails can save this group of people. After one glass of wine, their hearts will be filled with love and hope. The most important is, love is contagious. A person with a heart full of love will influence the people around him and pass on love to their hearts. For 10 years, Lin Ye has used fine wine to water the dry souls, allowing the seeds of love to sprout in the hearts of guests, and then the guests walk out of the bar and pass the love to more people. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people, thus affecting millions of people. It was in this way that Lin Ye swept away the misfortune and sin in the city, turning the once sinful city into the happy city today. He couldn't help but think back to that night 10 years ago, when he saw the weird old man who claimed to be Buddha. He once said that when he healed the city, he would appear again. Now, I have achieved this goal, right? But the uncle did not show up. That guy still owes me money for a drink. Everyone, thank you for coming to see our performance, please continue to support us and live happily forever. The energetic voices of 3 beautiful girls were heard on the stage, and the crowd immediately responded enthusiastically, with fans shouting the names of the 3. Lin Ye smiled slightly, walked away from behind the crowd and continued running. After turning another intersection, Lin Ye saw an interesting scene from afar. A tall lady with a charming back, holding a basket of vegetables in one hand and pulling a boy's ear with the other, seems to be disciplining her child. The lady was wearing a white top and a light purple hip skirt, revealing a section of her well-proportioned calves wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Her long black hair was simply tied up with a light purple hairband and hung elegantly behind her. Just by looking at her back, you can tell that this is a very beautiful lady, which makes people yearn for her and want to see her beauty. But Lin Ye already knew her. We have known each other for 10 years and have a very good relationship. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are as close as brother and sister. Once upon a time, she was Ran Maori, now she is Ran Kudo. The child whose ears were pulled was Conan, whom Lin Ye had met not long ago. Kudo Conan. It's Conan, no, it's the child of Kudo Shinichi and Xiaolan. The two got married 7 years ago and gave birth to a son 6 years ago, named Conan. Conan, now 6 years old, looks almost exactly like his father when he became smaller after taking medicine. Every time he saw him, Lin Ye had the illusion of going back to the past. Uncle Lin. When little Conan saw Lin Ye appearing at the corner, he immediately shouted as if he had seen a savior. Xiaolan, who was grabbing his ear, no, now she should be called Mrs. Kudo, turned around and saw Lin Ye appearing at the intersection. The anger on her face disappeared in an instant, and she withdrew her hand that was grabbing Conan's ear. Time has not left too many traces on Xiaolan's face, but has only added a mature and charming charm to her. Her skin is smooth and delicate, without a single wrinkle, and her whiteness is tinged with a moist red. The youthfulness and innocence of her eyes have faded, and her beautiful eyebrows and eyes hint at a spring feeling. When looked at by such eyes, 99 of men will have their heartbeats quickened and evil thoughts arise. But Lin Ye just walked over with a smile and greeted him as usual. Xiaolan, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Conan took advantage of his mother's inattention and hid behind him, rubbing his ears with a grimace. What bad luck, I was caught by the vicious old woman. She pulled my ear. Hiss. It hurts. Chapter 223. It's Mr. Lin, good afternoon. Xiaolan turned around and saw Lin Ye, and smiled gracefully and charmingly. Little Conan saw his mother's expression change behind Lin Ye, her mouth opened slightly and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. The old woman's expression changes so quickly. Just now she looked like she wanted to eat someone, but now she has such a gentle expression. She's not trying to seduce Uncle Lin, is she? Puff. Lin Ye almost choked on his own saliva. What on earth is going on in this kid's head? He glanced at Conan, who was stroking his chin, thinking seriously. Well, it's very likely. My father has been working abroad for a long time. He is either handling cases or chasing Uncle Phantom Thief Kid around the world. He can only come home a few times a year. My mother is not even 30 yet, which is the best time for a woman. It is normal for her to feel lonely. As a world-class detective, Dad is indeed very good at reasoning and solving cases. But as a father and husband, Dad is really bad. Conan shook his head, looking impressed. Lin Ye, who was chatting with Xiaolan, thought to himself, isn't this boy too precocious? Although he had long known that this child was extraordinary, Conan's psychological activities at this moment still surprised Lin Ye. This little guy inherited his father's super high IQ and his mother's super athletic talent, and is very famous in T10 elementary school. It should be said that this caused the school a great headache. In addition to the title of genius, he also had the bad reputation of little devil among teachers and classmates. Skipping classes is a common occurrence, playing pranks on classmates is a daily routine at school, and even adult teachers are played a prank by him. Little Conan, who is not even 7 years old, single-handedly controls the entire T10 elementary school. Not only did his classmates keep their distance from him, even his teachers couldn't do anything about him. After all, he always got full marks in exams, and the questions the teacher asked in class were not difficult for him at all. During every exam, he would always leave the classroom earlier than his classmates who would go to the bathroom halfway through their exams, leaving behind a perfect test paper. When the teacher asked questions, he would even ask the teacher some tricky questions in return, leaving the teacher speechless, and then the teacher would never dare to call his name again. His only nemesis is his mother, Xiaolan. As long as Xiaolan's ruthless iron hand grabs his ear, he will immediately become a good boy. All these were said by Xiaolan when she complained to Lin Ye when she came to Polo Bar to drink. At this time, Conan was hiding behind Lin Ye's butt, his eyes moving back and forth between the two adults. Suddenly, he nodded, as if he had made some decision. Well, if it's Uncle Lin, it's not impossible for him to be my stepfather. But Uncle Lin is already married, this is a problem. If my mother becomes someone's mistress and others find out about it, wouldn't I be very embarrassed? Or else, think of a way to make Uncle Lin divorce his current wife. Ahem. Lin Ye, who was talking to Xiaolan, was choked by his saliva this time and started coughing violently. Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? No, nothing. Lin Ye glanced at Conan strangely and was deeply shocked. This kid is really amazing. For the sake of his mother, or for his own sake, he actually wanted to destroy someone else's marriage. He is so bold at such a young age. What will he be like when he grows up? Kudo-san, stop wandering around the world and come back to take care of your son. Thanks to Lin Ye's unremitting efforts, Beihua Town has become a city of happiness. Not to mention homicides, even family disputes such as infidelity are rare, and the detective industry is gradually declining. Then, with Beika Town as the center, the virus called love began to spread throughout Japan. As the social crime rate continued to decline, detectives gradually faded out of people's real lives. Lin Ye became the ghost light of the entire detective industry and the gravedigger of detectives. Therefore, Kudo, who had no cases to handle in the country, turned his attention overseas. WW. Conan Detective 1. As long as you log into the official website of Kudo Detective Agency, you can contact this super detective anywhere in the world. Kudo would select interesting commissions from the comments on the website, fly around the world all day, and get obsessed with various events. By the way, the speed of internet development in this world really shocked Lin Ye. He bought a big butt computer 10 years ago, but only half a year later, lightweight home computers appeared on the market, and their computing power was dozens of blocks higher than that of the big butt computer. In addition, the same goes for mobile phones. Half a year ago, he was still using a mobile phone, but half a year later, the smartphone that Lin Ye was very familiar with appeared. From that time on, he lived a modern life similar to the one before he traveled through time. However, half a year later, the technological tree that had been growing rapidly seemed to be cut off by a pair of scissors, and the development speed returned to normal. Otherwise, at that rate of development, 10 years from now, he should have been living the future life described in various science fiction works. By the way, after Rice Flower City becomes the city of happiness, Lin Ye's next goal is to spread love to the world. He wants to use cocktails to eliminate the hatred and sin in the whole world and make the whole world full of love. By then, Kudo, who has no case to solve, should focus on his studies and go home to be with his wife and children. He can't rush out of the earth to help the aliens solve the case, right? In order to achieve this ambitious goal, Lin Ye has been actively training new talents in the bartending industry since 2 years ago. A person's power is limited. No matter how good his cocktail mixing skills are, he cannot make everyone in the world drink his cocktails. But as long as there are new people who understand the true meaning of cocktail making, they can influence more people. He has a book called Love and the Art of Bartending. In the book, he elaborates on his own cocktail philosophy, as well as various valuable cocktail experience and insights, hoping to help bartenders around the world understand the true meaning of cocktails and help more guests who are troubled by worries. In addition, he also established the world's largest bartender training school in Tokyo, which recruits students from all over the world. The study period is 2 years, and the first batch of students influenced by his bartending philosophy are about to graduate and go out into the world. In addition, under his influence, the University of Tokyo took the lead in establishing a bartending major a year ago, and more schools followed suit. His next plan is to establish bartender schools in major cities across China to spread love throughout China. In order to achieve this goal, he studied almost all types of wine on the Chinese market. Stai, Slianji, Shifeng, Fenjiu, Snanchan, Baigan. Then, based on these local Chinese wines, a large number of original cocktail recipes were created as part of the school's teaching content. The next step is to establish bartender schools around the world. Of course, a large amount of funds is indispensable in this whole process. But it's not a big problem for him. With the support of Suzuki Group, the largest financial group in Japan, money is not a problem. Chapter 224. Lin Ye and Xiaolan walked side by side, and Conan, holding his mother's hand, walked between the two. To outsiders, they looked like a warm family of 3 taking a walk. "See you tonight, Mr. Lin." Xiaolan held Conan's hand, stopped in front of Kudo's house, and said goodbye to Lin Ye with a smile. "Well, see you tonight." Lin Ye nodded, bent down and touched Conan's little head. "Conan, you have to listen to your mother, okay?" Conan frowned and nodded seriously. "Mom is planning to have a tryst with Uncle Lin tonight." "Well, I'll just go out secretly and take a look." Lin Ye's mouth froze. How could this little devil be so impure? See you in the evening at Polo Bar." Xiaolan planned to go there for a drink today and visit her lonely old father, so she made a reservation with Lin Ye. After saying goodbye to Xiaolan and her son, Lin Ye returned to his home next to Kudo's house. The huge house was empty and seemed particularly quiet. "My wife is traveling abroad, and our 2 daughters haven't come home from school yet. Now, he lives at No. 2, Beika 20 Chom, which is next to Kudo's house, and is also a 3-story villa with a yard. Next door to the house, House No. 22, is Dr. Agasa's home. Ever since he saved Dr. Agasa from an accident during an experiment 10 years ago, he and this eccentric inventor have become close friends regardless of their age difference. After moving here, the two met more often and their relationship became even closer. After taking a shower, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Ye changed his clothes and went out slowly again. People's troubles will continue to grow, and if they cannot be resolved, they will further evolve into evil thoughts and become the breeding ground for sin. So even though Mihua City has become the city of happiness today, he still insists on going to work in the store every day. Unless he had something special to do, he could always be found in Poirot's bar. Today, he is undoubtedly the No. 1 in the Japanese bartending world, and has set off a bartending trend that has swept the entire society. But he is very low-key and rarely shows up in public, maintaining a full sense of mystery. Because he doesn't want to be burdened by fame and just wants to live a peaceful life. Moreover, an overly dazzling halo will also bring pressure to the guests sitting at the bar. Imagine that an ordinary customer walks into a bar with gorgeous decorations, and is served by a bartender who is said to be the best in Japan. He or she will definitely feel nervous. Right? Lin Ye only hopes that customers will treat him as an ordinary, handsome bartender with excellent skills. Standing on the side of the road, Lin Ye looked at the 3-story building opposite. The Polo Bar is still in its original location and looks pretty much the same as it did 10 years ago. However, there were some changes on the second floor. The big words, Muri Detective Agency, that used to be on the second-floor window were gone, leaving only the clean glass. Lin Ye crossed the street and walked to the door of Polo Bar. He pushed the door open as the bell in the corner rang. 2 figures busy in the store came into view. The person wiping the bar is an attractive blonde woman. Slightly curly golden hair, a slim-fitting bartender uniform that outlines an alluring back, and a pair of long black legs under a black pencil skirt that reaches mid-thigh. The person bending over to wipe the table was a tall, silver-haired woman. Her long, smooth silver hair fell down to her back. She wore a decent white shirt with a black ribbon at the collar, and a black knee-length skirt. Her pretty profile was so attractive that it was hard to look away. The two of them turned around at the same time when they heard the bell and looked towards the door. Those were 2 pairs of eyes with completely different styles, but equally charming. The blonde woman's blue eyes were full of charm and mystery, as if they could suck people's souls in. Under the cute short eyebrows of the silver-haired woman are a pair of bright black eyes with a gentle smile. If you look closely, you'll find that there's something special about her eyes. That's because she wears colored contact lenses. Her eye color is different from that of ordinary people. In order not to attract the attention of customers in the store, she wears colored contact lenses when she is at work. Huh, boss, you came really early today, did you miss me and want to see me soon? The blonde woman leaned against the bar, her eyes seductive, her tone gentle, full of magic that could erode a man's sanity. Fortunately, Lin Ye was able to resist the temptation of this witch and said seriously. Good afternoon, Miss Chris. Then he turned his eyes away from her body and greeted the silver-haired woman. Good afternoon, Miss Sylvie. The silver-haired woman named Severus was much more reserved. She leaned her upper body slightly and replied politely, Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. These two were originally female cadres of that organization. Blonde Chris, codenamed Vermouth, means vermouth. Silver-haired Sylvie, the organization's code name is Curacao, an orange liqueur from the Curacao Islands in the Caribbean. The former Curacao had an accident during a mission and lost his memory. He was picked up by Lin Ye and then stayed to work in Polo Bar. Although her memory recovered later, she did not leave. Instead, she pretended that she remembered nothing and continued to play the role of a naive girl. Of course, in front of Lin Ye, her disguise was meaningless. However, Lin Ye did not expose her. He pretended that he had not discovered anything and continued to keep her in the store. Of course, there were many twists and turns after that because both the organization and the police were looking for her. But in the end, with Lin Ye's help, she finally got through it all safely and started her life with a new identity. If you ask how Lin Ye did it, of course it was with his amazing wisdom. And his strong network of contacts. At that time, he not only had connections in the organization, but also had considerable connections in the police community. These connections were naturally built up through his wine glass and his active participation in one event after another. Later, with Kudo's unremitting efforts, he finally defeated the organization as he wished. Most members of the organization wore silver bracelets and spent the rest of their lives in prison. But there were a small number of members who were as slippery as fish and escaped the disaster. For example, Miss Chris, who is looking so charming in front of Lin Ye. She regards Kudo as her godson and has secretly helped him many times in his battle of wits and courage with the organization. Kudo-san also reciprocated the favor by turning a blind eye to her escape. It was a charming night 3 months after the organization's demise. Miss Chris appeared in the Polo Bar, and after whispering something to Lin Ye, she stayed in the Polo Bar and started her working career. The passage of time has left no trace on this woman, whether it is her skin, face or figure. Today, she is still beautiful and charming, and she has mesmerized the drinkers in the store. The person she wanted to confuse the most was her current boss, Lin Ye. Unfortunately, it has not been successful yet. Chapter 225. Accompanied by the sound of bells, several high school students walked into the store. They were wearing the blue uniforms of T10 High School and exuded a youthful aura. 2 boys and 3 girls. Of the 2 boys, the one on the left is tall and thin with a middle-parted hairstyle and a few freckles on his face. The one on the right is a head shorter, but his body is twice as wide as the tall and thin one. He has short hair that looks like seaweed on a rice ball, and looks silly. Good evening, master. As soon as the tall and thin man and the rice ball boy entered the door, they bowed in unison and greeted Lin Ye loudly at the bar. Lin Ye smiled and nodded, You are here, Guanyan, Yuan Tai, go change your clothes quickly. These 2 boys are none other than the grown-up Mitsuhiko Tsuburaya and Genta Kojima. They are 17 years old and are currently in their 2nd year of high school at T10 High School. Just as they had agreed, Guanyan became Lin Ye's disciple. He came to the store as an apprentice after school every day, determined to become an excellent bartender. Yuan Tai's family runs an izakaya, and in order to inherit the old izakaya, he came to Polo Bar to learn, and his family was very supportive. After greeting Lin Ye, the 2 went to the dressing room to change clothes. They could not serve customers in the T10 High School uniform. After all, they are not JK. 3 real JK beauties came to the bar. Uncle Lin, good evening. The first person to greet Lin Ye was a slim and beautiful girl wearing a red headband. She has big lively eyes, a straight little nose, a moist little mouth, and a very pleasant voice. At this moment, those big watery eyes were staring at Lin Ye's face, slightly absent-minded. No matter how many times I watch it, Uncle Lin is still so handsome. He is already in his 30s, but he still looks very young, like an older brother. And as she gets older, her temperament becomes more and more charming. Help, why is there such a perfect man in the world? Since I met Uncle Lin, I have never been interested in other men again. Hearing these voices, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with helplessness, and a smile appeared on his face. Good evening, Ayumi. The 17-year-old Ayumi has grown into a pure JK girl with a beautiful voice and sweet voice. Although there is still some immaturity in her, it is foreseeable that in a few years, she will be a pure and charming fairy who will fascinate people to death. A girl's heart is always filled with spring. For a young girl who is just beginning to fall in love, a mature, steady, sweet-talking and handsome man has a fatal attraction. Unfortunately, Ayumi was captured by the invisible charm exuded by Lin Ye, the succubus, from a very early time. Lin Ye definitely didn't mean it, but his charm was like a firefly in the dark night, which could not be hidden. When he got married, Ayumi secretly wiped away tears at the wedding and was sad for a long time afterwards. Today, Lin Ye is already a wife and a father, but for some reason, Ayumi's interest in him has not diminished, but has become even stronger. Although she had been enduring it all the time, in front of Lin Ye, her thoughts were as obvious as a fly on a bald man's head. Lin Ye didn't want to let the girl suffer the pain of unrequited love. Although he can also sneak into the girl's heart and implant an idea like, this man is not worth liking. But it's no use. Even if he did, it would be short-lived. As long as Ayumi sees me again, she will gradually fall in love with me. Moreover, because of the polar reversal from liking to disliking and then from disliking to liking, this feeling will become even deeper. If I continue to modify her will, I will only go through the same process, and in the end my feelings will only deepen. Moreover, repeatedly distorting the will of others is quite dangerous. If you are not careful, it may cause serious consequences such as mental disorder or split personality. So Lin Ye could only endure it all silently and pretend to know nothing about the girl's feelings. Dad, the girl who called Lin Ye dad was wearing the uniform skirt of Titan High School. She had long black-brown hair that reached her waist and beautiful sapphire blue eyes. Her eyes were gentle and full of attachment when she looked at Lin Ye. When he saw the girl, Lin Ye's eyes immediately became gentle. Yami, how was your day at school? Well, I'm very happy. Her name is Hayashibara Masami, and she is a classmate of Ayumi. She used to have another name. Mayano Akemi. But now she has forgotten. But Lin Ye still remembers. That year, Mayano Akemi completed the organization's entry test, successfully robbed 1 billion yen and survived, and officially became a member of the organization. After she joined the organization, she served under Rum, seized every opportunity to climb up, and finally obtained an official code name. The battle in which she obtained the code name was at the cost of her former lover, Akai Shuichi. She took the initiative to propose a plan to use herself as bait to lure Shuichi Akai into the organization's ambush and eliminate this hateful man who used her to infiltrate the organization. Mingmei's plan was a great success, and Shuichi Akai died in a tragic explosion, leaving no trace of his body. Of course, it was a fake death. This is a plan within a plan. Kudo, who was still Conan at the time, got involved and used his amazing wisdom to design this perfect plan. The reason he agreed to help was because Mingmei's sister, a genius girl codenamed Shirley, made him an offer he couldn't refuse. In exchange for the antidote to APTX-4869, he suggested that the two sisters could act as insiders, also called undercover agents, to help him overthrow the organization. Director Ko pretended to hesitate for a while, but soon made a plan and secretly gathered the help of various parties to complete this big drama. With this battle, Mayano Akemi officially entered the core circle of the organization. At Lin Ye's suggestion, she chose Bamboo as the code name of her organization. Bamboo, a representative Japanese cocktail, is based on sherry. Bamboo also symbolizes perseverance and the spirit of striving for progress, which also fits her determination to climb up in the organization to protect her sister. After that, Take joined forces with Binga, Curacao before losing his memory, Ase Narimi, and Bourbon, whom he met at the Polo Bar, to fight wits and courage with Jin within the organization, and finally took away the monitoring rights of the Research Institute from Jin. At this point, the two sisters were finally free from the surveillance and control of others and gained some freedom. On the night that Bamboo took control of the laboratory, the two sisters met at the Polo Bar, hugged each other tightly, and cried with joy. Sister, we succeeded. Sister, thank you for your hard work. Younger sister. Elder sister. It was such a touching scene, deeply imprinted in Lin Ye's mind. Since then, the two sisters have worked together and are full of energy. Their next goal is to completely overthrow this dark organization and gain true freedom. Unfortunately, Mr. Jin is not a pushover either. Although he suffered many setbacks under the joint attack of the two sisters and his organization's status plummeted, he also had his own spiritual haven. During those difficult days, Lin Ye's wine brought him warmth. After a brief period of decadence, Mr. Jin regained his spirits, stubbornly withstood the sisters' joint offensive, and found the sisters' fatal flaws. Shuichi Akai's plan to fake his death was exposed. Lin Ye still remembers the night when Jin burst into laughter in the store after he found evidence that Akai Shuichi had faked his death. "Ha ha ha, I found it, I finally found it. Surely, Zhu, you're done. He he he." Chapter 226. But he did not take action right away. Instead, he continued to endure and investigate secretly, preparing to give the two sisters a big blow and turn the tables in one fell swoop. Although Lin Ye had secretly hinted at them, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. After Mr. Jin's unremitting investigation after digging 300 feet underground, the sisters' undercover activities were finally exposed. But the clever Shirley had already prepared a backup plan. The new APTX-4896, developed using Conan's blood as a sample, can stably degenerate a person to the physical state of a child. The two sisters decided to use this drug to regress to their childhood like Kudo-san in order to escape the organization's pursuit. Although the research had not been fully completed at that time and Druga still had a mortality rate of about 10, the two sisters who were desperate had no choice. A 90 success rate is already a very high probability. Rather than being hunted endlessly by the organization, it is better to change your appearance and get rid of it once and for all. Look at Kudo, who has become Conan. Ever since he became a little girl, he has been living together with his childhood sweetheart without any shame. As for who to go to after becoming small, the two sisters also reached an agreement. Shuichi Akai was originally one of the candidates, but considering that his eldest cousin was the focus of the organization, it was not safe to follow him, and after the two of them became smaller, they would become a burden to him, so he passed. In the end, the person the two sisters chose was Lin Ye. Her elder sister, Akemi Mayano, transformed herself into a bamboo. Whenever she felt lost and depressed during her struggle in the organization, she would go to the Polo Bar to get spiritual comfort. Lin Ye's wine and comfort were important motivations that kept her going. The younger sister Mayano Shiho, codenamed Shirley, noticed that her sister's attachment to Lin Ye was gradually deepening. In order to test his character, she took the initiative to get close to him. As a result, she accidentally fell into the gentle trap of this man. So, that night, after destroying all their identity information left in the organization, the two sisters came to Lin Ye's home. Confess your identity to him, explain everything, and then let him decide for himself whether to accept their surrender. After all, they are dangerous elements being hunted by powerful criminal organizations. Taking them in means planting a bomb in the home that could explode at any time. Of course Lin Ye chose to agree. How could he bear to watch these two sisters flee to the ends of the earth? The moment Lin Ye agreed, the two sisters hugged him tightly and shed tears of joy. Great, we didn't make a mistake. Such thoughts came into their minds. Considering that the new drug still has a 10 mortality rate, if you are unlucky, this time it will be a farewell forever. So, the two sisters confessed their feelings to Lin Ye. Then, the two of them took off their clothes in Lin Ye's bedroom, took out the secret medicine they had brought with them, took it resolutely, held hands, and lay down on the bed calmly. After the drug took effect, the two quickly fell into a coma. Lin Ye wiped the bodies of the two unconscious people according to Shirley's instructions before taking the medicine. After taking the medicine, both of them had high fever and sweated continuously. If you don't wipe it off in time, sweat will clog your pores and the surging heat in your body will not be able to release, and the chance of transformation failure will be greatly increased. Lin Ye completed the task gloriously, and the sisters' bodies successfully regressed to the state of about 7 years old. The next day was a sunny day. The two sisters woke up one after another in the sunlight. After staying up all night, Lin Ye lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Shirley hugged her sister excitedly and said, "We succeeded." However, my sister did not react at all. Only then did she realize that her sister's eyes were very pure as a baby's. Drug A was, after all, a drug that she had not yet fully controlled, and unexpected changes occurred. My sister's brain was formatted. Shirley's crying woke up the sleeping Lin Ye. After learning what happened, Lin Ye patted Shirley on the head and said, "Leave it to me." He sneaked into Mayano Akemi's consciousness and helped her recover some of her memories. About my sister, about my parents, about him. Except her own. It is impossible to climb to a high position in a criminal organization and still remain kind. In the process of climbing up, Akemi Mayano did some things that she didn't want to recall, which caused her to develop a negative attitude towards herself deep in her heart. Since she didn't want to recall it, Lin Ye naturally wouldn't interfere. After that day, Mayano Akemi and Take disappeared together, and a little girl named Hayashibara Masami appeared in the world. Her younger sister is named Hayashibara Yuki. After Lin Ye's reminder, his sister never mentioned the name Mayano Akemi again. The two sisters became Lin Ye's adopted daughters and started a new life. He entered Titan Elementary School and became classmates with Conan, and met Ayumi, Mitsuhiko, and Genta. Lin Ye can still recall the shocked expression on Conan's face when he saw the two sisters who had shrunk, and his glasses were crooked. Later, the organization collapsed. The worry buried in Shirley's heart finally dissipated completely. Lin Ye was not particularly worried about this, because at that time, his physical fitness had reached an inhuman level. He could easily break pillars with his bare hands, and he was even confident that he could catch bullets. He was just running every day and practicing karate with Xiaolan, but he was able to achieve such amazing results, which was beyond his expectation. In the end he attributed it to this world. It must be because this world is too unscientific. In any case, after the organization was destroyed, he and his sisters lived a peaceful and stable daily life. The two sisters grew up day by day, graduated from elementary school, entered junior high school, graduated from junior high school, and entered high school, until today. Watching them grow from their childhood to what they are now, I feel a sense of satisfaction like an old father. By the way, 10 years have passed and his appearance has hardly changed significantly, only his temperament has changed. Lin Ye's gaze shifted from Yume to Xuehue who was standing in front of the bar. She has short brown curly hair, an exquisite and cold face, and a fitted blue school uniform. The youthfulness of a girl and an unknown sense of mystery are intertwined in her, forming a unique charm. As if she noticed his gaze, Xuehue, who was like an ice and snow goddess, had a flash of embarrassment in her eyes and slightly turned her eyes away to avoid looking at him. Over the years, this man seemed to really be raising me like his own daughter. But, I had already confessed my feelings that night, so what does this attitude mean? Later he married another woman. She has been very angry about this matter and still cares about it. Xuehue, how was your day at school today? Lin Ye's gentle, fatherly voice came into her ears. Humph, it's okay, the tone sounded like a daughter who had reached her rebellious stage. At this time, her sister next to her gently pulled the corner of her clothes. Xuehue, you can't talk to dad like that, you haven't even said hello to him yet. Chapter 227. Xuehue lowered her head and made a small sound in response to her sister's gentle rebuke. The only thing she obeyed was her sister's words. If I had worked harder back then and had complete control over the drug, I wouldn't have caused my sister to lose her memory. She has always felt this guilt in her heart. Although Lin Ye has counseled her many times, Yume has recalled those memories that are very important to her. Those that have disappeared are bad memories, which she herself does not want to recall. So maybe this situation is a good thing for her. But Xuehue still felt a little uncomfortable. But it's not a bad thing to listen to your sister, so Lin Ye didn't ask any more questions. For example, at this moment, thanks to Yume, Lin Ye felt very relieved when he heard Xuehue calling him dad in person. Like an old father, he smiled and nodded. Seeing Lin Ye like this, Xuehue got angry and simply turned her head away, gritting her teeth. Damn you, you're putting on that fatherly expression again. There should be a limit to role-playing, okay? Hearing such voices, Lin Ye could only smile bitterly to himself. Alas, Xuehue has indeed reached her rebellious phase. Although in the eyes of outsiders, he and the two sisters are father and daughter. But unlike Yume who had lost her memory, Xuehue, who had complete memories of the past, did not regard Lin Ye as her real father, and naturally rarely called him dad. But Lin Ye really treated her as his daughter. Although they are not related by blood, he watched them grow up. Watching them grow up from little girls to what they are today, the touching feeling I feel cannot be described in words. This feeling has made him completely immersed in the role of father and unable to extricate himself. So this is what it feels like to be a father. His love for the sisters grew immensely over the 10 years, but it was a father's love. Under the heavy cover of fatherly love, he had forgotten what kind of feelings he had for them before they took the medicine and became smaller. That day, as the sisters' bodies shrank, he no longer regarded the two of them as opposite sexes. He's not a pervert who's interested in young girls. He admitted that he had once developed sexual feelings for the two sisters and even fantasized about having them both become his wings or something. However, this feeling has long been eroded in the daily life of raising children and transformed into deep fatherly love. Now his relationship with the two sisters is probably like that of a stepfather and stepdaughter. Although his elder sister Yume still remembered her previous parents, she also accepted him as her new father. However, his younger sister Xuehue refused to acknowledge his father's identity. It's not because I hate it, but because I like it. Although Lin Ye knew this clearly, he could not harbor any romantic feelings towards Mayano Shiho, who had turned into a child. By the time Xuehue grew up, the feelings she once had long been replaced by family affection. By the way, after the organization was destroyed, the two sisters did not choose to take the antidote and turn back into adults. Although at that time, Yuki had already developed the antidote and successfully tested it on Conan. However, the rapid growth of the body from a child to an adult can bring unimaginable pain. You can tell this just by observing Conan's reaction to taking the medicine. By the way, the name of the antidote is Growing Up Happily. It was Lin Ye who helped come up with this name. When she heard the name, Xuehui couldn't help but laugh, and then happily accepted it. On the day when Conan took the Growing Happy, Xuehui recorded the whole process with her mobile phone. According to her, this was a miraculous moment in medical history, a great invention that was worthy of being recorded in human history and must be recorded. At that time, Lin Ye even joked, becoming bigger is a miraculous moment, so becoming smaller is also a miraculous moment. If I had known earlier, I should have recorded the process of the two sisters becoming smaller. As a result, Xuehui blushed and called him a pervert. Then, after taking happy growth, Conan let out a rather shocking scream. Just hearing that kind of cry is enough to make people scared. Lin Ye still remembers the look of fear that flashed across Xuehui's face when he heard that heart-wrenching scream. Maybe she didn't want to experience the kind of pain that was like torture. So she continued to remain a little girl on the grounds of observing whether there were any sequelae. Besides, my sister doesn't seem to want to grow up at all. Mayano Shiho was sent to study in the United States when she was 5 years old. After returning to China at the age of 13, she began to work for the organization and became Shirley. Because of this, her sister seemed to enjoy going to school with her. Xuehui didn't want to disappoint her sister, and she also enjoyed this normal school life without pressure. So she continued to play the role of Lin Ye's daughter, and spent her school life with her sister as a twin sister. Today, the sisters have grown up again and are currently studying in Class B, the second year of T10 High School. They are both quite popular in school. Whether in elementary school, junior high school, or now high school, the two of them are the most eye-catching people on campus. Just think about it and you will know. A pair of beautiful twin girls, the elder sister is gentle and intellectual, while the younger sister is mysterious and cold. They exude a charm that ordinary girls of this age cannot possess, and it is hard not to attract attention. Since elementary school, the boys in the class have treated them like goddesses. For young boys who are just beginning to fall in love, it is hard to say whether to say it is lucky or unfortunate to meet such a perfect female classmate. After becoming classmates with the two sisters, even if they just glanced at them from a distance every day, their aesthetic standards were greatly raised. It is difficult for a picky man to find a partner. Even the teachers were amazed at the sisters' beauty. Some young teachers who had just started working even blushed when talking to the sisters. According to a young teacher who once came to Polo Bar to drink, he said, "When I stand in front of Hayashihara-san, no matter who it is, I have the illusion that I am the child. This is so strange. Yami-san is okay, she has a gentle personality, but she matures precociously. If Yuki-san glares at me, I'll get nervous involuntarily. I am so weak that I am afraid of my own students. I'm not suitable to be a teacher." Of course, they were both female leaders of a huge criminal organization. With the combined efforts of the sisters, they can even bring down a man like Jin. Entering an ordinary campus is a simple blow to them and there is no pressure at all. Lin Ye comforted the teacher like this, "Teacher XX, you must have confidence in yourself, you are an excellent teacher, and my two daughters are so special, I'll buy you the drinks tonight." Then he used a cup of teacher's special drink to revive the teacher. Back to the front. Vermouth, the former thousand-faced witch, now Chris, couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yuki being upset. "Xuehui, you haven't said hello to your sister yet. TSK, this annoying old woman." Xuehui looked unhappy. Chapter 228. After leaving these words lightly, Xuehui left. She didn't want to stay here and watch Lin Ye being affectionate with another woman. Although Lin Ye was just receiving guests normally, she still felt uncomfortable and decided to turn a blind eye. What's more, there is an old witch here who enjoys teasing her. So even if her sister dragged her to the bar, she would only stay for a while and then leave. For Chris, the former witch with 1,000 faces, her feelings are very complicated. On the one hand, the other party had done a favor to her and her sister. Back then, her and her sister's rebellion plan was exposed, and after she became Lin Ye's daughter, she was actually in danger of having her identity exposed several times. In the end, although he managed to hide it from Jin, he failed to hide it from the thousand-faced witch. This guy's disguise skills are so exaggerated, even better than plastic surgery. She can change into various appearances and lurk near her target, making her hard to guard against. The guy disguised himself as the school's English teacher, secretly investigated the two, and finally found out the sisters' true identities. Ginger is still old and spicy. That old woman. After learning that their identities were exposed, the two sisters prepared to abandon Lin Ye, their adopted father who had only been with them for a short time, and run away overnight to avoid implicating him. If Lin Ye hadn't chased them back and insisted on staying with a firm attitude, almost spanking them, the two of them would have continued to stay at Lin Ye's house. But for some reason, Vermouth did not report the news about the two of them to the organization. Xuehui has always suspected that Lin Ye and the old woman had made some shady deal in secret. However, Lin Ye kept his mouth shut about this, and the reason remains a secret to this day. Regardless, she was grateful that Vermouth did not reveal their hiding place to the organization. But on the other hand, the rumored immortal witch in this organization was very interested in Lin Ye, which made her very unhappy. And ever since this woman started working at Poirot's bar, she has been enjoying teasing her, which makes her even more unhappy. So, this little bit of gratitude was quickly exhausted. She felt uncomfortable whenever she was with this woman. As for Dr. Agasa, he is now in his 60s and is still obsessed with various inventions. He often brings semi-finished props to Lin Ye's home for him to try out. After a few visits, Xuehui got to know this old scientist. Her scientific soul also awakened, and she often went to Dr. Agasa's house, borrowed his laboratory, and tinkered with some strange props. What impressed Lin Ye the most was the prop she invented when she was 12 years old. Obedient collar. After putting it on, the creature will completely obey the controller's instructions and become the controller's complete slave. She secretly put it around Lin Ye's neck while he was taking a nap. Unfortunately, Lin Ye's willpower was far stronger than that of ordinary people and he was not affected at all. But in order to amuse her, Lin Ye decided to play with her for a while. As a result, this guy's demands became more and more excessive. At first, he just played the horse riding game with her. But in the end, he even asked her to wear a pink dress. Isn't this My Little Pony? Of course, it is impossible to do such a thing. Lin Ye stood up immediately, sighed, and said earnestly, Xuehui, let's stop here for today. After staying there for a few seconds, Xuehui ran out of the room with a red face and did not come back until the evening. That incident was also sealed by her as a black history. She also identified that prop as a failure and destroyed it most thoroughly. Back to the front. Little Xuehui is still so shy. After Xuehui left, Chris at the bar couldn't help laughing. She is not shy, she just simply doesn't want to be with you. Lin Ye complained silently in his heart. Xuehui-san is still so cold, even though she has such a great father. Ayumi's inner voice also rang out. Ayumi, that's because you haven't seen what she's like at home. Lin Ye corrected himself in his heart. At this time, Mitsuhiko and Genta, who had changed their clothes, came out of the lounge. Both of them were wearing white and black waiter uniforms. Mitsuhiko seems to be quite capable. Although he is still a little green, he learns quickly and is able to receive guests in a professional manner. Before becoming a formal bartender, you need to start as a waiter outside the bar. The main purpose is to train the ability to recognize people, deal with guests, and distinguish what kind of guests are suitable for what kind of wine. Only after you have a keen ability to judge people and good communication skills can you walk into the bar and start formal bartending practice. Lin Ye estimated that with Guanyan's growth rate, he would be able to work at the bar in about half a year. And Yuan Tai, who was standing next to Guanyan, looked like a thug who was often seen by gangsters in the bar, and secretly wore the bartender's clothes. Simply put, it's a sense of disharmony. Yuan Tai's emotional intelligence is really hard to describe. This child is too straightforward, and seems to be missing a thread in his brain. He has been like this since he was young. However, Lin Ye has always maintained that the most important thing in cocktail making is not talent, but intention. There are millions of people in the world, and everyone has different tastes. Even the worst bartender has customers who like his drinks. So he still agreed to let Yuan Tai study in the store. Yuan Tai will probably inherit the family izakaya in the future, so he doesn't have to go for the elegant route. Well, Dad, I'm going to change my clothes too. Seeing the two people coming out, Hayashihara Masami said something to Lin Ye and walked towards the lounge. Change clothes. Seeing Mitsuhiko's face suddenly turn red, Lin Ye laughed secretly in his heart. Mitsuhiko, with his distracting thoughts and lack of concentration, cannot become a good bartender. This kid still has a long way to go. He was not worried at all that Mitsuhiko would snatch his daughter away. The level gap was too big, it was impossible. As for Genta, who was next to Mitsuhiko. Eel rice. Well, this child will probably marry eel rice in the future. Ayumi, what would you like to drink today? Lin Ye asked Ayumi, who was staying at the bar. Apple martini. Ayumi said immediately, as if she had already decided on it. Well, wait a moment, it will be ready soon, Lin Ye replied. Wait a minute, isn't Ayumi only 17 years old? Can Japanese high school students drink alcohol? Yes. Japan's drinking regulations have changed because of the same great invention. After Lin Ye took the vodka and apple liqueur needed for the apple martini from the wine cabinet, he took a small bottle from the most convenient and frequently used location. The bottle label says, L4, 399. Lin Ye thinks this is the most useful thing among Shuehui and the doctor's many inventions. It is colorless and tasteless, and just one drop can neutralize the negative effects of alcohol on the human body without changing the taste. With it, anyone can enjoy fine wine without worrying about the body being eroded by alcohol. Shuehui invented it originally because she wanted to drink, but was flatly refused by Lin Ye. Children can't drink alcohol. Who are you calling a child? I'm already 20 years old. But your body has become that of a child, no different from other children, so that's not possible. Stingy. No matter what you say. Just wait and see. After such a debate, Shuehui decided to give Lin Ye a little scientific shock. So she devoted a whole month to research and finally invented this major prop that changed the entire wine industry. I caught a cold in the middle of last month. Although I went for an 4 drip to reduce my fever that day, I happened to be recommended that day, and I wanted to try harder. Damn, I have been coughing until today. Friends, please take care of your health. My brain and physical strength were affected during this period, so I stopped updating for a day. I feel ashamed. I went for another infusion today, and I still have one more day tomorrow. I feel good now. I think this time, it's probably really okay. Chapter 229. I watched a movie recently. Ayumi held the wine glass, took a sip, and said with a blushing face. This apple martini is made with vodka, apple liqueur and freshly squeezed apple juice. Of course, a drop of L4, 399 was added at the end to neutralize the side effects of alcohol. With it, you can experience the wonderful feeling of being tipsy without feeling hangover the next day. Lin Ye wouldn't feel it was excessive even if he praised it 100 times or 1,000 times. There was a light aroma of apple between her lips, but Ayumi's mind was not on the wine, but on the person. Drunk Anayer's interest is not in the wine, but in the bartender. What movie? Lin Ye asked cooperatively. It's a movie called Deadly Bar. As scenes from the movie flashed through her mind, Ayumi's face turned even redder. Although Lin Ye had never seen this movie, from the clips that flashed through Ayumi's mind, this was definitely an restricted movie. Is she not old enough to watch this kind of movie? Although the regulations are like this, the more something is prohibited, the more people want it. Just like many players of 18 games are teenagers under the age of 18. The enactment of prohibition made drinking secretly more exciting. The ban has become part of the pursuit of excitement. He did not continue to ask about the content of the movie. That kind of content was definitely not suitable to be discussed in public with a 17-year-old high school girl. Seeing him fall silent, a hint of disappointment flashed across Ayumi's eyes. She really wanted to share what the movie was about. It's not that she doesn't have friends to talk about this topic with, but she would rather discuss it with Uncle Lin. After all, the movie is called Deadly Bar, and the main character is also a bartender, although he is a perverted villain. Lin Ye's ability to perceive other people's emotional changes has now reached a superb level. Naturally, I noticed Ayumi's disappointment. The more this happened, the less he could respond. The title sounds interesting, what is it about? At this time, a charming voice sounded. Lin Ye turned his head and saw Chris looking at Ayumi with a smile. This guy's real age is a mystery, but he has a lot of life experience, so she can naturally see through Ayumi's little thoughts at a glance. It seemed very interesting to her to tease young girls who were just beginning to fall in love. Although it wasn't Lin Ye who asked the question, Ayumi was still very happy that someone responded. Besides, she could also tell Uncle Lin about it. Then he said joyfully, the heroine is a girl who has just broken up with her boyfriend. She wants to drown her sorrows in alcohol. So she walks into a small bar in a remote alley and unexpectedly discovers that the bartender inside is very handsome. Having said this, Ayumi paused, raised her head, glanced at Lin Ye, and secretly compared the character in the film with the man in front of her. Well, Uncle Lin is still more handsome. Thank you for your compliment, Ayumi. Ayumi continued, when the heroine entered the store, it was already late at night, there was no customer in the store, and it was very deserted, and the only employee was the bartender at the bar, and he was a man. Wow, that sounds dangerous, Mitsuhiko's voice suddenly sounded. It's a remote alley, and it's late at night, it's really dangerous for the heroine to go to such a place alone. Is this a horror movie? Ayumi turned her head and stared at Mitsuhiko with a reproachful look. Miss Hiko, don't interrupt. Sorry. Mitsuhiko quickly covered his mouth. Yuan-tai patted his shoulder with a gloating look. Ayumi looked away and continued. The heroine was heartbroken at the time, so she didn't have time to think so much. Besides, as soon as she walked in, she was attracted by the young and handsome bartender at the bar. Women really judge people by appearance. Because the other person looks handsome, they ignore the possible dangers. Mitsuhiko complained in his heart. His eyes fell on Ayumi's face. Ayumi seems to be like this. If Ayumi heard what Mitsuhiko was thinking, she would definitely get furious. It is one thing for this to be the case, and another thing entirely for it to be pointed out to your face. Fortunately, she couldn't hear Mitsuhiko's complaints, so she continued. The drink the heroine ordered was an apple martini. Ayumi's eyes fell on the wine glass she was holding, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. While drinking, she chatted with the bartender and found that he was not only handsome, but also had a humorous and elegant manner of speaking, and was very good at pleasing girls. The heroine was amused by him and laughed, and the sadness of losing love in her heart also dissipated a lot. Not long after, she felt dizzy and then passed out. When she woke up, she found herself locked in a dark room with long chains on her feet. Wow, it really is a horror movie. This time it was Yuan-tai's turn to scream. Ayumi turned her head and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Yuan-tai grinned, trying to get away with it with his innocent smile. Bumei rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, "Please don't interrupt me. Besides, strictly speaking, this movie should be classified as a crime thriller." Thriller, horror, isn't that the same thing? Of course not. In crime thrillers, there are no ghosts, only criminals. Horror movies often involve supernatural forces. After explaining to Genta, Ayumi continued. At this time, Sylvie Cureo also approached the bar and listened curiously. The chains restricted the heroine's range of movement. She could only walk 1 meter to the door. There was nothing in the room except a toilet, a TV, and a camera on the wall. Won't that mean you'll starve to death? Ayumi turned her head and glared at Genta, who interrupted her again. Yuan-tai quickly covered his mouth like Mitsuhiko. Ayumi seems to be getting more and more ferocious recently, and often exudes a dangerous aura. It's so scary. Hearing Yuan-tai's thoughts, Lin Ye looked at Ayumi in surprise. Ayumi looked a little excited, and continued. Just when the heroine was wondering how to escape, the TV on the wall suddenly lit up. It was playing a video of a woman being tortured in various ways, and the scene was the room where the heroine was trapped at the moment. What do you mean by various tortures? Chris Vermouth suddenly asked with a smile on her face. Ayumi blushed and mumbled, "This is, that, for example, being splashed with sulfuric acid on a naked body, dismembered, dissected, and then the organs and juices are mixed together to make a drink or something." Alas! Mitsuhiko and Genta both made frightened sounds and felt a little like vomiting. Humph, 2 cowards. Glancing at the 2 people's reactions, Ayumi couldn't help but look down on them. She looked at Lin Ye again and found that he looked calm. She thought to herself. Look how steady Uncle Lin is. However, in reality, Lin Ye's mood at this moment was very delicate. Chapter 230. Lin Ye observed Ayumi's face. With fair skin, delicate features, and lively eyes, she looks like a pure and beautiful girl no matter how you look at her. But he was interested in such a heavy-taste movie and was so enthusiastic when talking about it, which was really unexpected. Maybe it has something to do with her childhood experiences. When Ayumi was still an elementary school student, she formed the junior detective team with Conan, Genta, and Mitsuhiko and joined in all kinds of fun. The corpse has been seen more than once, and Ayumi was kidnapped many times during her growth. She seemed to have an aura that attracted kidnappers. She was always targeted by criminals, and then saved by Conan and Lin Ye. In the end, Lin Ye got used to it. Perhaps it was at that time that the seeds were planted, whether it was the attachment and admiration for Lin Ye, or this unique interest. Speaking of Kudo, before he drank that happy growth, he said goodbye to the 3 of them on the grounds that his family was going to move abroad. The 3 of them were crying their hearts out, especially Ayumi. Although Kudo said that he disliked the 3 little ones, he felt a little sad when it came time to say goodbye. Conan and the 3 agreed to keep in touch by writing letters regularly. However, it seemed that this only lasted for 2 or 3 years, and the intervals between letters became longer and longer. I wonder if we are still in touch now. Knowing nothing about Lin Ye's psychological activities, Ayumi continued to talk about the plot of the movie. The heroine was locked in the room for a whole day, tired and hungry, and finally couldn't help falling asleep. When she was awakened by the sound of the iron door opening, she found a man wearing a strange mask walking into the room with a disgusting-looking drink. "Drink it," the masked man said to her. His voice was hoarse and strange, as if he had a rusty nail in his mouth. The heroine stared at the wine glass that the man put on the floor, and her heart was frightened, because the turbid liquid in the glass was exactly the same as the awful special she saw on TV. Ayumi was very engaged in the story and seemed completely immersed in it, but it was unclear which side she was on. Mitsuhiko and Genta both looked nervous. Chris Bay listened with great interest, while Sylvie Koo slightly frowned his short eyebrows. Lin Ye's expression became more and more strange. Ayumi seemed to enjoy the feeling of being watched by everyone. She took a sip of her apple martini and continued, "If you don't want to die, drink it," the man then said to the heroine. "Of course, if you want to starve yourself to death, I have no objection. After you die, I will make you like this, hee." Ayumi imitated the man's rough voice, but her own voice was too sweet, and even if she deliberately lowered it, she still sounded cute. The masked man stood at the door and closed the door again after saying this. The woman was tired and hungry, and her heart was filled with fear. In the end, the desire to survive overcame everything, and she still picked up the cup. "Oh, she didn't really drink it, did she? Okay, I feel like throwing up." Mitsuhiko and Genta spoke again. "Hey, you two." Ayumi turned around and scolded. The two of them were excited at the same time. I'd better go clean the door." Mitsuhiko didn't want to listen anymore. If he continued, he wouldn't be able to look directly at the drinks of his guests tonight. "I'll clean the door, too." Yuan-Tai also ran out following Mitsuhiko. "Really? You always interrupt me." Ayumi muttered, and then continued. The woman drank the drink, and to her surprise, although it looked disgusting, it tasted good. I'm going to the bathroom." Sylvie Koo suddenly stood up from her seat, her face pale, and walked towards the bathroom with an uneasy expression. As a result, only Ayumi, Lin Ye and Chris Bay were left in front of the bar. Lin Ye said nothing, and from his expression, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Chris smiled and said, "It's very interesting, Ayumi, keep going." Encouraged, Ayumi took a deep breath and her face became even redder. It was not known whether it was the effect of the alcohol or she was excited by telling such a perverted story. The woman drank a large glass of fishy special drink and then felt sleepy again. When she woke up again, she found that there was another person in the room, a young man. The man also had chains on his feet and was locked on the other side of the room. The woman woke the man up and found out that he had also walked into the bar, was knocked unconscious, and was locked up here. Chris's lips curled up slightly, as if she had guessed how the plot would develop. Her previous identity was a famous American movie star. She had received many scripts, both good and bad. In her eyes, the story told by Ayumi was undoubtedly a common cliché. If a script like this was given to her, it would be in the trash in less than a minute. Lin Ye listened silently and didn't want to make any comment on this story. The man and the woman were locked up together in that dirty little room, relying on each other for survival. Gradually, they came up with this idea, since they were going to die anyway and there was no way to escape. They might as well indulge themselves before they died. Having said this, Ayumi suddenly stopped, her face turned even redder. She raised her eyes and secretly glanced at Lin Ye, who was serious at the bar. Chris asked with a smile, and then, well, then they just," Ayumi blushed. "Did something that only adults would do. Drinking? No, besides, in Japan, anyone over the age of 16 can drink alcohol now. Although L4, 399 has emerged, the legal drinking age in Japan is still set at 14 years old. After all, it is inappropriate to let children who are too young drink alcohol. It takes a process for people to accept a new thing. If it's not drinking, then what is it?" Chris asked maliciously. Ayumi lowered her head and made a mosquito-like sound, "S. Sex." Ayumi finally shouted out. "Oh, so it's doing X." Chris's calm reaction made Bume even more embarrassed. She bit her lip and looked like she was about to cry at any moment. "What's next?" Chris asked again as if nothing had happened. Ayumi took a deep breath, drank an apple martini, and calmed down before speaking. Who would have known that the man was the real mastermind behind the scenes? He and the bartender, the masked man who appeared earlier, were actually brothers. They used the same trap and have deceived many girls. The two brothers took turns to exchange identities. Sometimes the elder brother was the bartender and the younger brother played the role of being trapped. The next time it was the other way around. Once the trapped girl does that kind of thing with them, when the older or younger brother gets tired of it, they will kill her and use her body as material for making cocktails. Chris's eyes drifted to Lin Ye's face, and she said in a joking tone, "So it's the story of a perverted bartender. Hey, what's with that perverted look you give me?" Lin Ye was secretly annoyed. Turning around, he found Ayumi also looking at him with a red face, and felt helpless again. Hey, don't blush at this time, okay? This is obviously a horror story, not a romantic comedy. Why are you blushing? A friend asked what happened, so I'll explain it here. The reason why I suddenly jumped to 10 years later, it was because I wanted to do this on April Fool's Day, and then I found that it seemed interesting to expand on this basis. Plus I was a little tired of following the plot all the time, and I felt constrained. So I just kept writing it down. I want to try to write about what the world of science will be like in 10 years. The inspiration comes from the article, Strangers in 10 Years. J.K. Shirley, married woman Xiaolan, mature Shinichi, filial son Conan 2, don't you think it's cool? Chapter 231. But the brother who was trapped in the room with her seemed to be really obsessed with her and didn't want to let her die, so he had an argument with his brother. So she took advantage of the internal conflict between the two brothers, and finally succeeded in killing them and escaping. The movie ends when the heroine opens the door and escapes, covered in blood. Ayumi finished talking about the movie, her glass was empty, and there was a satisfied blush on her face. Popping. Nice story, Chris clapped her hands in praise. What do you think, Uncle Lin? Ayumi looked up at Lin Ye. Lin Ye replied in a subtle mood, well, it's okay. At this time, the door of the bar was pushed open, and the bell hanging on the corner of the door made a crisp sound. Sister Xiaolan. Good evening, Sister Xiaolan. Mitsuhiko and Genta's voices sounded. The person who walked into the store was Xiaolan, who was wearing light makeup. Her fair and rosy skin looks even more attractive under the warm lights in the store. Xiaolan walked across the hall, came to the bar, and sat next to Ayumi. Good evening, Sister Xiaolan, Ayumi greeted Xiaolan. Every time she sees Sister Xiaolan, she thinks of Conan. I wonder how Conan is doing abroad now. Has he found a girlfriend? A scene appeared in Ayumi's mind of a big-breasted blonde girl hugging the grown-up Conan. Xiaolan responded with a smile, Ayumi, you have become more beautiful again. Ayumi blushed and said embarrassedly, no, it's Xiaolan who is more and more charming. Chris looked at Xiaolan who was sitting at the bar, and her eyes became gentle. My angel has matured. To her, Xiaolan is her angel. I'll have a blue Hawaii. After briefly greeting Ayumi, Xiaolan ordered a glass of wine from Lin Ye. Blue Hawaii, as its name suggests, is full of tropical charm. Rum, vodka, blue curacao, pineapple juice, syrup. Soon, Lin Ye brought a glass of blue-green wine and placed it in front of Xiaolan. There was a small paper umbrella decorated on the rim of the glass. Xiaolan picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The sweet and sour taste reminded her of her honeymoon trip to Hawaii with Shinichi. The two had many happy memories in Hawaii. There, she also drank the blue Hawaii, but of course it was no match for Lin Ye's. However, she can still recall the joy of having Shinichi by her side at that time and the two of them drinking a cup together. Now, she was drinking the better-tasting blue Hawaii, but she could only taste it alone. In the past 2 years, Shinichi has been going home less and less, and the time he stays at home has been getting shorter and shorter. She knew Shinichi was busy with work, but she still hoped he could come home more often and spend time with her and Conan. Alas, I wonder when Shinichi will be back next time. A drunken blush crept up her cheeks, and Xiaolan spoke with drunken eyes, with a hint of resentment in her tone. Humph, that brat actually left Xiaolan alone at home. Seeing the sad Xiaolan, Chris said indignantly. That's what I mean, Shinichi-san is going too far, Ayumi also chimed in. Xiaolan smiled and took another sip of wine. There's nothing I can do about it, he just likes reasoning and solving cases, as his wife, I should support him. Although she said this, Xiaolan's eyebrows were filled with sorrow, which made people feel sorry for her. Lin Ye was about to open his mouth to comfort her when the bell at the door of the store rang again. He looked towards the door first. The person who reached out to open the door was Kagoro Mori, who was wearing a well-fitting suit, followed by Sonoko and Conan. Uncle Maori looks no different than he did 10 years ago, and even more energetic. With his shiny hair and bright suit, he looks like a smug middle-aged man. Although Uncle Maori's detective agency has closed down, he has now become a household name detective. The famous detective Kagoro Mori. Thanks to his friendship with Yoko Okino, Uncle Maori entered the film and television industry by chance. With his superb acting skills, real experiences, and comedic talent, he made a name for himself on the screen. Today, he has become a professional detective actor and has his own series of the same name. The humorous and witty Maori detective has become a household name on the screen. Good evening, Mr. Mao Li, Lin Ye greeted warmly. After becoming famous, Uncle Maori would often come to the store to drink and has always been a regular customer of Polo Bar. Good evening, Kobayashi, Kagoro Mori raised his hand to signal, then sat down next to his daughter and ordered a martini. "Good evening, Mr. Lin." Yuanzi sat on the other side of Xiaolan, his eyes fixed straight on Lin Ye's face. Yuanzi put on makeup, her lipstick-coated lips shone like rubies under the light, and her slightly curly short hair fell naturally on her shoulders. Her eyes are still full of energy. Lin Ye smiled and said, "Yuanzi, what would you like to drink?" Yuanzi smoothed the hair by his ears with his hands and said casually, "Same old, Bao Shi." The gemstone is made from 3 kinds of liquor, gin, vermouth and green chartreuse, which means it can stand the test of time. Transparent gin symbolizes diamond, red vermouth symbolizes ruby, and green chartreuse symbolizes emerald, hence the name. Yuanzi comes to the store about once a week and always has this cup. "Okay, please wait a moment, both of you." While Lin Ye was mixing the cocktails, Conan climbed to the seat next to the garden and sat down, then turned his head and looked at his mother. "Mom looks lonely." Xiaolan naturally also noticed the people sitting next to her. "Dad, Sonoko, why are you here together?" Mari Kagoro said, "I was on my way here from the filming site and I happened to meet her car, so we came here together." Sonoko laughed teasingly, "The uncle is getting younger and younger, just now he was signing autographs for young female fans on the roadside." "Dad?" Xiaolan immediately turned her head and looked at Kagoro Mori, with some dissatisfaction in her eyes. Mari Kagoro scratched his head and said defensively, "It's just to deal with the fans." Xiaolan withdrew her gaze and sighed softly. Over the years, she has tried hard to get her dad and mom back together, but she's always just a little bit short. Ever since my father started acting, he has had more and more social engagements, and this matter seems to have become increasingly distant. She was also helpless about this. Maybe her father and mother really had different personalities. Although they like each other, liking each other is one thing and living together is another. At this moment, she remembered what her mother once said to her. "Xiaolan, you must be careful of your childhood sweetheart detective, don't act on impulse, or you will end up like me." Now, she seemed to understand a little bit what her mother meant. Chapter 232. "Mr. Maori, your martini." Lin Ye placed the prepared martini in front of Mari Kagoro, and gently pushed another wine glass in front of Yuanzi. "Yuanzi, your jewel." "Thanks." They both said thank you at the same time and picked up their glasses. Kagoro Mori held the stem of the glass very gracefully, put his nose to the rim of the glass and sniffed it, then closed his eyes, turned his head towards Chris at the bar, and took a sip with an elegant posture. "Well, Xiaolan's skills are still so good, Miss Chris, don't you agree?" "Huh, that's right," Chris laughed. Seeing that her father was flirting with Miss Chris again, Xiaolan shook her head helplessly. "Dad is always like this. He gets carried away when he sees a beautiful woman. No wonder Mom can't live with him." Yuanzi, who was sitting on the other side, picked up the wine glass, stared at the crystal-clear wine in the glass, and said softly, slightly absent-mindedly, "It's been 10 years. Then he took a sip of wine. The cold wine went down her throat, bringing a wonderful experience, causing her eyes to narrow slightly, and her expression to look charming and attractive. "Ran, has Kudo come back recently?" Sonoko suddenly asked. Xiaolan shook her head, looking a little lost. "Humph, that brat, running around everywhere all day, leaving his wife and children at home, is really outrageous. Next time I see him, I will definitely teach him a lesson," Kagoro Mori said angrily. Yuanzi curled her lips and thought, "Uncle, you don't seem to be qualified to say such things." But she was also angry for her good sister about Kudo's behavior, so she echoed, "That's right, Xiaolan, I think you should just remarry." "Yuanzi, this is too much." Xiaolan scratched her cheek and said that although it was true that Shinichi rarely came home and she did have some opinions about it, it had not yet reached the point of divorce. "You don't have to really leave him, just scare him, I guarantee he will fly back to comfort you right away. I'm not afraid even if we really get divorced, I will raise my grandson." Mori Kagoro looked at Conan and said with his back straightened. "Conan, hurry up and call Grandpa." "Grandpa," Conan called obediently. "Hey, good grandson," Kagoro Mori smiled. "By the way, Conan, didn't I tell you to do your homework at home and go to bed after finishing your homework? Why did you come here with Aunt Sonoko and Dad?" Xiaolan frowned, as if she would be angry if Conan didn't give her a suitable reason. Conan rolled his eyes and replied, "I finished my homework early, so I wanted to go out for a walk. I happened to meet Aunt Sonoko's car, and then I was brought here." Sonoko stared at Conan and said, "This guy is really brave. He was wandering on the roadside by himself. I was afraid that he would be kidnapped, so I brought him here." "Thank you, Sonoko." "You're welcome. By the way, this kid looks a lot like Kudo when he was a kid, and they're both very active." "Thank you, Sonoko sister, for the compliment." "I'm not praising you, little brat," Sonoko curled her lips. "It's okay, I think it's fine." Conan grinned, looking totally unconcerned. Sonoko stared at Conan's face carefully, and suddenly asked, "Kid, what do you want to be when you grow up?" Conan thought about it seriously and said something shocking, "I want to be a criminal." "What?" Yuenzi's voice suddenly rose octaves. Xiaolan and Maori Kagoro also focused their eyes on Conan's face. Rather, everyone around the bar was shocked by Conan's words. "Kid, what did you say you wanted to do?" Sonoko asked again. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, Conan continued to speak calmly. "I want to be a criminal and commit the perfect crime, a case that even my great detective dad can't solve." Everyone in front of the bar stared at the kid with strange eyes. After a long silence, Xiaolan finally spoke up, "Conan, don't talk nonsense, crimes will lead to jail, Mom doesn't want to see you go down the path of crime." Conan smiled innocently and said, "So as long as you don't leave any evidence and commit the crime perfectly, you won't be caught." Ahem. Kagoro Maori cleared his throat and felt that it was time for him to make his debut. "Conan, I used to be a policeman and a private detective, now I am a household name detective, so I want to tell you something." Conan tilted his head and looked at his grandfather, listening attentively. "There is no perfect crime in this world, as long as it is a man-made incident, there will be clues left, as long as you observe carefully, you can find them, my dear grandson, do you understand?" Conan nodded, but he was thinking. Just because ordinary people can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. Lin Ye looked at Conan's little face in surprise. At this moment, he saw this picture. In the picture, Conan, who seems to have grown up, is holding a pistol and pointing it at the back of the head of a man with a familiar back. "Father, I won this game." Bang! The gun went off and the bullet pierced through the man's head, leaving a splash of blood. The man's body fell from the cliff and into the raging waterfall. The screen disappears. Lin Ye blinked. What is this? Conan's filial piety moment. Could the man who was shot in the head be Kudo-san? Thinking of this, Lin Ye's gaze towards Conan suddenly changed. This little guy's idea is quite dangerous. If it is not corrected in time and allowed to grow freely, I'm afraid what happened just now will really happen. The time came to around 8 o'clock. Ayumi glanced at the time on the wall, stood up and said, "Uncle Lin, I have to go home." Lin Ye said to Guangyan, "Send Ayumi back." Sending drunk guests home is sometimes one of the bartender's responsibilities. Of course, they have to be regular customers. Ayumi is definitely a regular customer of the store, and she is childhood sweethearts with Mitsuhiko. Although she did not drink too much. It is always a bit dangerous for a girl to go home alone after drinking, so it is better for her to have someone escort her. "No, I can just take a taxi back, I'm not drunk," Ayumi refused with a smile. Mitsuhiko scratched his head and stood there, feeling a little embarrassed. Ayumi smiled and said to him, "Mitsuhiko, you should stay in the store and study hard, see you tomorrow." After saying that, he walked past him. "Oh, well, see you tomorrow." Mitsuhiko watched Ayumi walk out of the bar until the door closed again. Seeing this, Lin Ye shook his head slightly. "Mitsuhiko, I gave you the chance but you couldn't seize it. Conan, we should go back too, you have to go to school tomorrow." Xiaolan took Conan's hand and prepared to leave. "Good grandson, let grandpa kiss you first." Kagoro Muri picked up Conan, kissed him hard on the forehead despite the latter's disgusted expression, and then let him go. "Be careful on the road, Xiaolan," Sonoko also reminded. Xiaolan picked up Conan with one hand, clenched her other hand into a fist, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, even if you encounter a gangster on the road, you should be worried about the other party." Sonoko was stunned for a moment, then she remembered that Xiaolan was originally a karate master. Ever since Xiaolan got married, especially after having children, she has become more and more gentle and virtuous, and rarely uses violence, causing Sonoko to almost think that Xiaolan had forgotten how to use karate. It seems now that she hasn't forgotten it. "That's right, then I wish the criminals good luck and hope they don't run into you, huh?" Chapter 233. Southern Pacific Ocean. An isolated island that cannot be detected by a satellite. The waves beat against the cliffs. The moonlight leaked into the cell through the small window of the prison, shining on a weathered face. The firm lip lines were covered with stubble, and the silver hair blended with the moonlight and fell on the tall body. From the dark corner of the prison, there was a rustling sound of digging. Through the cold iron window, Jin looked up at the moon in the sky, his eyes filled with longing. "Wait for me, I will definitely escape soon, escape to that place, you wait for me." Jin swallowed hard, his eyes showing an astonishing will. The wine glass left the moist lips, leaving a faint lip mark on the rim. Yuenzi put down his wine glass, and there was a hint of drunkenness in his eyes. "Boss Lin, could you please take me home? I didn't bring a driver with me." Unz propped up his chin and said this to Lin Ye, who was at the bar. With her current status, if she wanted, she could just make a phone call and immediately call 100 young, handsome and strong drivers to wait outside. But she wanted to ask the man in front of her to take her home. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. At this time, he was the only adult male with a driver's license in the store. Sometimes bartenders also have to take on the job of driving drunk customers home. What's more, he had a close relationship with the second daughter of the Suzuki family, so it was difficult for him to refuse. The bartender school he founded has in-depth cooperation with the Suzuki Group. Without the financial support of the Suzuki Group, it would probably take him a much longer time to reach where he is today. Today, the Suzuki Group is controlled by Suzuki Ayako, the eldest daughter of the Suzuki family. Suzuki Ayako remains single until now and has become a famous queen in the political and business circles, while Sonoko assists her sister. The two sisters complement each other. One is bold and the other is careful. They manage the huge Suzuki Group in an orderly manner, steadily moving forward, and have a very good momentum of development. The number of men pursuing the two sisters was enough to line up from Tokyo Tower to Tokyo Bay. But the two sisters have never been nice to any man who approaches them. There are even rumors that the two sisters have unique hobbies and don't like men. Only Lin Ye knew what was going on. When he first started the bartender school, he did not turn to the Suzuki Foundation for help. At that time, he had a considerable amount of funds and was able to develop his career independently. However, as the largest financial group in Japan today, the Suzuki Group's business tentacles extend across all industries. Soon after the sisters learned that he had founded a bartender school, a huge amount of money was injected into his school. With the huge financial support, his plan was able to take off quickly, reach its current scale, and have the opportunity to spread all over the world within the next decade. But at the same time, he also lost something. It can be said that although he is the founder in name only, he has actually been sidelined for a long time. If the two sisters threatened him with this and asked him to offer his body, he probably would not have the room to refuse. Fortunately, things haven't come to that point yet. If things really reach the point where they cannot be reversed, he will have no choice but to sacrifice himself for his dream. Looking back now, I think the two sisters had this idea from the beginning. While driving Unz's exclusive luxury sports car, Lin Ye was thinking about what had happened over the years. The car runs very smoothly and quietly. Lin Ye smelled a faint scent of perfume in the car, not knowing whether it was the perfume sprayed in the car or coming from Unz. He could feel Sonoko's eyes on his face. He stared straight ahead at the traffic light. A hand rested gently on his thigh. Lin Ye said helplessly, "Stop messing around, I'm driving." Unz smiled lightly and withdrew her hand. "Who told you to ignore me?" The light turned green. Lin Ye stepped on the accelerator and the car drove smoothly through the intersection. It was alright just now because there were a lot of people in the store, but now there are only two of us, so there's no need to be so reserved, right? Lin Ye coughed twice, looked at the road ahead, and replied seriously, "Unz, I'm already married." "So what?" Unz's righteous voice choked Lin Ye. "Besides, your wife is just in name only, right? I know very well that you married her just for the two children to go to school." Lin Ye sighed slightly. "It really can't be hidden. When do you plan to divorce her?" Sonoko asked directly. Lin Ye was speechless. The car finally stopped in front of Unz's house, and Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to get out of the car and leave when a hand grabbed his arm. "Hey, come sit inside." "No, the store still needs Mahu." Suddenly, someone hugged his neck and Unz gave him a passionate kiss, blocking Lin Ye's mouth. Lin Ye couldn't avoid it. Of course, he could hide, but there was no need. "Okay, you can go now." A few minutes later, Sonoko sat in the passenger seat, wiped her mouth, and said with satisfaction. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Ye saw lipstick marks all over his face and neck and side. "If I go back like this, I'll definitely be questioned. I'd better go inside and wash my face." Then he drove the car into the yard. "Aren't you leaving?" Unz asked with a smile, putting a hand on Lin Ye's shoulder. Lin Ye said, "Now that you are here, go see your sister." "Okay, go and see her, your sister will definitely be very happy," Sonoko said happily. Before getting off the car, Lin Ye carefully checked his face, neck, and body. After confirming that no traces were left, he got out of the car and walked to the door. It was already 1:30 in the morning. After leaving Sonoko's house, he did not return to Polo Bar, but chose to go straight home. Anyway, there should be no customers in the store at this time. Even if there were, with Chris and Sylvie here, they could easily handle it. I opened the door, the lights in the living room were off and the room was quiet. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief, changed his shoes at the entrance, and prepared to return to his room. When I walked to the center of the living room, the lights in the room suddenly came on. Xiaohui, wearing pajamas, stood next to the light switch, looking at Lin Ye, her nominal father, who had just entered the room with a scrutinizing look. For some reason, Lin Ye became a little nervous when she looked at him like that. Xiaohui, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Just got up to go to the bathroom. Xiaohui said calmly, her eyes fixed on Lin Ye's neck. Lin Ye was startled, could it be that he didn't wipe it clean? So he subconsciously covered his neck with his hands. Xiaohui's eyes immediately became suspicious. She walked up to him, stood on tiptoe, sniffed his shoulder lightly, and frowned. The smell of a woman, and very familiar. Where have you been? Xiaohui's question was accompanied by a pleasant fragrance. Chapter 234. No, I didn't go anywhere. Faced with Xiaohui's questioning, Lin Ye felt nervous. My sister said that you sent that woman named Yuanzi home, did you stay there until late at night? Xiaohui opened her eyes wide and stared at Lin Ye's face. Well, I talked to them about some things. Just talking about things? Of course. Really? Xiaohui stared into Lin Ye's eyes as if she wanted to see through his soul. Lin Ye forced himself to calm down and looked at her calmly. In the end, it was Xiaohui who blushed and looked away first. Lin Ye knew that she was shy, so he smiled and said, Okay, Xiaohui, it's getting late, you should go to bed quickly, because you have to go to school tomorrow. As he said this, he reached out and rubbed the hair on her forehead. Good night, Yuki. Then he walked past her and headed towards the door of his room. Xiaohui stared at his back and gritted her teeth slightly. Damn it, he must be fooling around. Lin Ye felt a chill on his back and quickly opened the door and went into his room. The next morning, Lin Ye woke up to a gentle call. Dad, it's time to get up, breakfast is ready. When I opened my eyes, I saw the gentle smile of my eldest daughter, Yame. He sat up from the bed, and Yame immediately brought him a cup of hot water, as if intending to feed it to him. Lin Ye quickly took the cup of water and took a sip. He didn't want to be treated like a child by his own daughter. Looking at Yame with a gentle smile on her face, he felt helpless. Over the years, whenever he slept at home, he would face Yame like this when he woke up. This kind of meticulous care is like treating him like a baby. But if he refused, Yame would show a very sad expression, and that expression would make him feel very guilty, so he could only accept this baby-level care. Under Yame's smiling gaze, Lin Ye changed his clothes, washed up, went to the bathroom, and the two of them went to the living room together. Xiaohui, wearing her school uniform, was already sitting at the dining table, enjoying the breakfast made by her sister. She glanced at Lin Ye and continued eating breakfast. Xiaohui, say good morning to your dad. Yame couldn't bear to watch it anymore and urged with a smile. Xiaohui could only say, good morning, her tone sounded reluctant, and she didn't call him dad. Yame frowned, as if she wanted to say something, and then Lin Ye took the initiative to respond, good morning, Xiaohui. Only then did she swallow the words that were about to come out of her mouth. After breakfast, the two sisters prepared to go to school. Do you want me to drive you there? Lin Ye asked after he walked the two to the door. No need, there's still time, Dad just rest at home, Yame said with a smile. Then be careful on the road. Yame stood at the door and suddenly opened her arms to Lin Ye, asking for the hug before going out every day. Lin Ye walked forward and hugged her gently. Yame smiled happily, put her face gently on his chest, and said, after school, I will go to the store to help out as usual, during the day, please rest well, Dad. Hearing such caring words, Lin Ye felt healed and even felt reluctant to let go. Finally, it was Yame who gently pushed him, and he finally reacted and let go. Xiaohui stood at the door, watching the two separate with a complicated expression and a little envy. Okay, Xiaohui, it's your turn, give Daddy a hug before leaving, Yame said to her with a smile. I don't want to, Xiaohui turned her head away. Don't be willful, Xiaohui. Xiaohui gritted her teeth, lowered her head, walked in front of Lin Ye, and gently fell into his arms. Lin Ye smelled the fragrance of her hair and patted her back gently, be happy at school today, Xiaohui. Xiaohui blushed and responded softly. Lin Ye watched the two sisters leave until they disappeared outside the yard, and his heart was at peace. That's great, I really hope this kind of life can continue forever. Pass. From the dark corner came the sound of ecstasy. Brother. It's unblocked. We finally dug it through. The dusty vodka poked his head out of the tunnel and reported to Jin. Jin, who was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Well done, vodka. He suddenly stood up from the bed, looked out the window, his eyes hinting at excitement. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." Night. The customer pushed the door open and entered the store, and the bell hanging on the corner of the door jingled. Seeing the man entering the store, Lin Ye immediately laughed. Although the other person was wearing a tightly wrapped windbreaker, a hat, sunglasses and a scarf, he still recognized the other person's identity at a glance. "Isn't this Kudo-san?" It's a rare occasion for him to come back to his hometown, so why is he dressed so sneakily? Chris also recognized Kudo Shinichi. Her understanding of Kudo-san is no less than that of Kudo-san's biological mother. She looked at Kudo Shinichi, who wrapped himself tightly, with great interest, and the same questions as Lin Ye emerged in her mind. Why is this kid dressed like this? Is he hiding from someone? It was almost 12 o'clock at this time. Mitsuhiko and Genta had already gone home, and Yame, who was helping in the store, had also gone back. There were only a few customers left in the store, and it was very deserted. Dressed like this and coming at a time when there are not many customers, Kudo-san's behavior is really suspicious. "Brother Kudo, it's a rare opportunity for you to come back," Lin Ye said with a smile to Kudo, who walked to the bar. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you," the man sighed helplessly, took off his scarf and sunglasses, and a handsome face appeared under the brim of his hat. Compared to 10 years ago, Kudo's face has hardly changed. Even if he were to wear the uniform of Tetsudan High School now, it would be no problem to say that he is a high school student. The only difference is that his eyes have become more steadfast. "What would you like to drink?" Lin Ye asked. "Gin on the rocks. Add ice cubes to the glass, then pour in gin." Lin Ye put the glass in front of Kudo Shinichi and asked, "You haven't gone home yet?" Kudo-san's hand holding the wine glass froze slightly, and he said awkwardly, "Not yet." Lin Ye saw that he didn't seem to be planning to go home, so he asked, "You're not planning to go home?" Kudo scratched his cheek with his fingers, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Finally, he took a sip of wine and nodded. "Why? Xiaolan misses you and your son Conan, don't you want to see your son?" Compared with Xiaolan's longing, Lin Ye felt that Conan's problem was more important. If Kudo continues to let his son do what he wants, he will be shot in the head by his son in the future. Well, Kudo-san seemed to be hiding something. Then, Lin Ye heard this voice, "Every time I go home, I can't get out of bed for at least 3 days. Xiaolan's physical strength is too strong. I am no match for her at all. How can I dare to go home like this?" Chapter 235. Kudo-san was lying quietly on the bar. He's drunk. The orange light shone overhead, and he recalled his youth. At that time, he was still Conan, and all he thought about all day was how to catch Jin and how to become bigger. Now that he has finally grown up, he misses that time a little. After all, it was his second childhood. Normally, people only have one childhood, but thanks to a criminal, he got a second one. So, in order to repay the other party, he gave the other party a pair of silver bracelets, plus an opportunity to go on an island vacation with food and accommodation for life. Speaking of vacations, he and the 3 little ones often went camping together during holidays, and basically they encountered strange things every time. Those 3 guys are always a worry. After all, they are just children, so I can understand it. Among his many camping memories, the one that left the most impression on him was undoubtedly the time when he was almost shot and killed. That time, he, Mitsuhiko, Genta, Ayumi, and the doctor went camping in the mountains together. While collecting firewood, they discovered a stalactite cave. The 3 curious children naturally wanted to take a closer look. In order to ensure their safety, he had to accompany them. There is indeed a surprise in the cave. Several bank robbers had just killed their accomplice inside and were witnessed by them when they were about to abandon the body. The other party immediately opened fire, and he was shot in order to protect the 3 people. It was a close call that time, and he still gets nervous when he thinks back on it. A famous detective almost died at the hands of a few low-level thieves. Fortunately, with God's blessing and his cleverness, he managed to lead the 3 people to escape successfully. Several robbers were also arrested by the police called by Professor Agasa, who discovered their disappearance. He was then rushed to the hospital. Because of excessive blood loss, a blood transfusion is required. But the hospital had just run out of blood that matched his type. If he applied for it on short notice, he would have died by the time the blood was ready. At that time, he was lying on a stretcher with a blurred consciousness. When he heard the doctor's words, he thought that he was finished. "I am a famous detective, the Japanese Sherlock Holmes, but I died so hastily." If he had to choose a way to die, he hoped that he would die heroically like Sherlock Holmes after battling a villain with his wits and courage. At least there should be an explosion or something. Just when he was extremely unwilling, Xiaolan's voice sounded like an angel. Use my blood, I have the same blood type as this child. Strange, how does Xiaolan know my Conan blood type? Although such doubts flashed through his mind, he was actually relieved at that time. In this way, you can be saved. I am destined to be the villain, just wait for me. While undergoing the operation, he dreamed of Xiaolan, who had a halo on her head, white wings, and was wearing a white dress. Is this heaven? He asked this in his dream. Then Xiaolan smiled and said to him. You still have important things to do, I'll take you back now. Then he woke up and saw Xiaolan lying beside the hospital bed. Sure enough, has she already noticed my true identity? He smiled with relief. This is good, I don't have to lie to her anymore. While recuperating in the hospital, Xiaolan's attitude made him more certain that she had discovered it. Then that day, Hattori came to the hospital to see him, and said to him. Although you can always see through the murderer's mind, you are always confused about your own affairs. If she already knows your identity but doesn't tell you, there is only one reason. She's waiting for you to tell her in person. So he asked Hattori what he would do if he encountered such a situation. If it was you who offended that criminal group, and it was you who became smaller, and then you moved into the Hai family under an assumed name, would you tell Hai the truth? Hattori seemed to be stumped as well, and did not give a clear answer. He only said. If it were me, I would be able to disguise my identity perfectly, and that idiot Kazuha would definitely not be able to find out. Besides, why would I want to live in her house? My dad is a policeman, okay. After Hattori left, he thought about it again and finally made up his mind. Go ahead and tell me. There's no point in hiding it any longer. He lay on the hospital bed with a relieved smile on his face. Looking back now, he overlooked a serious problem at the time. Pretty serious. That is, after he became Conan, he not only slept with Xiaolan, but also took a bath together, rubbed each other's backs, and were completely honest with each other. If Xiaolan realized this, she would definitely go crazy. By the time he remembered this, it was too late. Shinichi, open the door. It's still so early, why are you locking the door? Xiaolan's voice came from outside the door. It sounded as gentle as usual, but Kudo keenly captured the murderous intent hidden in it. Half an hour ago, when Xiaolan said she was going to take a shower, he suddenly remembered the serious mistake he had made. It's terrible. If Xiaolan thinks of those things, she will definitely go crazy. She had been seriously injured before and had no time to think about these things, but now she has been discharged from the hospital, and judging from the current situation, she has indeed remembered them. Maybe it was after entering the bathroom that the shameful memory was triggered. I should have known better and not told her. I should have just denied it to the end. What should we do now? I, Kudo Shinichi, a famous detective, have a childhood friend who can shoot down telephone poles with his bare hands. Now she is about to rush into my room and show me her karate fighting skills. What should I do? Urgent. Urgent. Anyway, just pretend to be stupid. Ah. Sister Xiaolan, I'm already asleep, let's talk about it tomorrow. Sister Xiaolan. Haha. But I have something important to tell you. Xiaolan's voice did not sound angry at all, very calm and gentle. But the more this happened, the more Kudo-san dared not open the door. This is what they call the calm before the storm. I won't be fooled. But I've already taken off my clothes, forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. What's the matter? Have you forgotten that we took a bath together and rubbed each other's backs? Xiaolan's voice still sounded lukewarm, but Kudo clearly heard a suspicious sound. That was the terrifying sound that only an indestructible fist would make when it was clenched. It's so scary. I can't open the door even if you kill me. Xiaolan, regarding this matter, Boom. Before Kudo could make excuses, an iron fist pierced through the door and appeared in front of him. His pupils suddenly shrank, and Kudo swallowed hard. In his horrified eyes, the fist slowly opened, reached out to the handle on the inside of the door, and gently twisted it. Click. The door opened in response. Xiaolan, whose mind was in a frenzy, appeared at the door. She seemed to be surrounded by a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, and even her bangs stood up. Is this my Professor Moriarty? She's too strong, there's no way I can win. Her combat power is at least over 10,000. Could you please find another Earthling to be my opponent? Kudo wanted to escape, but he was firmly locked by Xiaolan's breath, as if an invisible big hand was holding him. Xiaolan walked towards him slowly, step by step, with a smile on her face. Kudo recalled the electric pole under the setting sun that day, which was completely shattered. Is my life going to end here? Don't give up, Kudo Shinichi. Use your invincible brain to think of a solution. There must be some way to resolve the current crisis. So, is there anything else you want to say? Xiaolan finally stopped in front of Kudo and looked down at him, as if asking for his last words. From Kudo's elementary school perspective, Xiaolan at this time undoubtedly has the demeanor of a big devil. This unrivaled momentum almost overwhelmed him. But who is he? Kudo Shinichi. Famous detective. Sherlock Holmes. The police's savior. How could he give up so easily? At this moment it was as if Sherlock Holmes' pipe hit him on the top of his head, and Kudo-san had an idea. He raised his head and gave Xiaolan an extremely sincere smile. Xiaolan, be my girlfriend. Xiaolan suddenly widened her eyes and opened her mouth. The blush crept up from her neck to her face and then to the top of her head like a thermometer. The terrifying aura dissipated in an instant, turning into incomparable shyness. Yes. This trick really works. Watch me sacrifice myself to strike back. Kudo-san risked everything and said in a shocking voice. No, marry me. What are you talking about? Xiaolan covered her blushing face, screamed, and ran out of the room. Kudo-san smiled triumphantly. This is the power of language, the power of wisdom. It's amazing, right? As expected of me, I came up with such a brilliant idea. Puff. Looking at Kudo classmate who was drunk in front of the bar, Lin Ye couldn't help but laughed. No matter how many times I watch it, this memory of Kudo-san is always hilarious. It was even funnier considering his current situation. Kudo-kun, who was afraid to go home and face his wife because he was unable to do so, is really lame. He really wanted to say to Kudo, who was feeling proud in his memory, Kudo, don't be too proud too soon, or you might end up shooting yourself in the foot. What are you laughing at? Chris, who was looking at Kudo's sleeping face, turned her head and stared at Lin Ye's face curiously, wondering why he suddenly laughed. Lin Ye thought to himself, if you saw what Kudo is dreaming about right now, you would laugh too. But of course he couldn't say it out loud, so he restrained his smile and said seriously. It's nothing, I remembered something happy. Chris tilted her face slightly, her charming big eyes full of confusion. She is very sensitive to men's lies. She knew the man was lying, but she couldn't see into his heart. This is also the reason why she stays here. It was the first time she met a man whom she could not understand at all. Just like a curious cat wants to know about new toys, she wanted to understand the heart of this man, so she came here and worked in this store. But after staying here for so long, this man's heart is still hidden in the fog, continuing to attract her to explore. Sigh, what on earth is going on in this guy's mind? I really don't understand. Chapter 236. I'm high school detective Kudo Shinichi. When I went to the amusement park with my childhood friend Ran Muri, I accidentally witnessed a suspicious transaction by a man in black. I was so focused on the transaction that I didn't notice the other accomplice approaching from behind. That man forced me to drink poison, and when I woke up, my body has shrunk. If they knew that Kudo Shinichi was still alive, not only would my life be in danger, but the people around me would also be in danger. Under the advice of Professor Agasa, I decided to conceal my identity and change my name to Idagawa Conan. In order to gather information about that group, I stayed at Rant's house, whose father is a detective. So far, I have helped Uncle Maori solve many difficult cases and made him a famous detective. But I still don't have any information about that organization. I only know that they are a mysterious organization codenamed after alcohol, and the duo that attacked me are codenamed Gin and Vodka. But sooner or later, I will catch them all and defeat this criminal organization. Although his body has shrunk, his mind is still sharp, he is an all-knowing detective, there is only one truth. Conan, it's time to get up. Kudo Shinichi opened his eyes and Xiaolan's face appeared in front of him. Huh? How did Xiaolan become so young? And she is still wearing her high school uniform. Conan, if you continue to be in a daze, you will really be late. Conan. Kudo Shinichi looked down and was shocked to find his shrunken body. What happened? How did I become like this again? Could this be the situation right now? Recently, a novel has become popular on the internet. It tells the story of a protagonist who dies and then returns to an earlier point in his life, and then relies on his advanced life experience to make up for his regrets and live a fulfilling life. I remember I was drinking in Polo's bar. Did I drink too much and get drunk to death? Kudo shook his head vigorously. No, I must be dreaming, right? That kind of thing is just fiction on the internet, how can it really happen? Damn, my mind is dizzy. If this is a dream, it's too real, right? Conan, do you have a cold? Do you want me to take a day off? Xiaolan said this, putting her hand on Conan's forehead. You do have a fever, I'll get you some medicine. After Xiaolan left the room, Conan fell on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Why do I have such a boring dream? I am not dissatisfied with my life, so how should I wake up? Just as he was thinking about these questions, Xiaolan came back with medicine. Drink this and have a good sleep, I will ask for leave from school for you. After feeding Conan the medicine, Xiaolan tucked him in, told him to have a good rest, and then left. Conan lay on the bed, watching Xiaolan walk out of the room until the door closed gently. As expected, Xiaolan is more gentle at this time. Conan couldn't help but think. Is it because I miss Xiaolan during this period that I have this dream? Conan felt tired, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, the first thing he did after opening his eyes was to lift the quilt and check his body. Still small. Why haven't you woken up yet? Goo. There was a real and strong feeling of hunger in my stomach. Forget it, let's go find something to eat first. Conan walked out of the room. The living room was quiet and there seemed to be no one on the third floor, so he came to the door of the office on the second floor. Hand over Kudo Shinichi now. A stranger's imposing voice came from inside the door. Hey, someone is looking for me. Conan was about to open the door when he was stunned. Hey, Conan, why did you come down here? At this time, Xiaolan's figure appeared at the stairs on the first floor. Xiaolan just came back from school with her school bag still hanging on her shoulder. Well, I'm hungry and want to come down to find something to eat. It seems like someone inside is looking for Shinichi brother, Conan said, pointing at the door of the office. Someone's looking for Shinichi. As he was speaking, Xiaolan had already walked up the stairs and came to Conan's side. When she heard Conan's words, she immediately opened the door of the office. Standing in front of Kagoro Muri's desk is a dark-skinned boy with a shoulder bag and a baseball cap. Hattori. So today is the day Hattori comes to see me. Conan will never forget this day, because it was the first time in his life that he drank alcohol, and it was a strong liquor. After drinking it, his body briefly restored to Kudo Shinichi. That bottle of wine should be in this guy's backpack now. Conan's gaze shifted from Hattori's backpack to his face. I always feel that this guy's face is a little different from the Hattori I know. How should I put it, it feels a bit effeminate. The voice was also a little shrill, and although it was deliberately lowered, it could still be heard. It's probably an illusion. Conan shook his head. After all, this is the young boy Hattori Heiji from 10 years ago. It is normal that his skin is a little more delicate, his facial features are a little more exquisite, and his voice is a little more shrill. Yes, it's normal. The Hattori that I knew in real life, like me, was already a father. Hearing the door opening, Hattori, who was angry because Kagoro Mori refused to admit that Kudo was here, turned around, his eyes fell on Xiaolan's face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ah, you must be the Kudo's woman, right? I think you can tell me where Kudo Shinichi is. Kudo's woman. Xiaolan's face flushed instantly. Who told you that? Conan, who was standing next to her, yawned. The soul in this small body is no longer the innocent high school student who would blush with Xiaolan. He just looked at his old friend in front of him with nostalgia. Hattori during this period was really passionate. So he came to me this time to compete with me, right? Huh, the competitive spirit of a passionate high school detective. Of course it's your good friend, Suzuki Sonoko. Hattori smiled and stared at the shy Xiaolan with burning eyes. Okay, tell me quickly, where is Kudo Shinichi? If only I knew. Xiaolan's shy expression suddenly disappeared and she said angrily. Hey, what's going on? That mystery geek was entrusted by someone to handle a difficult case, and I don't know where he has gone. Is that so? That's really a headache. Hattori looked distressed, tilted his head, pouted his mouth slightly, and tapped his head with his fingers. Seeing his expression at this moment, Conan's heart skipped a beat. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? Why does he suddenly look so disgusting? At this time, the uncle's lazy voice came from the side. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I don't know where that brat has gone? But you just don't believe me. You're in such a hurry to find that brat. Hee, could it be that he abandoned you, little sister? Ah. Hattori made a cute sound that made Conan's eyes go dark, and then he hurriedly covered up. Ahem, uncle, what are you talking about? Isn't your daughter the only little sister here? Ha ha ha. Kagoro Mori laughed, then crossed his hands in front of his face and put on a cool expression. Don't underestimate professional detectives, you little brat. And the uncle raised the corner of his mouth. Uncle, I am very familiar with the smell of women. No woman in this world can deceive me, Detective Mari Kagoro. Chapter 237. Hattori Hirako took off her hat, her short black hair fell to her ears, and a confident smile appeared on her face. Achoo. Cough, 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 cough. Conan sneezed suddenly and started coughing violently. What the hell is this? Why did Hattori turn into a woman in my dream? I heard there's a young and capable female high school detective in Kansai, known as Osaka Kurohime. Could that be you? Kagoro Mori seemed to have seen Hattori's name in the newspaper and looked at the dark-skinned girl in front of him with surprise. Hattori Hirako smiled slightly. That's me. Kudo and I are often mentioned together, and we are called Higashi Kudo Nishi Hattori, but I am very concerned about the fact that his name is always put before mine, so I came here specially to find him this time to compete with him. Huh, this guy is still so competitive even after becoming a woman. Conan had calmed down a little, and when he saw the excited Hattori Hirako, he started to complain in his heart. The female high school detective, Higashi Kudo and Nishi Hattori, compete to see who is the better of them, Xiaolan muttered to herself, staring at Hattori Hirako with a concerned look on her face. For some reason, she had a strong sense of crisis. If this woman and Shinichi meet, maybe the kind of development that is common in novels and comics will happen, that is. Rivals of the opposite sex of similar age get to know each other during the competition, and then fall in love or something like that. Don't do that kind of thing. So, Ms. Maulilan, please tell me the phone number of that guy Kudo, and I will make an appointment with him personally. No, no. Xiaolan refused reflexively without even thinking. Hey, why? I can't tell you his phone number without permission, I have to at least ask him and seek his opinion. Then call him now and tell him that I, Hattori Hirako, am here to challenge him, I'm sure he will come running back. Huh, this guy is too confident. I have no interest in this kind of childish competition game. Conan thought as he sucked the snot back into his nose. Hey, kid, you got a cold. At this time, Hattori Hirako bent down, came in front of Conan, and stared at his face. Conan subconsciously took a step back and distanced himself. This face made him feel a little uncomfortable. It is really scary that a friend I have known for many years suddenly turns into a lovely girl. I have some special cold medicine I brought from abroad, try it. As Hattori Hirako spoke, she took out a suspicious bottle-like object wrapped in paper from her backpack, poured a small cup of colorless transparent liquid from it, and put it to Conan's mouth. Of course Conan knew what this guy was pouring. A strong liquor from Country Z, bygone. This guy is really messing around by giving a kid strong liquor. Even though his gender has changed to a woman, this guy's personality hasn't changed at all. No thanks. Conan coldly pushed Hattori Hirako's hand away. Even if it was a dream, he didn't want to experience the excruciating pain of his body exploding again. He remembered very clearly that Hattori came to him like this that year, and he foolishly believed that this was really a panacea. As a result, not long after drinking it, his whole body began to have a fever and then grew bigger. Not only did he suffer physically, but his true identity was almost discovered by Xiaolan that time. So this time, he would not drink this stuff no matter what. It's really effective, one sip can cure your cold, don't you really want to drink it? Hattori Hirako seemed to have not expected Conan to refuse, and said in surprise. Conan said nothing and tore open the newspaper wrapped around the bottle. On the red label, 3 Chinese characters were written, by Chiener. By Goner. Isn't this a strong liquor from Country Z? Ms. Hattori, how can you give this kind of thing to a child? Xiaolan also took the opportunity to blame. Because this is really effective for colds, Hattori Hirako said with a matter-of-fact expression, not feeling that there was anything wrong with her behavior at all. This is outrageous, you actually plan to give strong liquor to a child, even if it works, it's not something a child can drink, if drinking can cure diseases, what are the needs of doctors and medicine? Xiaolan complained, pulling Conan behind her, looking at Hattori Hirako with more vigilance. Hey, don't look at me like that, I mean well, by the way, Ms. Mori, why haven't you called Kudo yet? Hattori Hirako blinked her big eyes and asked with her head tilted. I didn't promise to make the call for you. Oh, don't you want to see him? Hattori Hirako stroked his chin and looked at Xiaolan's face. Your good friend Sonoko clearly said that you miss him so much that you can't sleep at night and talk about him all day long. Who can't sleep because of missing him? Xiaolan's face turned red instantly. Really, that guy Unz actually talked nonsense in front of outsiders. Oh, I see. Hattori Hirako looked at Xiaolan and slapped his palms lightly, as if he had suddenly realized something. Are you afraid that I will take your boyfriend away from you? That's not the case. Haha, don't worry, I'm not interested in high school boys. I just want to see if this guy is qualified to be compared with me. Or rather, I'm more interested in cute girls like you. If that guy doesn't show up in time, I'll snatch you away and force him to show up, hee. Hattori Hiko stared at Xiaolan's body with ill intentions and laughed. Xiaolan blushed and covered her chest. What is this woman talking about? She is also a girl, but she says she wants to snatch me away. What a weirdo. Conan, who was standing next to him, felt dizzy when he saw Hattori Hirako like this. Hattori is so scary like this. What's the meaning of that playful yet slightly naughty smile? If the real Hattori saw this guy, he would be so ashamed that he would bang his head against the wall. I will tell Shinichi about your matter, but I can't guarantee that he will be willing to see you, Xiaolan said. Okay, then, please give me your guidance before I meet Kudo. What do you mean by giving me more advice? Hattori Hirako smiled brightly, with a row of white teeth that caught people's attention. From today on, I will stay here for a while, this bottle of wine is my gift. Hey, stop acting on your own. Dad, what's that expression on your face? Do you really want her to live in our house? Xiaolan saw her father looking at the bottle of liquor with an interested look on his face and stomped his feet in anger. Kagoro Mori scratched his head in embarrassment. He was about to ask Hattori Hirako how much he was going to give for accommodation. Conan shrugged helplessly. This woman named Hirako is really similar to that guy Hattori, they are both promiscuous. Dong dong. Then someone knocked on the door. Ms. Pingzi, I have a guest here, please be quiet for a while. After giving these instructions to Hattori Hirako, Mori Kagoro said, come in, to the gate. When Conan saw the person who opened the door and came in, he showed a surprised expression. The person who came in was a middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses, giving Conan a familiar feeling. He searched the memory bank in his mind and quickly recalled it. He had seen this woman in Poirot's bar. Chapter 238. Ah, sneeze. A loud sneeze sounded from the seat at the very edge of the bar. A gentle male voice came from the bar. Hee, Conan, you have a cold. Conan rubbed his nose and said sorry. This kid is really obsessed with gin. He comes to the store even when he has a cold. Just when Lin Ye was thinking this. Uncle Lin, has anyone wearing all black and looking like a bad guy come to our store recently? Conan asked again. How can you conclude that someone is a bad person just based on what he wears? Lin Ye said with a smile. But aren't all the bad guys on TV like this? That's designed so that the audience can tell who the bad guy is at a glance. Conan was secretly depressed. It's so difficult to get any information out of this uncle, he always evades his questions like this. At this time, the bell at the store door rang. Conan turned around and saw a middle-aged woman entering the store. She was about 50 years old. Judging from the temperament she exuded, her family must be very powerful. The woman sat down demurely at the bar and ordered an Irish coffee. Although the name is coffee, it is still alcohol. While Lin Ye was doing this, Conan saw him add Irish whiskey into the glass. In addition there is coffee and cream. While the guy was stirring the drink, he told the woman a love story that was said to be the origin of the drink. Although to Conan, this story sounds ridiculous. Most likely this guy made it up to create an atmosphere, just like those stories made up by wine merchants to sell wine. Unexpectedly, this seemingly rational old lady looked very touched after hearing the story, and her eyes became wet. Then she picked up the glass, put the straw stuck in the cream in her mouth, and took a sip. Her eyes suddenly widened, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes disappeared. Conan has become accustomed to this kind of reaction from guests. This man's cocktail mixing skills are really amazing, they are almost like magic. If he hadn't seen the whole process of this man mixing the cocktail with his own eyes, he would really suspect that this man had added hallucinogens or something to the drink. Then the older woman closed her eyes and seemed to be lost in her memories. Lin Ye, who was sitting at the bar, smiled and quietly watched these guests. Conan looked at Lin Ye's face and always felt that the man's current state was very strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. But he always felt that the situation before him was not as simple as it seemed, and something must be happening. Logically speaking, as a detective, he should trust rational judgment and not be influenced by unfounded intuition. But facing this strange man who could not be judged by common sense, his rationality seemed to be insufficient. About 10 seconds later, tears welled up under the woman's eyes and her lips began to tremble slightly. See, it's really strange. After seeing this scene, Conan became more confident in his intuitive judgment. What's wrong? Then the woman opened her eyes, stared at the man at the bar, and said something that made Conan even more confused. Thank you so much, I almost. The man smiled slightly, shook his head and interrupted the woman, are you satisfied with this cup of Irish coffee? Satisfied, very satisfied, it's no exaggeration to say that it saved the rest of my life. Hey, that's too much, Auntie. Conan is inexplicable, it's just a drink, even if it suits your taste, it shouldn't be exaggerated to this extent, right? How did you save the rest of your life? No matter how hard Conan's detective brain worked, he couldn't figure out what was going on. At this time, the man said again, if you have any troubles, you are welcome to come back anytime. The woman nodded with tears in her eyes, took out her wallet, paid for the drinks, left a large tip, and left with a satisfied expression. Conan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that her back as she left exuded a sense of relief, and the solemn feeling that had lingered around her before completely disappeared. Hey, uncle, what did you do to that ant? Conan turned around and asked stupidly. Huh, what are you talking about, Conan? I just served a carefully made cocktail to the troubled customer. Looking at the ant sitting in the office, Conan blinked as he recalled the past. How come this lady appeared in my dream? And you came to the Maori detective agency? As far as he could remember, he had only seen this lady a few times in the Polo Bar, and she had never appeared in the office. What's more, he remembered clearly what happened on the day when Hattori came to see him for the first time, so there was no way he could have remembered it wrong. That day, after he drank the white liquor that Hattori poured for him, his cold did show signs of improvement at first, but soon his body began to heat up as if it was about to explode, and he even thought he was going to die. His appearance scared Xiaolan, and Hattori, who refused to leave the office, was also frightened and muttered something like, how could this happen? When Xiaolan went to call a doctor, he returned to his original form. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room at that time, Uncle Maori was already drunk on the second floor, and Hattori went with Xiaolan to call a doctor. When he turned back into Kudo Shinichi, he was very happy at first, thinking that he had finally turned back. Unfortunately, not long after, his body began to heat up again, and it felt like his bones were melting. Then, he turned back into Conan. Fortunately, no one witnessed him growing bigger or smaller. Although Xiaolan had some doubts, he cleverly used the art of language to confuse them. Unfortunately, the black detective from the West is not so easy to deal with. The other party deduced his true identity through clues, and then threatened him with his true identity, demanding a duel with him. Conan had no choice but to agree, but there were no particularly noteworthy cases in Beihua during that period, so Hattori went back after staying for a few days. However, before leaving, he and Conan agreed that when a difficult case arose, he would invite Conan to Osaka for a showdown. My father works at the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters, Hattori Heiji said. So sooner or later there will be a case worthy of a duel between you and me, let's look forward to that day. After Hattori left, the first thing Conan did was to drink. He ran to Dr. Agasa's house and drank a whole bottle of white wine, trying to return to his original state in this way. I only took a sip before and it took me that long to return to my original state. If I drink the whole bottle in one go. Unfortunately, when he woke up the next day, his body had not changed at all except for a strong hangover. Dr. Agasa analyzed that it was probably because his body had developed immunity, and he could only change back once in this way. After that, no matter how much he drank, it would be useless. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to accept the fact. Later, when he was staking out at Polo Bar, he asked Lin Ye more about bygone. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the man told him about the long history of bygone liquor, his expression was a little subtle, as if he knew that he had done something stupid. Later he asked Dr. Agasa about it. Dr. Agasa repeatedly assured him that he had never told Lin Ye about his embarrassing drunkenness, but he was still worried. The man's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. But without evidence, he could only bury his doubts in his heart. By the way, when he later made a deal with Shirley, he informed the other party of the information about bygone liquor. But the other party seemed to have known it for a long time. This matter always made him feel very strange. He even suspected that the woman had sent spies to monitor him. But again, he had no evidence and could only keep his doubts to himself. Coming back to the present, the woman sitting on the sofa spoke calmly. I have an urgent matter for you to investigate, Mr. Maori. Chapter 239. On both sides of the table sat the serious-looking Ms. Tsujimura and the solemn-looking Kagoro Mori. Hattori Hirako stood aside, pointed at himself, and smiled at Xiaolan, as if asking, where's mine? Xiaolan pretended not to see it. I would like you to investigate someone, Ms. Tsujimura said calmly. She is my son's girlfriend. Oh, I got it. Kagoro Mori understood everything. He has ample experience with this kind of situation. Disputes between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are extremely common. Like investigating extramarital affairs, these were the types of commissions he often received before he became famous. But now, his interest in such incidents has greatly decreased, because it would lower his style as a famous detective. But this older lady in front of me looks very powerful, so I will just listen to her offer. Here are her photos and information. Ms. Tsujimura handed over a file bag, and Maoli opened it and took a quick look. Katsuragi Yukiko, 24 years old, graduated from Mitsuha High School, and was admitted to Tuden Medical University with excellent grades. Judging from the photos, she is a gentle, beautiful and intellectual beauty with an excellent resume. Are you dissatisfied with her? Maori couldn't help asking. A complicated expression flashed across Ms. Tsujimura's face. I'm not dissatisfied with her, it's just. Because the conditions are too good, I don't like it. People are suspicious and jealous creatures, especially women. Hattori Hirako interrupted abruptly and glanced at Xiaolan. Hey, you naughty girl, don't interrupt when the adults are talking. Kagoro Maori immediately taught him a lesson. Xiaolan was also irritated by Hattori Hirako's eyes and clenched her fists. Did this guy just look at me? Is she implying that I am a jealous woman? Damn. Conan grinned. This guy Hattori is still the same even after becoming a woman, and his words seem to have become even sharper. Hattori Hirako didn't care about their reactions at all, and continued to talk to herself. Auntie, am I right? Ms. Tsujimura glanced at her and asked coldly, who is this child? I'm sorry, it's my daughter's friend. Hey, little girl, if you disturb my work again, you won't be allowed to come to the office. Hattori Hirako giggled and made a zipper motion at her mouth, indicating that she would not speak anymore. Only then did Kagoro Mori feel relieved and turned around to continue talking to Ms. Tsujimura about the commission. His concern, of course, is the commission fees. However, Ms. Tsujimura said that she would discuss this matter in detail with her husband after returning home. Because her husband is a diplomat, it is not convenient for him to come to a place like a detective agency. Maoli was overjoyed when he learned this. So that's how it was. According to this situation, he should be able to get a considerable commission fee and expand his network. So I agreed immediately. Hattori Hirako also went there and brought Conan and Xiaolan along. The reason she gave was that it would be more like a family visit and would not arouse suspicion. Ms. Tsujimura seemed to agree with her point of view, so she agreed to let everyone go. After the group went downstairs, while waiting for a taxi on the roadside, Conan looked at the shop signs on the first floor. Poirot Café. This place hasn't been converted into a bar. Conan ran to the window and looked inside the store. There was only a gentle-looking older sister with long hair serving customers. Conan, we have to go. Hearing Xiaolan's call, Conan turned around and saw a taxi parked on the side of the road. Sister Xiaolan, do you know an uncle named Lin Ye? After getting on the bus, Conan, who was held in Xiaolan's arms because of the tight seat situation, asked. Lin Ye? I've never heard of this name. Is he your friend? No, I made up the name. Really? There's no such guy in this world. For some reason, Conan felt a little happy when he learned this. Little devil, you are very suspicious. At this time, Hattori Hirako, who was next to Xiaolan, looked at Conan with a suspicious expression. Conan ignored her and just complained in his heart, Hattori, this guy, seems to be even more talkative after becoming a woman. Being ignored by the elementary school student, Hattori Hirako was secretly annoyed. This kid is too arrogant. How dare he ignore me? I'll find a chance to tease him. The taxi stopped in front of Tsujimura's house. Located in the yard was a very grand three-story villa. Madam, you are back. As soon as I entered the door, I was greeted by a middle-aged man in a suit, who looked like a butler. Where's your husband? Asked Mrs. Tsujimura. The master is still in the study on the second floor. Mrs. Tsujimura nodded, and was about to take Mori and the others upstairs when a young woman's voice came from the corridor. Hello, Mom. Everyone turned around and saw a young man and woman. Kagoro Mori immediately recognized that the girl who smiled and called Mrs. Tsujimura Mom was the person he was investigating this time, Sachiko Katsuragi. She is more beautiful in person than in the photo. She is a good girl no matter how you look at her. What is Mrs. Tsujimura dissatisfied with? Don't call me Mom, know where you stand. After a moment of surprise, Mrs. Tsujimura immediately turned hostile. A cringing look appeared on Katsuragi Sachiko's face. She lowered her head and looked very hurt. Yeah, sorry. Mrs. Tsujimura snorted coldly and invited Maori and his group to go upstairs, completely ignoring her future daughter-in-law. While going upstairs, Conan heard a man's dissatisfied voice behind him. Why is that woman so arrogant? She is obviously also the second wife, Sachiko, ignore her. It's strange. Since Mrs. Tsujimura is the second wife, that is to say, not the man's biological mother. Why would she specifically target Ms. Sachiko? Generally speaking, mothers-in-law are hostile to their daughters-in-law because they dote on their sons too much. But he is clearly a stepson and their relationship doesn't seem to be that good, so why did Mrs. Tsujimura react so strongly? Conan raised his head and looked at Mrs. Tsujimura who was walking in front, and suddenly remembered the scene when he saw her in Polo Bar. Why did she cry at that time? And why would you say that? Thank you for saving the rest of my life. Something is wrong. This woman must be hiding some secret. His detective sense smelled something unusual. Perhaps this commission was not as simple as it seemed. Dad, why are you here? When they were about to go up to the second floor, they saw an old man with his hands behind his back, preparing to go downstairs. Mrs. Tsujimura seemed surprised to see the old man. What are you talking about? Didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about fishing and asked me to come over? Oh, I remember now, please wait in the tea room for a moment, I'll be there soon. Mrs. Tsujimura looked a little stiff. The old man then hummed a tune and went downstairs contentedly. Dad has become very forgetful recently and always remembers things wrongly, maybe my husband asked him to come over. After going up to the second floor, Mrs. Tsujimura explained. I see, no wonder you look so surprised, Kagoro Mori nodded. Conan raised his head and looked at Mrs. Tsujimura strangely. Is it really just that? The person living in this elementary school student's body at this time is not a high school detective, but the world-class detective Shinichi Kudo. His extensive detective experience told him that the woman was not telling the whole truth. Her expression just now clearly showed a hint of panic. What exactly is she going to do? Chapter 240. Husband. Are you there? Can I come in? When there was no response to her knock, Mrs. Tsujimura took out her key and opened the door. The elegant sound of opera echoed in the neat and spacious study. Behind the desk opposite the door, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle was supporting his face with one hand and seemed to have fallen asleep. There was a pile of books on the desk, blocking the man's face. From the perspective of Conan and others who were waiting at the door, they could only see a shiny bald head emerging from the pile of books. Really? I fell asleep without turning off the stereo. Mrs. Tsujimura complained, walked behind the desk and tried to wake up her careless husband. Husband, wake up. Husband. Husband. Honey, what's wrong with you? Honey, say something. Conan and the others, whose attention was drawn to the opera, heard Mrs. Tsujimura's anxious cries, turned around together, and witnessed Tsujimura Isao falling to the ground. There's no hope, he's already dead. Hattori Hirako touched Tsujimura Isao's neck, shook his head, and announced his death. Fear and sadness welled up on Mrs. Tsujimura's face, and she cried out, how could this happen? Hearing the commotion, old man Tsujimura, his son, his housekeeper, and his wife rushed to the door. What happened? No one is allowed to enter the study until the police arrive. Kagoro Mori turned around and started to protect the scene very skillfully. While he was explaining to everyone, Conan had already checked the body while he wasn't paying attention. The body was still warm, proving that death had occurred not long ago. There is a small red dot behind the right ear, as if it had been pierced by a sharp object such as a needle. What about the murder weapon? Is it possible that it was left at the scene? Conan lay down near the desk, crawling around, looking for any trace of the murder weapon. Ah, found it. Conan was delighted. Under the desk, a thin needle appeared before his eyes. He crawled over excitedly and was about to pick up the needle when his forehead hit another head. Pain. It hurts. Conan and Hattori Hirako each held their foreheads and crawled out from under the desk. Then the two looked at each other. Hey, what are you doing crawling around here, kid? Don't destroy the scene. Miss Xiaolan, could you please keep an eye on this little brat and don't let him cause any trouble? Hattori Hirako picked up Conan like a chicken and threw him into Xiaolan's arms. Ah, I'm sorry. Xiaolan hugged Conan and her momentum weakened a little. Conan looked at Hattori Hirako speechlessly, but soon felt relieved. Forget it. I'm already a mature man who is almost 30 years old. Why should I bother with a little girl who is still in high school? With her here, this case should be solved quickly. After all, she is Hattori. Even if she becomes a woman, her mind should still be as flexible. Conan sniffed his nose, felt his still hot head, and decided to take a rest aside, leaving things to the enthusiastic Hattori. He just had to watch from the side. About 10 minutes later, the police who received the report came to Tsujimura's house. The leader was still Conan's old acquaintance, Inspector Magyar. The investigation and evidence collection work was carried out quickly. The deceased, 56-year-old diplomat Tsujimura Isao, died of poisoning. The murder weapon was a poison needle found under the desk. The doors and windows of the study were all locked, with no signs of external damage. There were only 2 pairs of keys, one was on Mrs. Tsujimura, and the other was found in Tsujimura Isao's trouser pocket. Mrs. Tsujimura has sufficient proof of her alibi, and Mori and his group can all testify to that. In other words, this was an impossible closed-room murder case. The investigation reached a stalemate here. Inspector Magyar and a group of police officers looked embarrassed and looked at the famous detective Kagoro Mori with expectation. Brother Maori, do you have any idea? A murder in a closed room, what is the method? Oh, sorry, Officer Magyar, I am thinking, please give me a moment. Then I'll leave it to you, I look forward to your wonderful reasoning, Maori brother, no. Detective. Yeah, Okay. Officer Magyar glanced at Hattori Hirako and whispered in Maori Kagoro's ear. Hey, Maori brother, you better figure out the truth quickly and don't lose to that girl over there, you don't want to see her continue to be so arrogant, do you? As soon as he arrived at the scene, Magyar noticed this special girl. After asking, he learned that she was the legendary Osaka Kurohime, and his mentality changed subtly. During the investigation and evidence collection process, Hattori Hirako's attitude made this conscientious old police officer feel dissatisfied, but he dared not speak out. There was no way, after all her father was the chief of the Osaka Prefectural Police Headquarters, and it was not something that a small police lieutenant like him who ran errands all day could commit fraud against. It's really infuriating that people from Osaka Prefecture actually come to Tokyo to give orders. Therefore, he placed his hopes on his brother Maori, who always performed amazingly, hoping that he could dampen the arrogance of this arrogant girl. Kagoro Mori felt very pressured when faced with Inspector Magyar's expectant eyes. To be honest, he had no idea at the moment. This method of committing a crime is simply impossible. Did this guy commit suicide? Please, my hidden personality, come out and save me. In his heart, Kagoro Mori called upon his hidden personality to save himself. Hattori Hirako glanced at him and a hint of disdain flashed in the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, this uncle is a complete idiot. Not a disguise, but a genuine fool. Ever since she met this famous detective who has recently become famous, she has been observing his every move. When she was at the office, she still had a glimmer of hope, thinking that this old man might just be hiding his incompetence or pretending to be foolish. But after the Tsujimura family case happened, this uncle's behavior made her look like a complete idiot in her eyes. The only thing worth praising is his sense of responsibility. But to solve the case, it is not enough to have a sense of responsibility, you also need wisdom. So, this uncle has solved so many cases before, someone must have been helping him secretly. That's right, it's definitely that Kudo Shinichi. In order to please my father-in-law, I actually used such a strategy. Hattori Hirako looked at Xiaolan who was holding Conan's hand, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. That guy really likes this woman. By using this bond, we can definitely force him out. Hattori Hirako looked at Maori Kagoro who had a distressed look on his face. This stupid uncle would definitely contact the boy secretly, tell him the details of the case, and get advice from him. This is just right. A high fighting spirit rose in Hattori Hirako's eyes. Come on, Kudo Shinichi, let's have a showdown. See who can solve the mystery of this secret room first. Conan sneezed again and rubbed his itchy nose. Then he half closed his eyes and looked at the high-spirited Hattori Hirako. That guy really looks like he's got a lot of fighting spirit. Come on, Hattori-chan, solve this case quickly so I can go home and sleep. Chapter 241. After walking around the room with snot hanging from his nose, Conan, who looked like a child on the outside but was actually a 13-year-old man on the inside, had fully grasped the situation. The books piled unnaturally on the table, the sound of opera in the room, the tape on the keychain, the gap in the tape, the poison needle dropped under the table. It turns out that the so-called secret room did not exist from the beginning. It was just an illusion created by the murderer using bold methods. Slip. Sucking the shaky snot back into his nasal cavity, Conan looked at the abdomen on the other side. The little Hattori girl stroked her beautiful chin, obviously thinking. Do you want to give her a hint? Forget it, give her some more time, she can do it. At this moment, Hattori Hirako suddenly seemed to think of something, ran to the door of the study, squatted down to check, asked the butler at the door something, and ran out in a hurry. Conan walked to the door of the study and glanced at the gap under the door. Is that guy trying to find that? Mr. Butler, have you seen Hattori, where is sister? Conan never thought that one day he would call Hattori sister, and he felt weird in his heart. Oh, that detective lady, she just asked me where the Japanese-style room was and then left. Sure enough, that guy got the wrong direction. You are still young, Hattori-chan. Japanese-style room. The dark-skinned detective lady was rummaging through the drawers in the room, looking for something. The room was a mess. Finally, she found the target item in the trash can. A fishing line. She held the fishing line, a confident smile on her lips. Kudo, I will definitely win this time. Sister Pingsy, what are you looking for? Wow, when did you come in, little brat? The sudden voice behind her startled Hattori Hirako. She turned around and saw a snotty-nosed child staring at her with a speechless look. To be more precise, Conan was staring at the fishing line in her hand. Conan sighed helplessly. Sure enough, this guy's thinking has gone completely astray. You are still young, Hattori, and you were actually fooled by the murderer's tricks. Sister, are you a thief? You made a mess here. Conan looked around and sighed. What, thief? No, I'm looking for evidence, kid, stop talking nonsense, okay? Hattori Hirako's reaction was very intense. After all, she was a talented young detective, and it was an insult for her to be mistaken for a thief by a little kid. Evidence? Are you referring to the string in your sister's hand? Can you let me play with it? Snapped. Sister has something important to do and doesn't have time to play with you, go find your sister Xiaolan. Hattori Hirako slapped his palm and rushed out of the room without looking back, intending to reveal the truth to everyone immediately. If it's too late, Kudo might get there first. It would be too humiliating to lose to a guy who didn't even show his face. Being as proud as she is, she would never allow that to happen. Alas, young people are so impetuous and impatient. Conan shook his head and walked out of the Japanese-style room helplessly. When we returned to the study, Hattori Hirako had already started her performance. Everyone's eyes were focused on this dark-skinned beautiful detective. Hattori Hirako seemed to enjoy this feeling and said with a confident attitude. At the time of the crime, the doors and windows of the study were locked from the inside, and there were only 2 keys. One key was held by Mrs. Tsujimura, but Mrs. Tsujimura was with us the whole time and had a sufficient alibi. The other key was in the victim's trouser pocket, so this was an incredible closed-room murder case. Everyone in the room listened to Hirako's speech attentively, except Conan, who had just walked in, with a helpless look on his face. You got it wrong, Hattori. However, although this study looks like a secret room, there is still a gap, the gap under the door. Hattori Hiko pointed affirmatively to the gap under the study door. Stop it, miss, Mari Kagoro retorted. Do you think the murderer can throw the key into the victim's trouser pocket from here? Look, there's such a long distance between the victim and the door, and there's a desk in the middle, how could such a thing be done? As Mari spoke, he gestured with his hand to indicate the distance between the desk and the door, indicating that it was impossible to do so. Inspector Magyar, who was invited by Hattori Hirako to play the corpse and was sitting behind the desk with a happy look on his face, also cast a suspicious look. Facing everyone's doubts, Hattori Hiko took out the fishing line she found in the Japanese-style room and said with a confident smile. As long as you have this, you can do it. What? It's fishing line. Fishing line. But how to do it exactly? Enjoying the surprised and puzzled looks from the crowd, Hattori Hiko smiled slowly and said, Next, I will demonstrate to you the murderer's method, Mr. Corpse, please lie down on the floor. Inspector Magyar lay down on the floor with a look of joy on his face. The murderer first stabbed the victim to death with a poison needle, then took out the key from the victim's trouser pocket. Fixed the fishing line to the key chain with tape, and then passed the end with the poison needle through the victim's pocket and pulled out the fishing line. Hattori Hirako held the poison needle and pointed it at the back of Magyar's neck, then reached into Officer Magyar's trouser pocket and fumbled around, causing Officer Magyar's face to turn red. Then we helped the victim onto a chair and put him in the same position as when we entered the house. We then pulled the 2 ends of the fishing line to the door, closed the door, and locked it with a key. The sound of a key locking the door came from outside, followed by Hattori Hirako's voice. Then all you have to do is pull one end of the fishing line and the key will slowly crawl back into the victim's pocket. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the room, the key passed through the gap at the bottom of the door, crawled across the ground, climbed onto the desk, and slowly returned to the trouser pocket of the dead man. Return. The deceased, Juzen Magyar, looked into his trouser pocket and made a surprised sound. He really went in. Amazing. The rest of the audience also exclaimed. Only Conan tilted his head slightly and discovered the blind spot. Finally, with a strong tug, the fishing line can be pulled out of the tape, making the key evidence of the secret room disappear from this room. The door opened again and Hattori Hirako walked into the room, explaining confidently. Okay, so awesome. Is that how it is done? It's amazing. As expected of Osaka Kuroheim. Enjoying everyone's respectful gazes, a smile of victory appeared on Hattori Hirako's face. It looks like I won this duel, Kudo. So who is the murderer? Sister Pingzi. At this time, Conan's cute voice sounded in the room. Chapter 242. Everyone's eyes turned to the person Hattori Hiko was pointing at. Mr. Tsujimura Toshimitsu. Hattori Hirako stared at Tsujimura Toshimitsu's old face with a sharp gaze. A trace of surprise flashed across the old man's face, but he quickly closed his eyes and a relieved smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Wait a minute, Mr. Tsujimura is obviously the father of the victim. How could a father kill his own son? Kagoro Mori opened his mouth to refute. Wherever the evidence points to, no matter how hard it is to believe, it is the fact, as the saying goes, ironclad evidence is as strong as a mountain. Uncle, as a detective, don't you even understand this simple truth? Hattori Hirako glanced at Mori and said coolly. You, me, this. Ignoring the speechless Maori, Hattori continued, the victim died within 3 minutes between 4:30 and 4, Mrs. Tsujimura was with us the whole time and did not return here until, so she has sufficient proof of her absence. Similarly, the housekeeper was chatting with the neighbor next door during this time, and it was not until around 4 o'clock that he saw us coming back with Mrs. Tsujimura, so he also has an alibi. As for Mr. Takayoshi Tsujimura and his girlfriend, they arrived only a few minutes earlier than us, so they had no time to commit the crime. It would take at least 5 or 6 minutes to complete this set of methods. Only you, old gentleman. Hattori Hirako's sharp gaze once again turned to Tsujimura Toshimitsu. The old man came here at 2 o'clock and stayed in the living room next to the study until we arrived, so he had plenty of time to commit the crime. As a fishing enthusiast, you must know this special fishing line made of new materials that is thin and strong. Hattori pulled a coil of fishing line from his pocket and showed it to everyone. I found this fishing line in a Japanese-style room you visited after you came downstairs. I think you must recognize this fishing line with a needle tied to it, old man. Hattori Hirako stared at Tsujimura Toshimitsu's face, exuding an overwhelming aura. Ugh. Facing the detective girl staring at him like this, old man Tsujimura sighed slightly and admitted, yes, the one who killed Asun, was me, little sister, you are really amazing. Hattori Hirako's mouth curled up slightly. Huh, I win. The other people in the room looked at Tsujimura Toshimitsu with disbelief. Grandpa, killed Dad? How is that possible? Katsuragi Sachiko held his hand tightly and comforted him softly, Takayama, cheer up. Then please come with us to the bureau. Inspector Magyar sighed, not only because of the tragedy of father and son killing each other, but also because of the defeat of brother Mori. Such a famous detective actually lost to such a dark-skinned girl, alas. Please wait. Just then, a sexy bass voice sounded. Inspector Magyar turned around and saw Kagoro Mori, who had sat behind the desk at some point, with his head down in deep thought. Magyar was shocked. That posture, could it be? But now the case has been solved and the criminal has confessed his crime. Isn't it a bit late to make that gesture now? However, based on his trust in the other side of Maori and a little bit of luck, Magyar still asked. What's the matter, Maori brother, do you have anything to add? It's not a supplement, it's a correction. Mari Kagoro remained in a pensive posture behind the desk, motionless, as calm as a sculpture. This yellow-haired girl is completely wrong. What? As soon as Kagoro Mori said this, everyone in the room changed color. Some were surprised, some were panicked, and some were angry. Takayoshi Tsujimura the son looked like a drowning man seeing a piece of driftwood, full of expectation. Yes, it was fake, all fake. How could Grandpa kill Dad? Hattori Hirako sneered, Uncle, please tell me, where did I go wrong? Everything, from the method to the reasoning, everything is wrong, it's a complete mess. What? You? It is outrageous that this good-for-nothing uncle dares to speak so wildly. So he sneered and retorted. Huh, Uncle, I just successfully demonstrated the locked room technique. And the murderer has already admitted his crime. Even if you are unwilling to lose to a high school student like me, you shouldn't talk nonsense like that. Right? You are a well-known detective. Be careful not to let such rude things get out and be laughed at. Alas, Mari Kagoro sighed. You were too impatient and wanted to prove yourself, so you fell into the murderer's trap. The temperature on Hattori Hirako's face instantly soared several degrees, but before she could explode, Mari Kagoro continued, Inspector Magyar, please feel your trouser pocket, is the key really in your interlayer pocket? Although Magyar was confused, he still reached into his pocket. But someone's hands were quicker than his. Hey, little sister, wait a minute, what are you doing? Hattori Hirako's hand reached into his right pocket before him. Is that even a question? I used my own hands to thread the fishing line through this sandwich pocket, if you don't believe me, just look. Hattori Hirako pulled out of Magyar's pocket, and a bunch of keys fell to the ground with a jingle. The key bunch did not go into the interlayer pocket of the trousers, but remained in the outer pocket. As Hattori Hirako turned out his pocket, the key fell to the ground. How can it be? Witnessing this scene, Hattori Hirako was stunned on the spot. I clearly put the fishing line through the interlayer pocket, how come the key didn't go in? Posture, Kagoro Mori's voice came from behind the desk. Posture. Hattori Hirako was stunned, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. When we found the victim, he was sitting in this chair. When he remained in a sitting position, the pockets were compressed and deformed, so the key only entered the outer pocket and the fishing line fell off the tape. Kagoro Mori continued. What's more, the victim was as fat as Inspector Megier, and his pockets were even more deformed, so the key couldn't get into the inner pocket at all. Even so, there is still a chance of success, right? He will get in at least once out of 10 times, right? The murderer's luck is really good, After all, the murderer has confessed, so he should be right, should be. However, Kagoro Mori's words ruthlessly shattered her hope. Little sister, please think carefully about the situation when the key was found in the victim's interlayer pocket. Hattori Hirako thought about it and his expression suddenly changed. When the key was found, it was squeezed in a V shape in the narrow inner pocket. Even if the method of pulling with the fishing line is successful, the key cannot be put into this state. Only the key ring attached to the fishing line can go in. In other words, the murderer put the key bunch into the interlayer pocket, and the tape and marks on the key ring were all tricks left by the murderer. Cold sweat broke out on Hattori Hirako's forehead. Did I really fall into the murderer's trap? So what is this secret room about? Who is the murderer? How did he do that? Why should the old man take the blame for the murderer? In an instant, a lot of questions emerged in her mind. Hattori Hirako opened her mouth and wanted to ask something, but she couldn't open her mouth. She could only stare at the man behind the desk with wide eyes. Is this the rumored sleeping Kagoro Mori? It really looks like he is asleep. Chapter 243. Who is the murderer then? Hattori Hirako couldn't ask, so Inspector Megier asked for her, and his tone was full of anticipation. It looks like a comeback. This is indeed the other side of Brother Maori, the situation has completely reversed. Try harder, show the other side of you, Brother Maori, and let this yellow-haired, black-skinned girl know how powerful you are. Maori Kagoro's voice sounded calmly. In fact, the so-called secret room does not exist at all, or rather, this is a psychological secret room. Psychological chamber. Yes, the murderer used a clever trick to make us think that this was a secret room, thus establishing an alibi for himself. I have to say that the murderer was very bold, and he dared to commit the crime in front of me, the famous detective Maori Kagoro. What? In front of you? Alas, what a pity, I was distracted by the murderer's trick at that time, otherwise, I would have had a chance to prevent this tragedy, sighed Kagoro Mori. Could the murderer be? A flash of light flashed through Hattori Hirako's mind, and she looked at someone in the room in disbelief. That's right, Maori Kagoro still maintained a thoughtful posture. The murderer was the first person to approach the victim after entering the study. Mrs. Tsujimura. You are the murderer. Mrs. Tsujimura's face changed drastically. Even though the man behind the desk had his head down, she felt as if a pair of righteous eyes were staring at her, and as if someone was pointing a finger at her. The Tsujimura family looked at her in disbelief. Madam killed Mr. Tsujimura. How is it possible? Maori Kagoro continued to explain. Mrs. Tsujimura gave the victim sleeping pills beforehand, and then came to the office to ask me to establish an alibi for herself. After taking us back to the room, she pretended to wake him up, and took the opportunity to stab the victim with a poison needle, killing him. Mrs. Tsujimura was very thoughtful. The pile of books on the table was to cover up her little movements, and the opera playing in the study was to distract our attention and cover up the possible sounds that might be made when the victim was stabbed. She succeeded, and even I was fooled by her trick and failed to detect it in time. Alas, I could have prevented this murder. Your reasoning is indeed interesting, but where is the evidence? Do you have any evidence? Hattori Hirako only took a glance at Mrs. Tsujimura and was sure that she was the real murderer. She didn't look at her again, but turned around and stared at Maori Kagoro who was sitting behind the desk. This uncle, has he been hiding his abilities all along? Or did that Kudo guy remind him in some way? Damn it, this is a premonition of defeat. But anyway, she wanted to know the truth, so she asked. The evidence is with Mrs. Tsujimura, Maori Kagoro said. Mrs. Tsujimura, can you let us see your keys? Mrs. Tsujimura stood there in a daze, not moving. Officer Megier stepped forward and said, Madam, please let us see your keys. Mrs. Tsujimura finally took out the key to the study from her bag and handed it to Megier, who opened a key ring and exclaimed, "Yes, there is a long and narrow groove." Mao Li's voice came from behind the desk. "Just as I expected, this is where Mrs. Tsujimura hid the needle. In order to remove the poison needle immediately after entering the room without arousing suspicion, this is the best place." "What's the motive? Why did Mrs. Tsujimura kill her husband?" "Little sister, when you pointed out that the old man was the murderer, didn't you consider the motive? A father killing his own son is more incredible than a wife killing her husband, right?" Hattori Hirako was speechless. She knew that, just as the uncle said, she was too anxious to defeat Kudo and did not consider her motives at all. She was only concerned with finding the murderer as quickly as possible. How is this practice different from those of police officers who only want to close the case as quickly as possible? "But if you want to ask about the motive, I have discovered something, Conan." "Hi." Conan jumped out from behind the desk, ran to the bookshelf, pointed at a photo in a frame and said, "Please look at this photo." Everyone's eyes were focused on the photo. The photo shows a man and a woman in front of the Eiffel Tower. The man is the victim when he was young, and the woman is Mrs. Tsujimura when she was young. The two are close together, looking very intimate. The sister in the photo looks alike with this sister. Conan pointed at Katsuragi Sachiko, his girlfriend, in the room again, and then took advantage of everyone's attention being diverted to slip back behind the desk. "I believe everyone has noticed," Mari Kagoro's voice sounded again. "Ms. Katsuragi Sachiko looks very similar to Mrs. Tsujimura when she was young. It can be said that except for the color of their hair, their facial features are simply carved from the same mold. If I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Tsujimura's request for me to investigate Ms. Sachiko and her motive for killing her husband are all related to this." "Of course it will be very similar," Mrs. Tsujimura finally said. "Because I am Sachiko's biological mother." Mrs. Tsujimura's words shocked the Tsujimura family. Sachiko Katsuragi stared blankly at the woman who claimed to be her biological mother. She had always thought that her mother had died long ago. 20 years ago, in order to get me, Tsujimura Isao framed my then-husband, Yamashiro Kenji. Kenji was imprisoned for corruption and was spurned by public opinion. He died unjustly in prison 15 years ago. Sachiko is the daughter of Kenji and me. Back then, after Kenji was imprisoned, Sachiko was taken away by Kenji's relatives and lost everything. I knew nothing about it and was deceived by Tsujimura's sweet words and married this devilish man. Thinking back to the 20 years she had shared a bed with this man, Mrs. Tsujimura clenched her teeth, hatred almost bursting out of her eyes. It wasn't until Takayama brought his girlfriend's photo home that I learned the truth. After Tsujimura Isao saw Sachiko's photo, he reacted very strongly and firmly opposed Takayama and Sachiko's relationship. I felt something was wrong, so I asked him again and again, and he finally told me everything. Hattori Hirako looked at Mrs. Tsujimura, who was full of hatred, and thought to herself, questioning. It should be torture, right? How could a criminal just casually tell the bad things he had done? When I found out the truth, I decided to kill him, to avenge Kenji and for Sachiko's happiness. Mrs. Tsujimura looked at Katsuragi Sachiko and Takayoshi Tsujimura who were standing together, and her eyes softened. I'm sorry, Sachiko, I couldn't grow up with you. Gue-san, you are different from that man, you are a good child, I'll leave Sachiko in your care. Hearing Sachiko's sobbing, Takayoshi Tsujimura felt mixed emotions. The woman in front of him was his stepmother, Sachiko's mother, and she had killed his biological father. It's messy, it's too messy. Despite this, at this moment, facing the woman's request, he nodded, I will. I can rest assured that. Mrs. Tsujimura put on the silver bracelet and walked to the door of the study accompanied by the police officer. An old voice came from behind her. Gong Jiang, I'm sorry. If I had stopped that back then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Mrs. Tsujimura stopped and didn't look back. I wish you had thought the same way back then. Unfortunately, we can't go back to the past. After Mrs. Tsujimura left, the room was silent. Under the desk, Conan leaned against the desk and slowly put down the bow voice changer on his lips. Is it impossible to go back to the past? I am really dreaming now. So what? Could it be that? The man's image reappeared in his mind. If it weren't for that man, would things have turned out like this? Once again he recalled the scene of Mrs. Tsujimura crying in the Polo Bar. Hey, kid, what are you doing hiding here? Conan was in a daze when a black face suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 244. Ding, ding-ling. Hearing the bell, Lin Ye looked towards the door, and was startled when he saw two customers entering the store. A pitch-black windbreaker, waist-length silver-white hair, the cold face remains the same as before, and the stubble on the lips silently tells of the owner's past. Gin. And vodka. They escaped. Lin Ye regained his composure in an instant, and greeted him with a smile as if he were entertaining an ordinary regular customer. "Long time no see, both of you." Jin looked at him deeply, said nothing, and walked to the bar and sat down. Vodka sat on his left. To his right was a drunk customer, lying motionless on the bar. Since entering the store, Jin felt that the man's back was very familiar. When he turned around and saw the customer's face clearly, his pupils shrank instantly. "It's him. Kudo Shinichi. Brother, it's that detective boy." Vodka apparently also noticed Kudo's presence, and as soon as his butt touched the chair, he bounced up suddenly. "Oh, do you two have a grudge against him? But violence is strictly prohibited in our store." After Jin took a deep look at her. "Vodka, sit down." "Yes, sir." Vodka immediately sat back in his chair, but still gritted his teeth and glanced at Kudo-san. Kudo-san seemed to have realized something in her dream, and she turned her face to the other side while mumbling, facing the two people with the back of her head. Jin glanced at the back of the head and thought of that night more than 10 years ago. Why didn't you beat the guy to death with a stick at that time? I should have tried harder. Mr. Kurosawa, you haven't been to the store for a long time, what would you like to drink today? Jin turned around and looked at the young man at the bar, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's been 10 years, why does he look the same as before? He even looks better than before. Could it be that he, like vermouth, took the medicine that Shirley researched? I didn't eat that, Chin-san. I am naturally beautiful. Appearance is determined by the heart. When I am in a good mood, my complexion will naturally be good. XYZ. After a few seconds of silence, Jin said what kind of drink he wanted. This is the wine Mr. Kurosawa drank when he first came to our store, Lin Ye said with a smile. Jin raised his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes beneath the shadow of his hat brim. XYZ, the last 3 letters, mean an end and a new beginning. The cycle of ending and beginning constitutes the whole life. My prison life is over, and my revenge plan is about to begin, Kudo, and those traitors of the organization, just wait and see, Jin, am back. Why do I have to take this trip? Kagoro Mori asked in a low voice to Xiaolan who was sitting in the seat next to him, with impatience written all over his face. Conan signed up without permission, and he happened to win the prize. The tour group requires that you be accompanied by an adult, so there's nothing we can do, Xiaolan answered helplessly. 3 days ago, Conan signed up for a Sherlock Holmes fan tour in the newspaper and won the prize. So, the 3 of them appeared in this car full of Sherlock Holmes fanatics. Since they got on the car, the people in the car have been talking about Sherlock Holmes-related topics, which made Maori and his daughter very confused, but Conan was the only one who enjoyed it. Xiaolan has heard enough of Sherlock Holmes from Shinichi, but in front of strangers, she can't get angry like she does with her childhood sweetheart, so she can only endure it silently. Now that Kagoro Mori is a celebrity, he naturally has to protect his reputation and maintain his demeanor, so he endures it silently, but the look he gives Conan becomes more and more unfriendly. Because there is limited space on the bus, the little boy Conan sits on Sister Xiaolan's legs. If it was Conan with the soul of a high school student, he might still be shy. But the one living in this elementary school student's body at this moment is the mature Kudo Shinichi, who has been married to Xiaolan for many years and whose child is enough to blackmail others, so he chats and laughs with his friends in the car very calmly. Although I remember participating in the same event once before, I will never get tired of chatting about Sherlock Holmes with everyone no matter how many times I participate. 3 days, I'm going to stay with these guys for 3 days, Kagoro Mori covered his face, his tone full of pain. During the 3 days that I'm away from the office, maybe a beautiful married woman will come to entrust me with a job. However, I have to stay with this brat and a bunch of mentally ill Sherlock Holmes fans. It's so abominable. Don't say that, uncle, Conan heard Maori's muttering, turned around, and advised with a smile. Isn't this good? It's more fun when there are more people. Maori finally couldn't bear it anymore and punched Conan on the head. It's so funny. It hurts. Conan's screams could be heard far away on the mountain road at night, startling a flock of night crows. Shortly after the violent episode, the caravan finally arrived at the hotel it had booked, the Mycroft Hotel. The hotel is located alone in an open space on the cliff, which gives it a unique feeling. It feels like a bizarre case has happened. Unfortunately, no case occurred during the trip in Conan's memory. It was a very pleasant travel experience. Conan stood at the door of the hotel, looking at the familiar hotel sign, feeling nostalgic. Oh, you guys are here after all. The door of the hotel opened and a familiar voice sounded. A tall, dark-skinned detective girl named Hattori Hirako, wearing men's clothes and a sports cap, walked out of the hotel. Conan suddenly showed a helpless expression. This guy really came. As I recall, during that trip, Hattori also attended the rally. And during the 3-day rally, he kept challenging and harassing me. Could it be that the same development would happen this time? In the case of the murder of a diplomat a few days ago, I was solving the case under the table but was discovered by this black girl and the secret was almost exposed. Although he got away with it by saying it was a game of hide-and-seek, this guy obviously didn't completely believe it. The Hattori who turned into a woman is even more suspicious than the Hattori I know. Hey, it's you, the little sister who lost to me last time. After hearing what Kagoro Mori said, Hattori Hirako clenched her fists, wishing she could punch the old man in the face and then kick him a few times. After the last incident, this guy woke up and stretched, with an expression as if he had just woken up. She would never believe that this stupid uncle had deduced this on his own. Although there was no evidence, she firmly believed that Kudo must have used some tricks. She signed up to attend this Sherlock Holmes fans gathering this time in order to find Kudo Shinichi and compete with him again. Last time, that guy didn't show up, and he defeated himself behind the scenes. It's unforgivable. She was too impatient and careless last time, and she must defeat him this time. She attended the rally with this belief. But among the people who got off the bus, there was no one she wanted to see. Isn't that Kudo guy here? Isn't he a big fan of Sherlock Holmes? She ignored the stupid old man who was smug in front of her and asked Xiaolan directly. Wow, what a beautiful inn, isn't it, Conan? Xiaolan seemed not to have heard Hattori Hiko's question. She bent down, touched Conan's head with a smile and asked. Chapter 245. Welcome everyone to Mycroft Inn. I am the planner of this gathering, Hiroyuki Kanaya. The person who greeted the tour group members in the hotel lobby was a middle-aged man wearing a detective hat, a Sherlock Holmes-style coat, and holding a pipe in his hand, but his body shape was really nothing like Sherlock Holmes. He has a plump figure, a chubby face, two thick, curled mustaches on his lips, and he looks very kind when he smiles. After a brief greeting, Kanaya Hiroyuki clapped his hands and said, "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get down to business." Because Conan's name coincides with Conan Doyle, the tour group members gathered around him finally turned their attention to Hiroyuki Kanaya, and there was anticipation in everyone's eyes. After all, this trip also comes with a mysterious grand prize related to Sherlock Holmes. I believe that you must all be loyal fans of Mr. Holmes, so you have gathered here, therefore, I have specially prepared a big prize. That is, Sherlock Holmes is published for the first time. This is a rare first edition of Conan Doyle's famous work, A Study in Scarlet. The eyes of everyone in the room were instantly focused on the thick book in the hands of the hotel waitress. Except for a few non-Sherlock Holmes fans who had sneaked in, the rest of the people showed fanatical expressions and exclaimed, "Wow!" in unison. To ordinary people, this is just an old book, but to Sherlock Holmes's fans, it is a priceless treasure. However, only the most loyal fans of Sherlock Holmes are qualified to own this book. Therefore, I have set up a double test. Those who pass the test will own this set of rare and out-of-print books that are absolutely not available on the market. The first test is to test whether you are really a loyal fan of Sherlock Holmes. What the waitress is giving you now is the 1000 questions about Sherlock Holmes that I set up. The maid was distributing a thick stack of documents to everyone present. Just seeing the thickness of the documents, Maori and his daughter felt a headache and secretly thanked their luck that they were just accompanying personnel and did not have to fill in this questionnaire. If the two of them were asked to do this QA, it would be no different from torture. Conan, who received the thick questionnaire, was full of interest. He stared at the questionnaire in his hand eagerly and couldn't wait to start working. As long as it is related to Sherlock Holmes, let alone 1000 questions, even if it is or, he will finish them all. In order to be fair, please give your cell phones and reference books to the waitresses to prevent cheating. In addition, your rooms are equipped with cameras and bugs. If cheating is discovered, you will be given 0 points and kicked out of the hotel. The deadline for submission is before tomorrow's dinner. Only those who answer more than 990 questions correctly can participate in the second trial after dinner. Sorry, what if you can't answer 990? Asked a tour group member. Humph, Jin-gu Yuji sneered twice. His amiable appearance instantly disappeared, and his expression became serious. Of course I asked that guy to get out of my hotel immediately, because such a rude guy has no right to stay here. But he soon returned to his smiling face and continued to introduce. As for the second trial, it will test your reasoning ability. Stupid people are not qualified to call themselves fans of Sherlock Holmes. For this reason, I have set up a very difficult reasoning question and answer session. The person with the highest score will win the ultimate prize of this event. Please try your best to use your wisdom. The next night, the tour group members gathered in the living room, and after enjoying dinner, the inn owner Jingu did not show up. "Miss, please call him out quickly. It's already 9 o'clock, how long do we have to wait?" A lady in the tour group complained and asked the maid to call Jingu. But my master wants me to entertain you all until he arrives, the maid said in embarrassment. Really? If I had known he would come so late, I wouldn't have had to stay up late to answer questions last night, damn it. I'm so sorry, but the master should be down soon. Mr. Kanaya must want to prepare a surprise for us, Miss Shimizu, please be patient for a while, another member of the tour group also advised. Conan, who was sitting at the dining table, tilted his head, somewhat confused. He remembered that there were no surprise activities on this trip. Could it be that events have changed again? There was a thick stack of answer sheets in front of him. He stayed up all night last night to finish all the questions in one go, and he was sure he would get full marks. He was just waiting to make a splash today. But Mr. Kanaya hadn't shown up yet, he had a vague feeling that something bad was going to happen. The time came to midnight and the hands had passed 12 o'clock. I can't stand it anymore. That bastard is just fooling us. He wasted my entire day answering these tricky questions, damn it. The oldest uncle in the tour group slammed the table, tore the thick stack of answer sheets into pieces, and left angrily. It seems that the rumor is true. The man doesn't want to give away the treasured book at all, so he deliberately makes the questions difficult every time. In fact, his purpose is just to gather fans of Sherlock Holmes here and show off to them that he owns the book. The fat lady who claimed to be an astrologer also stood up and walked towards the door in disappointment. Sorry, I have to go to bed too. Me too. In the blink of an eye, only Mori and his group, Hattori Hirako, and a college couple were left at the table. At this moment, the male college student who stayed at the table suddenly said, maybe this is part of the game. The tour group members who had already reached the door stopped and looked back in confusion. Think about it, isn't patience an essential quality for a good detective? Maybe Mr. Kanaya is testing our patience, as expected of Mr. Kanaya, he really understands. Oh, if you want to leave, please feel free to do so, I will wait for you anyway, but if I get that book, don't be jealous then, Kendo Toba said leisurely. Conan looked at the male college student in surprise and suddenly remembered something. He had also seen this man in Polo Bar. He seemed very angry at the time and was complaining about something to the man at the bar. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when his ears automatically caught sight of Holmes, they immediately perked up. It turned out that the man was criticizing a book called The Laughter of Irene Adler. Irene is the only woman Sherlock recognizes, they have a deep bond, how could she laugh at Sherlock? This book is rubbish. The guy who wrote this kind of rubbish is unforgivable. That's what the guy seemed to have said at the time, and his expression looked quite angry, even a little ferocious. However, like all drinkers who release their emotions at the bar, after drinking the man's wine, he calmed down and showed a transcendent expression as if he had attained Buddhahood. By that time, I was no longer surprised by this situation and even joined in their conversation. There's no way around it. He would be very interested in any topic related to Sherlock Holmes. After that night, he had a better opinion of the man because he seemed to know a lot about Holmes. In the case of Captain Black Peter, Holmes deduced from the rum in the room that the suspect was a sailor, and then investigated from this direction and quickly identified the murderer. If there are whiskey, brandy, and rum in the house, the person who drinks rum is most likely a sailor who goes to sea all year round. For sailors wandering on the sea, rum is the water of life, bringing them courage, joy, and wealth. It is because of the company of rum that they can survive the long sea voyage. It was because Holmes knew this that he was able to determine the murderer's identity and solve the case quickly. The man said this. Chapter 246. It's past 3 o'clock. The tour group members who stayed in the restaurant were drowsy, and the innkeeper had not yet shown up. Besides the Mori father and daughter, Conan, and Hattori Hirako, the only members of the tour group left in the restaurant at this time were the college couple and the fat lady who claimed to be an astrologer, Maria Toda. Just after midnight, Kento Toba's words made the tour group members who wanted to leave stay, but as time passed, they lost their patience and went back to their rooms one after another, and Kento Toba did not say anything to stop them. Conan stayed up late to answer questions last night and caught up on some sleep during the day, so he wasn't very sleepy now. He would occasionally steal a glance at Kento Toba who was sitting opposite him, as if he was thinking about something. Little brother, you really are hiding a big secret, right? A sudden voice from the side startled Conan who was thinking. I turned around and saw a smiling fat woman's face. Again. When they first met yesterday, the astrologer enthusiastically took his hand and asked him if he wanted to have his palm read. She also said mysteriously that his secret was in danger of being exposed in the near future. Of course he has secrets, more than one, but how did this ant know them? Maybe it's the weirdness peculiar to astrology enthusiasts. Maybe she says this to everyone she meets for the first time. Auntie, aren't you sleepy? Conan replied without much interest. Haha, I'm an astrologer and I often stay up late to look at the stars. Oh. Little brother, I'm very good at palmistry, do you want me to help you? Haha, that's not necessary. Don't be shy, little brother, my divination is very accurate. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to give up, Conan reluctantly stretched out his hand in order to get rid of her as soon as possible. Maria Toda happily took his little hand, turned her palm upwards, and looked at it carefully. Conan also has some impression of this aunt, but not much. After all, she was a stranger he met 10 years ago, and nothing special happened. If he hadn't seen her again, he might never have remembered that such a person had appeared in his life. How many things do people forget in their lifetime? Where do those forgotten things go? Am I the same person I was in the past? Where will I go in the future? Does I really exist? Perhaps because it was late at night and he was in a world that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Conan couldn't help but think about some strange questions. At this time, Maria Toda made an exaggerated sound. Oh my, little brother, your palms are amazing. Conan laughed contemptuously in his heart and showed a speechless expression. Huh, even if you say so, I still don't believe in astrology or anything like that. When it comes to astrology, the only thing he thinks of is Mr. Shimada's mystery novel. Huh. Is Conan's palm reading amazing? You see, the only people who are interested in astrology are curious high school girls. Seeing Xiaolan being attracted, Conan curled his lips. A mature and steady detective like me would never believe in such a mysterious trick. Yes, it's quite amazing, I've never seen such a palm. Maria held Conan's little hand, her eyes shining. Only real big shots have such priceless palm lines. I have read the palms of many big politicians and big bosses of well-known companies, I can't be wrong. This little brother will definitely become a great man in the future. Maybe he will influence the whole world. Conan blushed. Auntie, even if you praise me like this, I won't give you money. You can see such a strange palm, I will give you money. TSK, what astrology, it's complete nonsense, this kid is making trouble all the time, how can he look like a big shot? Muri Kagoro glanced at Conan and looked completely unconvinced. Don't say that, Dad, if Conan becomes a big shot in the future, we can also benefit from it, Xiaolan said with a smile. That's not right. I don't believe in astrology. Well, would you dare to let me read your palm? Maria looked at Kagoro Mori provocatively. Why are you so afraid? I want to see what tricks you have. Mauri Kagoro generously extended his hand. Maria walked closer, took a look, and said. Greedy, lustful, alcoholic, and just a name for nothing, oh my, these are the typical signs of a good-for-nothing middle-aged man. Mao Li's face immediately turned red and heated up, and he said angrily, what did you say? It seems that what I said was right. Hey, little sister, it must be very hard for you to have a father like this, right? Maria sighed and looked at Xiaolan with sympathy. Xiaolan was stunned, and then immediately said. Actually, my dad does have his strengths, for example, he's great at reasoning. He's a famous detective. So, I guess everything else I said was correct. As for your reasoning ability. I'm sorry, from what I've observed of your father over the past 2 days, he doesn't really behave like a famous detective. His reputation as a mere reputation is probably related to this. Kagoro Mori's face had turned red, as if it was about to explode, but at this moment, a person's voice broke the tense atmosphere. Huh? Isn't that the car we took when we got here? Kento Toba looked out the window, surprised as if he saw something strange. Conan immediately looked out the window and saw that the off-road vehicle they took when they came here was slowly sliding towards the edge of the cliff, and there was a figure sitting in the cab. Judging from his figure and clothing, it seems to be the inn owner Hiroyuki Kanaya who has not appeared yet. Just as I expected, the reasoning trial is about to begin, seeing this scene, Kento Toba said quite complacently. But soon, the people in the room discovered something was wrong. Wait a minute, isn't that a cliff over there? If we continue like this. When Xiaolan covered her mouth and screamed, Conan had already rushed to the window and climbed out, followed closely by Hattori Hirako, who also noticed something was wrong. The two men caught up with the sliding car and looked into the cab through the window. Hiroyuki Kanaya was sitting in the driver's seat with his hat brim pulled down low, as if he had fallen asleep. His hands were on the steering wheel, and a blanket was covering the dashboard. Strange sounds of wind were heard. Uncle! What are you doing? Stop it now. Uncle! Wake up quickly, or you'll fall off the cliff. No matter how the two men shouted or knocked on the car window, Kanaya Yuyuki who was sitting in the driver's seat did not move. The car continued to accelerate downhill and soon rushed to the edge of the cliff. It fell in front of the two people's horrified eyes and hit the rocks at the bottom of the cliff, causing a huge explosion. Thick smoke rose from the bottom of the cliff. Conan and Hattori Hirako stood on the edge of the cliff, staring at the scene in amazement until the wreckage of the car sank into the sea. The two stood on the edge of the cliff, staring at the dark and chaotic sea for a long time in silence. Chapter 247. When Xiaolan and everyone else rushed to the edge of the cliff, they saw Conan lying on the ground looking for something. Also lying nearby was Hattori Hirako. Because it was night, the two men focused on the tire tracks on the ground and crawled closer and closer. As a result, their heads collided with each other with a bang. Ouch! It hurts. Seeing the two people covering their heads and crying out in pain made Xiaolan feel like she had seen it before. She quickly remembered that the same thing happened the last time she was at Sujimura's house. These two, big and small, seem to work well together when they encounter a case. Little kid, why are you here again? Hattori Hirako covered his head and glared at the little kid with glasses in front of him with dissatisfaction. But she immediately realized the problem. Wait, why did I say that again? By the way, in the last diplomat case, this kid also met me at the crime scene. His insight is totally unlike that of a child. Hattori Hirako's eyes gradually became filled with suspicion as she looked at Conan. There's something wrong with this kid. Being stared at like that, Conan just felt uncomfortable all over. At this moment, a light sigh was heard from the side, and they both turned their heads at the same time, only to see the astrologer Mrs. Maria staring at the night sky at a 45-degree angle with a solemn look on her face. Aunt Maria, what's wrong? Conan asked. The stars are in disarray, which is a bad omen. It seems that the owner's death is just the beginning. Huh, are you kidding? This just happened, please don't scare us. But there is still a glimmer of hope. Master Maria turned her head and glanced meaningfully at Conan and Hattori Hirako. There's a sea fog. The uncle in the tour group suddenly said. Everyone looked towards the sea. Grayish-white fog was rising from the sea in the distance and covering the cliff where the hotel was located. What? Who did this? After returning to the hotel and preparing to call the police, Kagoro Mori discovered that the telephone line in the lobby had been cut, so he went to the owner's room to retrieve the confiscated cell phone. But when I opened the door, I saw the room was in a mess, with broken cell phones scattered all over the floor. It seems that Master Maria was right, the murderer still wants to continue this killing game. Hattori Hirako's face was solemn, but there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. This is it, that one, the classic snowstorm villa mode. All the telephone lines were down, the mountain roads were rugged and difficult to travel on, and there was fog. No one could leave here in a short time. I've had enough, I'm going to drive another car and leave here. Who's coming with me? The bearded uncle in the tour group reacted violently. Are you sure, uncle? It's foggy outside now, and the mountain road is difficult to walk on, there are no guardrails in many places, it's very dangerous. If the murderer has tampered with the car, it might rush off the cliff and die like the store owner. The bearded uncle looked at the thick fog outside the window and his expression turned ugly. Those who participated in this trip were all ardent mystery fans. Even though a murder had occurred and they were forced to stay in this isolated hotel, they still maintained a calmness beyond that of ordinary people. They even gathered together to analyze the case, and the scene looked like a mystery party. It's just that this party was more hardcore, and people really died. After a heated debate, everyone agreed that the murderer was among the members of the brigade, and then they began to accuse each other, and the living room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Conan and Hattori Hirako watched coldly and did not join in the argument. The two men glanced at everyone present, thinking about the possibility of them committing the crime. Conan's attention was more focused on the male college student Kento Toba. Because during this period of time, he had seen most of the criminals in the cases he had experienced in the Polo Bar. At first he thought it was a coincidence, but after many times, he began to suspect the reason behind it. If we follow this completely unscientific empirical inference, the man in front of us is most likely the murderer of this case. But as a detective, he completely put this unscientific idea out of his mind. He is a detective, he must rely on evidence and reasoning, and he cannot believe in such seemingly reasonable but unscientific speculation. Just as the members of the brigade were arguing fiercely, one of them suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone's eyes turned to the person who was laughing, the female college student Uki Ayako, Kento Toba's female companion. Ms. Ayako, what are you laughing at? Asked a member of the brigade. Under the gaze of everyone, Uki Ayako calmly took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. In the misty smoke, Uki Ayako smiled confidently. I already know who the murderer is and the methods he used. Of course, there is also decisive evidence. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present showed shocked expressions. Conan was even more shocked. What? Someone solved the case faster than me? A world-class detective was actually overtaken by a female college student. Something is wrong. She must have stumbled upon an important clue, and she alone. What is it then? Wait, a clue that only she could find. She happens to be Kento Toba's girlfriend. If Toba is the criminal, it makes sense that Miss Ayako, who has a close relationship with him, would find clues that outsiders don't know. Conan looked at Kento Toba again, only to find that in addition to surprise, the man's eyes also looked a little panicked. He was very familiar with this look. Every time a case occurred, when he pointed out the identity of the criminal in public, the criminal would show a similar expression. Is it really him? No, we still have to find evidence. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you don't want me to expose you, you'd better confess on your own initiative. Uki Ayako held a cigarette in her hand and glanced at everyone in the room with a playful look, saying with a playful expression. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door, ready to leave. Ayako, where are you going? Kento Toba followed immediately. Bathroom. Let me accompany you. If you act alone now, the murderer may do something bad to you. Then please protect me. The two left the room one after the other. That woman must have discovered some clues that we don't know about, Hattori Hirako said to herself. She also couldn't believe that she was defeated by a mystery enthusiast. What do you think, kid? Conan glanced at her. This woman, calling you a little devil all the time, is really annoying. Me? I'm just an elementary school student, I don't know. Conan held his head in his hands with a grinning expression, which made Hattori Hirako's fists itchy. This little brat, are you pretending to be stupid in front of me? Conan, where are you going? Seeing Conan walking towards the door, Xiaolan immediately became alert. Conan always slips away when she isn't paying attention, but this time she finally caught him. I'm going to the bathroom too. It's urgent, I can't hold it any longer. Before Xiaolan opened her mouth, Conan knew what she was going to say. He quickly covered his crotch and ran out of the room with an anxious expression on his face. Chapter 248. Ayako, do you really know who the murderer is? Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me. Yenren, stop pretending, there's no one else here, I think you know who the murderer is better than I do. Ayako, what do you mean? Are you still pretending? Weren't you the one who killed that fat store manager? Ayako, don't say anything careless, do you have any evidence? Yesterday at noon, I went to your room to find you. I wanted to ask you a few questions, that fat guy asked such tricky questions. Who else could answer them except an extremely fanatical Sherlock Holmes fan like you? But you were not in the room, so I took a peek at your answer sheet and found that it was blank. You didn't answer a single question. You should have been dealing with that fat guy at that time, right? Your goal in joining this trip was to kill the store manager from the beginning. So there was no need to answer questions asked by a dead person. What's that expression on your face? Don't worry, I just asked you to turn yourself in just to see how you would react. I knew you didn't have the guts to confess and would follow me. Ayako, you really do love me. Come on, sweet talk won't work on me, where's the book? Book? It's the first edition of A Study in Scarlet that is not available on the market. There are many wealthy people who like Sherlock Holmes. If we auction the book, it should be able to fetch a high price. You want to sell that book? Although I also like Sherlock Holmes stories, I like money more. The so-called first edition is just an old book, it's not the same story, it's more practical to exchange it for money. Well, the book is in the garage, under the back seat of the car. Smart, I'll go back and tell those idiots that I made a mistake, don't worry. Ayako, don't you want to know why I killed that man? Tell me the story. Forget it, I'll tell you tomorrow, I have to go back, lest they get suspicious. Well, let's go. The sound of the door opening. Ayako, smoking less is better for your health. Stop talking so much and go quickly. The sound of footsteps gradually receding. Behind the corner of the toilet, a small black shadow raised its head, and its glasses reflected a snow-white light. As soon as Oki Ayako entered the garage, she walked straight to the only car parked in the garage. She opened the back door and the car was dark. Fortunately, she was a smoker and had a lighter with her. Just as she took out her lighter and prepared to light a fire, a childish voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Sister, I suggest you not to do that, don't you smell it? Oki Ayako's hand holding the lighter froze, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. On the one hand, it was because of the sudden sound behind her, and on the other hand, she was suddenly aware of the pungent smell in the car. It's gasoline. I have just been to the gates of hell. My nose clearly smelled the scent, but my excited brain completely ignored the signal captured by my nose and only thought about finding the book. It's so scary. If I had lit the fire just now, I would probably have burned up by now. She turned around and saw the little kid with glasses brought by the famous detective. He was standing at the garage door with his hands in his pockets and a mature expression on his face that was not what a child should have. Oh, his name is Conan, Conan from Arthur Conan Doyle. Little Conan, why are you here? Uki Ayako forced a smile and tried to get away with it. Is this what you're looking for, sister? Conan took out the book he had tucked under his arm and showed it to Oki Ayako. After Oki Ayako saw the cover of the book, her face changed instantly. Little friend, how did you know? How do I know this book is here? Oh, I accidentally heard it when I went to the bathroom just now. Did you hear everything? Sister, don't you find it strange? My elder brother hid the book here, he must have known that the car had a gasoline leak, but he didn't tell you. When Oki Ayako heard Conan's words, her face turned pale instantly, and then a blush quickly appeared on her cheeks. That bastard. She immediately understood Kento Toba's sinister intentions. He wanted to kill people to silence them, and he wanted her to do it. Seeing this, Conan knew that she had figured it out, so he smiled and said, Big sister, let's go back together and expose the bad brother. As soon as Kento Toba entered the room, everyone in the room stared at him. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Hey, who is the murderer? You are boyfriend and girlfriend, she must have told you, right? Tell us now. That's right, if we don't find the murderer, none of us will be able to sleep tonight. The tour group member asked aggressively. Toba Kento seemed to be frightened by the momentum of the crowd. He took a step back and waved his hands, saying, Don't be like that, I did ask her, but she didn't even tell me and went straight into the bathroom. I waited for a while, but she didn't come out, so I had to go back first. TSK, this woman really keeps us in suspense, the uncle from the brigade said unhappily. By the way, Mr. Toba, have you seen Conan? He also went to the bathroom. What, that little kid? Hu Ye's face changed. Hey, what's wrong? No, nothing, when did he go to the bathroom? Toba asked, regaining his composure. Hattori Hirako noticed the situation here, looked at him strangely, then leaned over here to listen to what the two were saying. Right after you and MS Ayako left. I'm sorry, I didn't see him. How could that be? Did he run away? A murder just happened, and the murderer might still be wandering around, I should have gone with him. Don't worry, maybe he just went back to his room. But Hattori Hirako recalled the look on Conan's face when he left, and thought, that kid was probably pretending, maybe he secretly ran away to look for clues. Thinking of this, she clapped her hands, yes, how can I just wait here? I have to find other clues. If I lose to a child, it will be a great shame. How about this, I'll go with you to look for him, you go to the upstairs room and I'll look outside. Well, thank you. Kento Toba and Xiaolan also decided to go find Conan. At this moment, the door of the room suddenly opened. When Toba saw Oki Ayako appear at the door with an angry face, his heart skipped a beat. She didn't even go look for the book. Then he saw Conan appearing behind Uki Ayako. This little kid with a good name was looking at him with a playful and mocking look, which was totally unlike that of a child. Oki Ayako walked into the room and said under everyone's eager gaze. Next, it's time to witness the truth. Chapter 249. Why hasn't he woke up yet? Chris looked up at the time. It was almost closing time, but Kudo Shinichi, who was lying on the bar, still showed no signs of waking up. After all, I drank so much, Lin Ye said with a smile. It seems that this kid is under a lot of work pressure. Sylvie glanced at Kudo-san who was lying on the bar, her expression looking somewhat sympathetic. Chris looked at Kudo's sleeping face and didn't agree with Sylvie's statement. He likes being a detective so much, he should enjoy it, why would he have work pressure? His pressure must come from somewhere else. At this moment, Kudo, who still had her eyes closed, suddenly shed 2 silent tears from the corners of her eyes. Chris was stunned. What's up with him? Lin Ye glanced at the sleeping Kudo and said, maybe he had a dream. Dream? Chris blinked. What did the child dream about? Why was she crying? He may be waking up, when he wakes up, I will drive him back and the job of closing the store will be left to you, Lin Ye ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, Kudo slowly opened his eyes, with a trace of confusion remaining in his eyes. Lin Ye stuffed Kudo into the back seat of the car and sat in the driver's seat himself. Where to go? Hotel or? Go home, Kudo, who seemed to be still drunk, immediately looked up and answered. Lin Ye smiled and said, she will definitely be very happy. Kudo hummed softly and lowered his head again. He was silent for a while, and when the car started, he asked again. Does she go to the store often? Occasionally, after all, she has to take care of Conan. There was no sound from the back row again, but Lin Ye could hear Kudo's frantic thoughts. Enough of the detective stuff. I will never be a detective again. Kudo turned his head to look out the window, his mind full of thoughts. He recalled the long dream he had in the bar. It was absurd yet real, like another life. At first he was still able to stay awake and knew he was dreaming, but after a long time, he gradually forgot this and completely enjoyed it. In the dream world, he doesn't have to actively look for cases, the cases will come to him on their own. No matter where he goes, he will always encounter cases, and the rate of major cases is extremely high. With his secret help, Uncle Maori became a famous detective. Secretly, he also had a not-so-nice nickname, the Grim Reaper, which was a joke about the magical phenomenon that people died wherever he went. Only Kudo knows who the real god of death is, because even when Uncle Mori is not around, he and Mitsuhiko and the others will encounter cases when they go out to play. He also found it strange at first, but after thinking about it, he found that he could not find any reasonable explanation, so he stopped wasting his energy. Cases came one after another, and he thoroughly enjoyed them, enjoying the sense of accomplishment of solving the cases. However, not every criminal is an unforgivable villain. The motives of some cases are regrettable. The murderer was a very gentle person and killed the real evil person. There were several cases that were deeply imprinted in his mind, and he could not forget them even though he had woken up now. He felt from the bottom of his heart that it would be great if such a case had never happened, or if it could have been prevented in advance. Cases continued to occur, and he gradually lost his sense of time. The memories of the other world became more and more distant and vague, like a past life. He didn't know how many years had passed until he began to feel bored. He began to think. Is this the kind of life I really want? Do I really want to be a detective for the rest of my life? After experiencing countless cases, he clearly realized that the power of a detective is limited. No matter how skilled a detective is, he can only try his best to catch the murderer after the crime occurs. Why do such horrific cases keep happening? It is this society that is sick, and the minds of modern people are diseased. Only when the distorted mind is corrected, the viruses in the mind are eliminated, and the diseased mind is healed, can crimes be prevented from happening. But being a detective can't save people's hearts. So he decided not to be a detective anymore. He wanted to go beyond the limits of a detective and prevent crimes before they happened. He wants to create a beautiful world without criminals. Hirako. I don't want to be a detective anymore. When he shouted this to Hattori Hirako, his dream was shattered. By the way, in his dream, he developed an entangled triangle relationship with Hattori Hirako and Xiaolan. On one side is the childhood sweetheart who grew up together, and on the other side is a girl who fell from the sky with similar interests. It is really difficult to choose. Fortunately, it was just a dream and he didn't have to make a real choice. Oh, by the way, Hattori wasn't the only one who turned into a woman in the dream. Jin also turned into a cold and beautiful silver-haired woman who was inexplicably obsessed with him, obsessed with killing him. It was really scary. Why did I have such a weird dream? Thinking back to the ice beauty Jin in his dream, that cold look made Kudo shiver. The fact that Hattori turned into a woman can be explained. Perhaps I had this thought in my subconscious, Hattori is about the same age as me, and we have similar temperaments. If he was a woman, maybe. But he totally couldn't understand why Jin turned into a woman in his dream. Could it be that he also had bold thoughts about the executioner in his subconscious? This is terrible. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. Lin Ye, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Kudo scratching his hair frantically. He almost laughed out loud. Yes, it was Kudo-san who had such a dream. It was him who did it. After 10 years of training, he has now mastered his abilities to an incredible degree. Invading the mind, controlling the world of the mind, implanting thoughts, and other operations are now a piece of cake for him. However, he did not implant any thoughts into Kudo. He just dug deep into Kudo's subconscious mind, used his consciousness as raw material, and then combined it with his own recalled memories about an animation work before the time travel. And made some processing to create this dream world, allowing Kudo to experience it, think about it, and then draw conclusions. Now it seems that Kudo-san has found the answer. The reason why he did this was because he noticed the confusion in Kudo's heart and wanted to help him. If it weren't for this dream, Kudo would probably have to wait until the rest of his life to find the answer. By that time, it may be a little too late, and some things may no longer be able to be changed. For example, the growth of Conan too. The education of children should start from an early age. As a father, how can you travel around the world all day long? How long do you plan to stay this time? Lin Ye asked. It should be a long time, Kudo replied with a calm look. There are no crimes in Beika town, won't you get bored? I have decided not to take any more cases. Oh. You don't take cases? Then what do you do? Kudo smiled and said softly, like my father. Chapter 250. Before opening. There was a small figure sitting at the bar with an untouched glass of juice in front of him. Ugh. Conan sighed and looked listless. What's wrong, little Conan? Did someone bully you at school? This child looks exactly like his father when he was a child, making people want to love him well. Lin Ye, who was wiping the cup, raised his head and glanced at Conan, who looked listless. This little devil only has the right to bully others, who dares to bully him? There is another reason why this little guy became like this. Conan nodded, his expression looking even more melancholy. Who is so bold as to bully you? Tell me and I will help you vent your anger. Elder sister. Lin Ye glanced at Chris. Well, judging from her appearance alone, with fair skin, beautiful face and big curly hair, there is nothing wrong with her calling herself a sister. Really? Sister Chris. Conan perked up and looked at Chris expectantly. Of course, when has my sister ever lied to you? Tell me, if anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely help you. It's my dad. Conan wrinkled his nose and looked angry, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Your dad? Chris was stunned. What did he do to you? Lao Dong, ahem, I don't know what's wrong with dad, he no longer accepts commissions, he said he wants to be a great mystery novelist like grandpa, he's been staying at home all day lately, little Conan said with a depressed look on his face. Isn't this good? Your father doesn't have to travel around the world anymore and can stay at home with you and your mother. Conan sighed, Sister Sylvie, you don't know, ever since he attended a parent-teacher conference at school, he has been nagging me all day long and setting rules for me, it's so annoying, I would rather he stay the same as before and not come back. Sister Chris, you will help me, right? Conan blinked his big eyes and looked at Chris pitifully. Chris smiled and said, of course I'm on your side, I'll be sure to give your dad a good talk the next time he comes to the store. Thank you, Sister Chris. Conan immediately called sweetly. Chris' smile grew wider. Ah, Sister Chris, it sounds so pleasant. I feel decades younger. I have to go home now, otherwise, I'll be late and Lao Dong will, cough cough, Dad is nagging me, goodbye, Sister Chris, goodbye, Sister Sylvie, goodbye, Uncle Lin. Conan jumped off the chair, picked up his schoolbag and prepared to leave. When he turned around, a smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. Humph, old man, if you keep nagging me, I'll find someone else to nag you. We've taken care of Aunt Chris, now it's time to file a complaint against Grandpa and Grandma, and Grandpa and Grandma-in-law. Conan walked towards the door of the bar, planning his next course of action in his mind. Conan. At this time, Lin Ye's voice came from the bar. Conan turned around, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a harmless and cute expression. Anything else, Uncle Lin? Lin Ye glanced at him with a half-smile and warned him, be careful on the road. Conan showed an innocent smile like a little angel and nodded vigorously, well, thank you Uncle Lin for your concern, I will be careful. Just as he was about to turn around, Lin Ye added, oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Conan kept a smile on his face, standing there, listening patiently. Can't this playboy, who loves his daughter and lives off his wife, finish what he wants to say at once? This brat. Lin Ye's eyes twitched. Remember to listen to your mother and don't let her worry. Yes, I will, Conan looked like a good boy. He's not really interested in my mom, is he? There might have been a chance before, but now the old guy stays at home all day. Sorry, you no longer have the chance to be my stepfather. Lin Ye looked at Conan's leaving back, and the smile on his face stiffened a little. So cute, little Conan, much cuter than his dad when he was a kid. After Conan walked out, Chris was still looking at the door with a reluctant look on her face. I say, why don't you ask what he did in school? Just promise to help him. That's not necessary, Chris said as a matter of course. What's wrong with children being a little naughty? We should let them release their nature, children who are strictly disciplined will most likely be useless when they grow up. Release nature? What if it is evil nature? Fortunately, this female devil is not a mother. If she had a child, I don't know what kind of little devil she would raise. But it's really surprising that Shinichi doesn't want to be a detective anymore. Chris tilted her head slightly, tapping her snow-white chin with her fingertips, a little confused. That mystery-crazed kid would actually give up being a detective? It's incredible. Lin Ye said, he just stopped being a detective, but he didn't give up reasoning. In the fictional world of novels, he can fully display his reasoning talent and design perfect methods that are difficult to achieve in reality. And then let the protagonist solve them with difficulty. He can also compete with readers all over the world. This creative process may be more interesting than solving cases himself. He has been a detective for so many years and solved so many cases. I am afraid that real cases can hardly satisfy him anymore. Chris thought about it, clapped her hands and laughed. I see, real cases can't satisfy Shinichi, so he plans to design puzzles himself and solve them himself. When creating, he is both a criminal and a detective. Brilliant. As expected of Shinichi, he really knows how to have fun. Lin Ye further analyzed, he has a wealth of experience in cases. He has witnessed all kinds of bizarre cases. These experiences will become the material for his creations. With these valuable experiences, I believe he will soon be able to stand out in the mystery novel world and become a mystery novelist on par with his father. Or even surpass his father. Oh, he wants to surpass his father. Glancing at Chris, who was inexplicably excited, Lin Ye added, but these are not the main reasons. What? These aren't the main reasons? Then why did he choose this path? Lin Ye smiled and kept silent. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me now, or I'll sleep at your house tonight. That's not necessary, I said it. Lin Ye immediately lost his composure. If this female devil went home, he would have to endure Xuehui's contempt for at least a week. Go ahead, I'm listening, Chris said with a smile, a proud expression of having succeeded. Lin Ye glanced at her and did not directly tell her Kudo's motive. Instead, he asked her a question first. Why are humans fascinated by stories? Chris thought for a moment and replied, because it's fun. That's one of the reasons, but more importantly, stories have the power to move people. Stories have existed since the birth of human language and have continued to evolve with humans to this day. Whether it is a true story or a fictional story, the emotional experience it brings is real, and it will be internalized as an experience and integrated into our cognition, just like a torrent washing away boulders, cleansing our souls. The golden light shone on Lin Ye's face, making him look somewhat dignified. Chris wanted to laugh, but held it back. Lin Ye's tone was vague. He glanced at her calmly and continued. Kudo has seen too many deaths. Every time a case occurs, there is at least one victim. Innocent victims, victims who deserved it, criminals who had no choice, criminals with malicious intent. Tragedies caused by misunderstandings. Various cases have left traces in his heart, intertwined into the word tragedy. Many tragedies can be avoided, but they still happen. Why do murders happen so often? Why do criminals do this? Why do these cruel incidents happen? After thinking about it, Kudo concluded that there was something wrong with the criminal's heart. So, he wanted to use the power of stories to move people's hearts, express his own experiences and thoughts in the form of stories, heal the readers' hearts, and eliminate evil at the source. The more readers he has, the more people he can influence. The more readers are moved by his stories, the less likely they are to commit crimes. No matter how good a detective is, he can only punish criminals after a case has occurred, and his influence is limited. But if he becomes a world-class writer, his works will be passed down and continue to have an influence. Even affecting readers 100 years later, this is something a detective can never do. This is the most important reason why he changed his career to writing novels. Chapter 251. Be careful on the road. The security in Beika town is so good now, it's boring, there's not even a thief. What is there to be careful about? Conan walked under the dim street lights, and the quiet street made him yawn. This path is not used by many people, so he can get home early. I heard that Beika town was very chaotic in the past, and no one dared to go out at night. I really want to see it. Conan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a shadow silently spread from behind him and covered his entire body. Conan was stunned, and before he could turn around, a big hand had already covered his mouth and nose, with a pungent fragrance. His body went limp and he fell into a strong arm. Before he completely lost consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a strand of silver hair. As soon as Conan left, Lin Ye received a call. Mr. Lin, is Conan in your store? The gentle voice of a married woman came from the phone. He was here just now, but he's gone now, about 5 minutes ago. If he hasn't gone somewhere else to play, he should be home soon. Then I'm relieved. This child is really a worry. Don't worry, Xiaolan, he will come home. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, the doorbell rang. Seeing his old friend coming into the store, Lin Ye smiled. With dark skin, determined eyes, and a warrior-like aura. Ah Zhen, you're back. Kayagaku Makoto sat at the bar, his back straight like a sharp sword. Over the years, he has traveled around the world, visiting martial arts masters around the world, but returns to Tokyo once a year. Every time he returns, he will come here. This is where he tests the results of his one-year practice. One punch. In the field of cocktails, punch represents a type, which is translated as punch or punch. It is usually composed of elements such as fruit juice, spirits, sugar, acid, spices, etc. The taste is mainly sweet and sour. Representative works include Manor House Punch, Pisco Punch, etc. The one punch ordered by Kyogaku Shin is a recipe created by Lin Ye. After drinking it in one gulp, one will feel as if one's internal organs have been punched hard. Kyogaku really likes this feeling. As a martial artist who was strict with himself, he didn't drink alcohol. But since the birth of L4-399, the side effects of alcohol on human nerves have been eliminated, and he will have a drink, but only in this bar and only this one drink a year. More importantly, he was looking forward to having another satisfying battle with this man. Beneath this man's elegance, there is a terrifying body hidden. Kyogaku Makoto picked up the wine glass and drank the contents in one gulp, feeling like he was punched by a pineapple. It's pineapple, and pineapple juice is added to the wine. Kyogaku Makoto's body shook slightly, and he fell into the illusion designed for him by Lin Ye. What appeared before him was a sturdy man with a pineapple hairstyle, who was similar in build to him. A fierce battle was about to break out, and two strong bodies collided with each other in an instant. The battle lasted a long time, but in reality it was only a moment. Kyogaku Makoto opened his eyes, his forehead covered with sweat. He grinned into the bar, showing off his perfect white teeth. 1. Lin Ye smiled slightly and gave a congratulatory look. Is there anything more powerful? Kyogaku asked unsatisfiedly. Tiger shark, vodka-based, very strong. Come. Hold on. In the dim room, Conan slowly opened his eyes and found that his hands and feet were tied and his mouth was taped. Little Conan's eyes lit up. I was kidnapped. A real kidnapping. But who are the kidnappers? He sat up and looked around. The room was very shabby and seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time. Judging from the furnishings in the room, it seemed to have been a child's bedroom. At this time, there was a noise at the door, and Conan quickly lay down and pretended to sleep. Brother, this kid is still here, a deep male voice sounded. Don't worry, he's just a little brat, how can he escape from us? Kid? Another man's voice sounded, cold as ice. Have you forgotten what happened back then? How many times did his father deceive us by pretending to be a kid? But this is a real child, right? Vodka, I learned a lesson from my last failure, the cold male voice sighed. Even when facing a child, you can't be careless. Didn't you notice that the position and posture of this kid lying is different from when we left? What? Is this kid awake already? Vodka was shocked and walked quickly towards Conan who was lying in the corner. Before he got close, Conan suddenly sat up by himself and looked at the two men in the room with a pair of curious eyes. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. The man approaching him was tall, wearing a somewhat worn black uniform, a black hat and sunglasses, and his chin was like a rock. The man standing a little further away was tall and slender, wearing a black coat and a black hat on his head. Under the brim of the hat was long gray hair, which, combined with his cold and evil face, gave people a sense of vicissitudes of life. Conan stared at the man and blinked twice. What a cool man. Eyes full of evil, and a dangerous aura that keeps strangers away, he must be a top criminal. Conan's admiring eyes made Jin slightly puzzled, and he frowned and asked, Little ghost, aren't you afraid? Conan shook his head vigorously, staring at Jin with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Haha, he is worthy of being his son, he has such a character at such a young age. Jin looked at Conan's face, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Like, very similar. Even under his sharp gaze, Conan's eyes showed no fear. Jin was surprised to notice this and said to Vodka. Vodka, remove the tape from his mouth, our little guest looks like he wants to say something. After Vodka tore off the tape on Conan's mouth, Conan opened his mouth and said. Uncle, you're so cool. Jin was stunned. What? The kid I kidnapped said I was cool. He could see that the other party was not trying to please him deliberately in order to save his life, this guy was sincere. But why? Isn't his father a partner of justice? Uncle, I know you are not an ordinary kidnapper, and you are not doing this for money, you are here to avenge my father, right? Vodka looked at Conan in surprise. How did this guy know that? Uncle with sunglasses, don't be so surprised, Conan said with a smile. My father is a great detective, he offended many people when he was young. I know this, you and this silver-haired uncle have such outstanding temperaments. You are obviously not ordinary kidnappers. In addition, the silver-haired uncle seems to know my father, it is not difficult to guess your purpose. Vodka's mouth opened wider. Looking at Conan smile, he couldn't help but think of the time when his father disguised himself as a child. Is this kid really just a first grader? Is he also taking drugs to shrink? At this time, Jin suddenly laughed. A seed of idea that had been buried deep in his heart for a long time began to sprout and grow at this moment. How can I take revenge on that guy? This is the question he has been thinking about since he escaped. Kill him directly. No fun. Assassinate his relatives and friends and make him suffer. It seems interesting. When he found out that the guy had a child, he decided to catch him first. In his original plan, he should take the following revenge route: use this kid to lure that guy out, play with him for a while, then kill this kid in front of him, and after admiring his painful and desperate expression, end his life. But after seeing such a talented kid, he came up with a better plan. This seed of idea quickly broke through the soil of his mind, and like the magic beans in a fairy tale, it quickly grew into a towering giant and occupied his entire mind. The thought of the moment when this plan would succeed made his heart tremble with excitement for revenge. He licked his lips, stared at Conan with evil eyes, and slowly asked, "Kid, do you want to be as cool as your uncle?" Chapter 252. Although there were not many customers, the warm lighting and soothing music diluted the deserted feeling in the store. A young man in formal attire sat alone at the bar, his back straight and his expression serious, not looking like he was there to drink at all. "What do you think?" Kudo Shinichi looked at the man standing at the bar, his eyes mixed with anticipation and nervousness, expecting more. A month has passed since he decided to transform himself and become the Conan Doyle of the new era. During this month, he spent every day in his study, working hard to complete his debut work. Then today, he couldn't wait to come to the bar with his unpublished work to ask for comments. Lin Ye put down the manuscript in his hand and commented, "It's a very good work, but..." After hearing the first half, Kudo's heart was about to drop, but he didn't expect there would be a twist later. His expression tensed and he asked hurriedly, "Just what?" Lin Ye glanced at the manuscript on the bar counter. The first page had the name of the work printed on it, The Legend of Moon Shadow in the Case Files of Young Detectives. The work tells the story of a down-and-out middle-aged detective who returns to his teenage years and uses his rich experience to solve various bizarre cases. This is the first case encountered by the protagonist, a serial murder case involving ghosts and gods that occurred on an isolated island on the sea, Yueying Island. Although the writing style is a bit immature, the plot is tortuous and bizarre, the foreshadowing is cleverly hidden and surprising, and the method of committing the crime is amazing, but this ending is too tragic. Lin Ye gave his most honest feelings after reading the book. At the end of the story, the prisoner chose to commit suicide, and his death was quite tragic. Normally, the murderer's execution should be a plot that readers would love to see, but this criminal was portrayed very well and is a charming character. First of all, she had a sympathetic motive for committing the crime, revenge for her family. The guys she killed were all evil people who deserved to die. Secondly, the murderer is a young and beautiful doctor who is kind and gentle, yet playful and cute. She is a very charming character. Even the protagonist, who has lived two lives, was confused by her at the beginning. Before finding decisive evidence, he did not dare to believe that she was the one who did it. At the end of the story, the female doctor ended her life with a fire. When the protagonist arrived at the scene, he heard the sound of piano coming from the fire and began to doubt his own actions. Is it right for me to do this? Is it justice to force the criminal into a dead end? The story ends abruptly with the protagonist's confusion, which makes people feel depressed and unable to express themselves. After hearing Lin Ye's comments, Kudo Shinichi smiled and said, "The power of tragedy can move people's hearts the most. The ending is what I imagined from the beginning." "But aren't you going to post it online?" Lin Ye asked curiously. In order to prove his own ability, Kudo does not want to rely on his father's publishing house connections, nor does he want to rely on his own fame as a famous detective. He plans to start from scratch and publish his works online as a new novelist. Otherwise, with his current fame, if he just revealed the slightest news that he was planning to write a book, all the major publishing houses would come knocking on his door. Perhaps the embarrassing look on his father's face that he often saw when he was a child, being harassed by publishing houses, was one of the reasons why he chose this path. "Yes, what's the matter?" Kudo didn't notice the problem at all, his eyes were full of anticipation. He couldn't wait to show his work to his online readers and friends. He wanted to rush home and upload his debut work immediately. Lin Ye glanced at Kudo and said tactfully, "Most readers on the internet may not like stories with tragic endings. It's not possible." Lin Ye is 100% sure that if Kudo's novel is posted online, it will definitely be criticized by angry readers. Creating a popular female character and then having her die at the end is something most readers can't stand. What's more, the website chosen by Kudo is a popular website with young readers. Kudo seemed to see what Lin Ye was worried about, and smiled lightly. It doesn't matter, the more intense the reader's reaction is, the more it proves that the content I write can touch their hearts. I can't wait to be happy. In that case, I wish you success soon. Thank you, I'll do my best. Well, I should go home too, ugh. When talking about going home, Kudo seemed to suddenly remember something. His excited expression suddenly disappeared and he stood up, but did not leave immediately. Lin Ye glanced at him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Kudo turned his face away, avoiding Lin Ye's gentle gaze, and sat back in his chair. "I want to have a drink before I leave." Lin Ye smiled and said, "What would you like to drink?" During this period, I stayed in the study room under the pretext of writing, and stayed up late until late at night. I only went back to my room to sleep after Xiaolan fell asleep. Now the first draft has been completed. Xiaolan also said that she would celebrate for me when my first work is completed. Kudo looked up at the time. Well, it's not even 1 o'clock yet. If we go back now, Xiaolan should not be asleep yet. What is coming will come, and it is no use avoiding it. I have rested for so many days, so I will work harder tonight, and it should be fine. Kudo's tone was like that of a soldier about to go into battle. I want something stronger. Lin Ye suppressed his smile and said, "Okay, please wait a moment. Don't be afraid, Kudo-san, just leave your problems to me. I've already prepared them for you." When Lin Ye placed the carefully blended wine on the bar, Kudo picked up the wine glass, observed the amber liquid in the glass, and smelled a unique fragrance. This drink is based on gin, but the taste is not the juniper aroma of gin, but another unique herbal aroma, a mixture of various herbs and spices. He saw Lin Ye take out a mysterious small bottle without a label and put a few drops into the cup. The smell was most likely coming from that mysterious liquid. "What a unique scent," Kudo exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ye smiled mysteriously. "This glass of wine has special effects." "What effect?" "You'll know when you get home," Lin Ye blinked ambiguously. "This is the product of the combination of the ancient wisdom of my hometown and modern technology. I promise you won't be disappointed." Lin Ye's attitude made Kudo feel more and more strange, but out of trust in this man, he still drank the glass of wine. "It's a little spicy, but tolerable, with a strong herbal flavor, more like a potion than a drink. But after drinking it, I feel radiant and it seems to have a good refreshing effect." Taking advantage of the good alcohol, Kudo stood up with full momentum and said loudly, "Thank you for the hospitality, I'm going back now." Lin Ye watched him leave with a smile on his face. Tonight will be a sleepless night of fighting. Chapter 253. Beach, Swimsuit. The scorching air is filled with an exciting passion. Under the parasol, on the bench, lay a strong body. Looking up from the toes, from the calves to the thighs. The leg muscles are smooth and elegant. Then there is a pair of men's beach pants with a coconut tree print. Going further up, the open white short-sleeved shirt reveals distinct abdominal and pectoral muscles. The man was wearing sunglasses and his chin was motionless in the sea breeze, as if he was asleep. "Summer, the beach, it's so beautiful." A sudden exclamation of praise came from the man's side. Lin Ye immediately turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a kind face sitting on the empty bench next to him. Although the other person was wearing fancy beach pants and a floral shirt, Lin Ye recognized him at a glance. "It's you." The middle-aged man smiled with peaceful wrinkles on his face. This man was the uncle who called himself Buddha and had come to the store once that night more than 10 years ago. Compared to 10 years ago, his appearance has hardly changed. The only difference is that the white hair between his eyebrows has disappeared, and now he looks like an ordinary Asian uncle, inconspicuous on this warm beach. "Long time no see, I didn't expect you still remember me," the Buddha said somewhat flattered. Although he had only met him once, Lin Ye had a good memory, let alone such a special guest. Buddha's gaze returned to the hot girls on the beach and a calm smile appeared on his face. Lin Ye recalled more details of that night. "When you become a Buddha, we will meet again." The uncle who claimed to be Buddha left these words before he left. "Is he here to pick me up?" "Haha." Lin Ye thought humorously. He simply didn't believe that this man was Buddha. How could Buddha lie on a beach chair and admire the girls on the beach? However, after so many years, it was quite a strange feeling to meet guests from long ago in a foreign country. "Uncle, you should also come to Hawaii for a trip," Lin Ye smiled with relief. "Yeah, I guess so." The Buddha's gaze followed a leopard print girl passing by and he nodded nonchalantly. "What does uncle do for a living?" The leopard print girl walked away. The Buddha withdrew his gaze, narrowed his already small eyes, and looked at Lin Ye in confusion. Didn't I tell you? I am the Buddha, and you still don't believe it. Lin Ye had no choice but to go along with him and said, well, Mr. Buddha, why did you come to this beach? I'm here to find you. Find me? Yeah, the Buddha nodded, took out a pack of cigarettes from his shirt pocket, took out one, lit it skillfully, and took a deep breath. Would you like one too? Lin Ye stared at the Buddha man puffing away in surprise, then looked at the golden cigarette box handed to him and shook his head. Thank you, I don't smoke. Wait, this beach seems to be non-smoking. Just as Lin Ye thought of this and was about to remind the other party, the Buddha spoke. You did it, you purified the sins of that city, now your merits are enough to become a Buddha, how about it? Are you interested in developing your career here? Become a Buddha? Lin Ye's mouth was a little stiff. Hey, is this uncle too immersed in the role? Yes, I am here to guide you, as long as you nod your head, you can become a Buddha right away. I refuse. Buddha suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Lin Ye. Are you sure you want to refuse? The benefits here are very high, and the work is easy and not tiring, how about you think about it again? No, thank you, I am very satisfied with my current job. Well, okay, the Buddha sighed regretfully. In that case, I won't force you, but you have made an indelible contribution to the world, so I can fulfill one of your wishes. Tell me, what is your wish? No thanks. What Lin Ye is more worried about now is the mental state of this uncle, but his abilities are ineffective in front of this uncle. He can neither hear his voice nor penetrate into his inner world. The Buddha glanced at him and seemed to see what he was thinking. It seems that you won't believe me unless I show you my skills. Well, in that case, I will show you the power of the Buddha. As soon as the Buddha finished speaking, a serious voice suddenly sounded from behind. Sir, smoking is not allowed here. Lin Ye looked at the man behind the Buddha. He was a dark-skinned man with amazing arm circumference and looked quite powerful. The Buddha, who was about to show off his skills, was taken away by the beach manager. He will face a fine of 100 and a record. If he commits the same offense again within a year, the fine will be doubled. Lin Ye smiled and shook his head, his eyes looking towards the dazzling beach. He saw the Kudo father and son conducting a teaching activity, and Kudo Shinichi was teaching Conan how to drive a speedboat. Xiaolan stood on the wet beach, her long skirt and hair blown by the sea breeze. He traveled with the Kudo family on this holiday trip, but unfortunately his two daughters were too shy to appear on the beach in swimsuits, so they stayed in the hotel together. But the holiday has just begun and there is still a long time to go, so the two sisters will always muster up the courage. He knew that the two sisters had actually prepared very sexy swimsuits, but they were just too embarrassed to wear them. Before the trip, a pair of wealthy sisters invited him to visit their private island, but he did not agree at that time. Maybe he could consider it now. There are too many people on this beach, so it's normal for the two sisters to be shy. Perhaps when they get to the deserted beach on the private island, they will be able to overcome their shyness. Lin Ye stood up and was about to go back to the hotel when a familiar voice came from behind him. Hawaii, the name comes from Sawaki, the Polynesian word for homeland. Lin Ye turned around and saw Mr. Buddha who had just been taken away. Huh? You paid the fine so soon? The Buddha gazed out into the distant sea with a deep gaze and a solemn expression, as if nothing had just happened. Lin sang, you came from another world. Over the years, have you ever missed your hometown when it's late at night? If you want to go back, I can give you a ride. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, no need. Why? Lin Ye thought about it and looked at the Kudo family on the coast at this time. Kudo and his son had already come ashore and were walking towards Xiaolan who was waiting on the shore. Although it was only her back, Lin Ye seemed to be able to see the smile on Xiaolan's face, warm and bright. He smiled and said, family. Yes, home. Although he had status and position in his original world, he was alone and had no warm home. But now he has a warm home and beloved family here. What reason does he have to go back? My fate with that world has ended. I have already developed a deep bond with this world. Why should I go back? There was no answer from his side. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and when he turned around, the Buddha had disappeared. He looked up at the sky, and a smiling face seemed to appear in the sun, looking at him with satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Sang recalled a poem by teacher Su from his hometown. I often envy the jade carving man in the world, and I should ask the heaven to give me a girl who makes pastries. The clear song is passed on by white teeth, the wind rises, the snow flies. And the hot sea becomes cool. After returning from a long journey, the face is even more pale, but when she smiles, the fragrance of Lingnan is still there. I asked if Lingnan is not good, but she said that this place where my heart is at peace is my hometown. The end.